Global Selection, Only I Know the Story. Chapter 1. Wow! Did you check the campus network this morning? Wang Wei's, the top student in Class 1, responded to the call last night and got a B-level evaluation. He got a palm technique and 2,000 points. Is it true? Which world summoned him? It is said to be the world of swordsmen. That's a martial arts world. Wang Wei's has really made a fortune. Tisk, what kind of fortune is Wang Wei's? A few days ago, our school's school beauty Yang Menghan obtained a ninjutsu after completing a summoning mission in the Naruto world, and it was an A-level ninjutsu. Now she has been specially recruited by the first university. Damn! You don't need to tell me. Who in the school doesn't know how powerful she is? Can you stop talking about Yang? I have the confidence to compete with others, but facing her, I don't envy them. Entering the superpower area and being summoned can indeed get good rewards, but the danger is also great. This is what people have exchanged for their lives. Let's just brush the secular area honestly, at least there is no danger to life. That's true. Oh, if only I had a few 100 billion. What do you need so much money for? If I had money, I could buy a marrow cleansing pill from those big guys and start my legendary life. Didn't a big guy sell the pill last month? In the end, the country bought it at a sky-high price of 18 billion. Come on, that thing is in short supply and has only been sold that once. Listening to the conversation in his ears, Tenyu was confused. Swordsman? Naruto? Marrow cleansing pill? Aren't these all well-known entertainment works? Moreover, Tenyu looked around, the snow-white walls, the warm sunshine, the excited young man, and the big blackboard in the front. If I'm not mistaken, isn't this a school? But I've already graduated and am busy with work every day. Traveled through time? Tenyu muttered to himself. Combining the current situation, this is the only explanation. As he was thinking this, Tenyu's eyes suddenly went dark, his consciousness became hazy, and he was completely unable to perceive the situation around his body. The next moment, a series of intermittent memory fragments emerged from the depths of his mind and merged into his memory. After a long time, his consciousness became clearer and clearer, and Tenyu woke up again. It turns out that I really traveled through time. According to the memories in his mind, Tenyu knew that he had traveled to a parallel world of the Earth. This world is very similar to the Earth in his previous life, except for the entertainment culture. The body he traveled to has the same name and surname as him, is 18 years old this year, and is currently a senior high school student. But none of this matters. What really matters is that this world has a selection space. In the selection space, everyone who is 18 years old or older can participate. It is said that people over 45 years old were not allowed to participate in the past, but as time passed, this rule has long been abolished. Nowadays, the top powerhouses in the world are like young people even if they are 100 years old, and their lifespans have been greatly extended. In the selection space, everyone can be summoned by anyone in the heavens and the worlds, complete the tasks issued by the summoner, and obtain gain points and become stronger. No matter what abilities you get in the selected space, you can bring them to the real world and use them. And those summoners are not NPCs, but living characters and worlds. According to the original owner's memory, Tenyu was surprised to find that those worlds were all worlds in movies, TV shows, animations, games and novels that he had come into contact with in his previous life. For example, The Legend of Sword and Fairy, Naruto, League of Legends, etc. As for how the selected space came from, no one knows. Anyway, it suddenly came to the Earth 100 years ago. It is generally accepted that the Earth is the center of all worlds, so all worlds will seek help from the Earth. There are no movies, games, and novels in this world, so no one knows about the heavens and the worlds, and everyone is groping forward. But I know all the plots. Thinking of this, Tenyu's eyes suddenly brightened frighteningly. Although the tasks after being summoned are random, even if the same person is summoned, different things need to be completed. But Tenyu, who knows the plot, can foresee it. He can see the crisis of the summoner at a glance and give the most perfect solution. For others, it is like the summoning of the Yama, but for himself, it is like a treasure boy. As long as the plan is good, the selection space with a mortality rate of up to 60% is almost no threat to himself. There is no doubt that he is the most special existence, and perhaps he can become a real strong man through the selection space. Ding-ling-ling. The bell for the end of get out of class rang, interrupting Tenyu's thoughts. Wei. But another voice suddenly sounded in Tenyu's mind. Ding! The strongest selection system has been installed. Whenever the host faces a choice, he can get rewards according to different choices. Tenyu suddenly opened his eyes and asked about the system function, but the system did not respond. Fortunately, the system function is simple, and Tenyu studied it thoroughly in less than a minute. The system has only one function, that is, when you face a choice, the options will pop up according to the choice, and you can get rewards after completing it. If you fail to complete it, there will be a big penalty, so you must be cautious. But the weirdest thing is that Tenyu did not find where to get the reward from this system, as if there is no such channel. Well, this system, how to say it? I don't know if it's easy to use, but it's better than nothing. Tenyu closed the system panel at the fastest speed and left the school without looking back. Walking out of the campus, you can see all kinds of GGs at a glance. Raptor Technology Company recruits scientific researchers, with a monthly salary of 200,000 yuan and above. Requirements: comprehensive strength reaches bronze level, focusing on technology measurement. Big Shot Security Company recruits security guards, with a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan and above. Requirements: comprehensive strength reaches black iron level, no emphasis requirements. Longtang Club recruits fighting coaches, with a monthly salary of 500,000 yuan and above. Requirements: comprehensive strength reaches silver level, focusing on physical strengthening. Even the country is recruiting people and giving special treatment according to their strength. The selection space is really a national participation. Looking at these recruiting GGs, Tenyu suddenly smiled. It won't be long before he will get everything he wants. Chapter 2. After returning home, there was no one at home. This body originally had a happy family. When he was 16 years old, his parents were summoned and could not come back. In the days that followed, he endured 2 years alone, and finally couldn't hold on and helped Tenyu. He casually made himself a bowl of noodles, and after eating, he couldn't wait to enter the selected space. The selected space is open all day, and you can enter and exit at any time. The method to enter the selected space is very simple. From the moment the selected space appeared, a circular chaos pattern appeared on the inner test of the right wrist of all human beings in the world. And this chaos pattern is the door to enter the selected space. Just press this chaos pattern and silently say enter the selected space in your heart, and you can enter it. Tenyu pressed the chaos pattern and silently said enter in his heart. A red light flashed, and his figure disappeared in the room. When Tenyu regained his sight again, he found himself in a square. The square was very large, and there was no end in sight. At this moment, there were many people coming and going in the square, and people were constantly being teleported in and out by the red light. The surroundings were filled with hawking and shouting, and it looked very lively. At the same time, a high-tech holographic projection attribute panel appeared in front of Tenyu. Name: Tenyu. Summoning number: 1008611. Strength: 7. Speed: 8. Constitution: 7. Spirit: 11. Allocable attribute points: 0. Skills: driving, skilled, acting, entry level, cooking, skilled. Special skills: none. Fighting skills: none. Points: 0. Strength rating: mortal, not yet summoned. After reading his attribute panel, Tenyu was completely confused, especially the words not yet summoned, which were particularly eye-catching. After seeing these words, Tenyu finally knew how the original owner died. The original owner entered the summoning space after reaching the age and created a character. Because of his parents' experience, he did not dare to be summoned, and he was unwilling to give up, and finally died of exhaustion. The four-dimensional attributes of normal people are all around 10 points, but the original owner is so much worse. It is normal for a weak body to die of anxiety. Including the name Tenyu and his current outfit, all are inherited from the original owner. In order to hide his identity, the original owner chose a wide black robe and a gilded wing mask on his face, which looked pretty good. Tenyu quite agrees with the original owner's choice of this image. The summoning space is not a peaceful place where everyone is happy. Everyone is a competitor. Sometimes when summoned by two hostile people in the same world, the summoners will fight to the death, and offending people is even more common. Hiding your identity is beneficial to your own safety. What really makes him dissatisfied is that the original owner doesn't even have a decent skill. Driving, acting, cooking, which one is useful for being summoned? Do you expect others to summon you to cook? Even if you really encounter such a weirdo, the cooking skills at the skilled level are not enough. In memory, my parents told the original owner that the skill level is divided into 5 levels: entry, skilled, proficient, master and grandmaster. The first time you summon the space, you will scan and enter it, and then you can only improve it through the summoning space. But after knowing the inside story, this useless person did not take the initiative to practice. He had to get it in the summoning space. These can be forgiven. After all, it is not easy for a teenager to survive alone, and the requirements cannot be too high. What does this name mean? Afraid of not dying fast enough? Tenyu, who was angry, flipped through the memories of the original owner and found out the answer. Because every time a high evaluation is obtained in the summoning space, it will be broadcasted by everyone, and the original owner hopes that his parents can hear it. Such a reason made Tenyu speechless, but he was not too disappointed. At most, it would increase the difficulty a little, which is nothing. Moreover, being summoned in the secular area are all worlds without life danger. If you fail, it is just a deduction of attributes. Of course, the rewards obtained after passing are also pitiful. And in the summoning space, each person has only one chance to be summoned per month. These restrictions directly show that it is impossible to become a strong person in the secular area. What can really make people become strong quickly is the sky platform in the extraordinary area. No one knows how many floors there are on the sky terrace, because among the information released, humans have only reached the 51st floor at most. Each step of the sky terrace represents a summoning world of varying difficulty. Not only are there dangers at every step, but after the mission fails, you will be wiped out by the selected space. And if you die in the selected world, you will also die in reality. So even if the rewards are extremely rich, not many people are willing to go to the sky terrace. Tenyu turned his head and looked at the extraordinary area. In the center of the extraordinary area, there was a white jade staircase. One end was flat on the ground, and the other end was so high that it was not clear. No matter what means humans used, no one had seen what was on the stairs, nor did they know how high the stairs were. But there was a rumor that everyone knew, that is, as long as you climbed to the top of the sky terrace, you could enter the legendary South Gate of Heaven. This rumor was widely recognized, because those who came back alive from the sky terrace would become stronger. After a moment, Tenyu retracted his gaze. Although he couldn't wait to go to the sky terrace to try his luck, people who had not experienced the mundane area could not enter the extraordinary area. Besides, he had just arrived, so even if he knew the plot, he had to be more cautious, otherwise it would not be worth dying in the extraordinary area. When he came to the selection platform, Tenyu found that there were many people here, and everyone was very quiet. After boarding the selection platform, he was ready. After 2 minutes, he would receive multiple high-difficulty random summoning options. And the selectors could choose their favorite options from these summoning options. Tenyu already knew the process, and found a place to stand quietly for 2 minutes, and a virtual projection screen appeared in front of him. Many names familiar to Tenyu appeared on the screen: Wang Duyu summoning in The Richest Tomato, Zhang Xiaoxian summoning in Love Apartment, Charlotte's summoning in Charlotte's Troubles, and Tang Ren's summoning in Detective Chinatown. When Tenyu saw these names, his eyes flashed. According to Tianyu's guess, Wang Duyu's summoning in The Richest Tomato was either to help him complete the task of spending 1 billion yuan, or to complete the big task of his second grandfather's test. The others should be similar, basically they are about solving the difficulties when encountering difficulties in the plot. This is too simple for Tianyu, who knows the plot. Among them, the one that makes Tianyu most excited is the summoning of Tang Ren in Detective Chinatown. Compared with other summoning, this is the most difficult. After all, there will be a little danger, and the reward should be higher. Most of the other summonings are trivial matters, and the rewards are very low. So Tianyu directly chose Detective Chinatown. Hello, Tianyu, are you sure you choose to respond to the summoning of Tang Ren in Detective Chinatown? Yes. As soon as the words fell, the summoning platform under Tianyu's feet dissipated like water splashes, and in a blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery completely changed. This is a cramped white room with only a life-size mirror in it, and nothing else. Just as Tianyu was observing the room, the reminder of the summoning space sounded in his ears. Dear Summoner, please note that you have 5 minutes to prepare. The transmission will start in 5 minutes. Prepare? I have nothing. What can I prepare? Tianyu pinched his chin, feeling helpless. Only those who have experienced the summoning space many times and received rewards have good things. Newcomers like me have nothing at all. 5 minutes later, the summoning space prompt sounded in the room. Begin the transmission countdown, 10, 9, 8, 73, 2, 1. The countdown ends. Crash. The white room in front of him suddenly disappeared, and Tenyu was wrapped in a ball of red light and teleported out of the preparation room. Chapter 3. The transmission process was very simple. In less than a breath, the sound of Diddy began to ring in Tenyu's ears, which was the sound of a car horn. Immediately afterwards, Tenyu smelled the familiar air, and his vision slowly began to recover. A modern city appeared in his field of vision. The roads are busy with traffic and people coming and going. There are tall buildings all around. Obviously, this is a bustling, modern city. Selector Tenyu, please note that you have responded to Tang Ren's call and the mission has been released. Main mission, clearing the grievances of Tang Ren, 0/1. Mission time, 7 days. Note, the shorter the time, the higher the task completion and the higher the settlement level. You will be forced to exit this world after 7 days. At the same time, the system was not willing to be lonely and also popped up options. Choose one, receive the selection space mission, and successfully complete it, you will be rewarded with 5,000 selection points. Option 2, beat him to death if he fails to complete the mission in the selection space, and he will be rewarded with 10 free attribute points. Option 3, complete the mission in the selection space without exposing the person behind the scenes, and you will be rewarded with 2,500 selection points plus 5 free attribute points. Tenyu was not surprised when he heard the system's mission prompt. He had already guessed it before being summoned. But the system tasks are a bit interesting. Publish the mission yourself, and let the recruiting space collect the rewards. It's a complete free-for-all. And judging from this, there is a difference between reluctantly helping Tang Ren clear his grievances and completely finding out the evaluation. In that case, I choose 3. If he doesn't help that little girl, Tenyu will feel uneasy. After carefully looking at the surrounding environment, I found myself outside a bar. Standing at the door were 2 strong, burly security guards with serious faces. At the same time, a tall and beautiful woman was walking anxiously towards the bar. Tenyu couldn't help but be startled. Isn't this beauty exactly A Xiang from Detective Chinatown? Just like what we saw in the movie, Axiong is beautiful and beautiful. Many people on the roadside are attracted to her and look at her frequently. In the movie, Xiang only enters the bar once. Tenyu's eyes lit up and he listened carefully to the faint singing coming from the bar. Then he curled his lips and walked straight towards Axiong. He directly blocked Axiong's path. Hello, me. I'm very busy. Axiong rejected Tenyu and wanted to walk past Tenyu quickly. There were too many people chatting up her on the street, and she was very annoyed, especially at this critical moment. But Tenyu took another step to the side, stopped in front of her again, and smiled slightly. If you want to save Tang Ren and Qin Feng, I think it would be better if you take me with you. I can help you save him. Axiong's face changed slightly and she stared at Tenyu. Who are you? How do you know what I am going to do? My name is Tenyu, and I'm a detective. To be precise, Tang Ren asked me to help, but I can't get in. Tenyu pointed to the 2 security guards at the door of the bar. How can I trust you? What if you are Tang Ren's enemy and want to kill Tang Ren? Axiong was very cautious. Tenyu smiled at Axiong and said word by word, maybe you should believe me more. After all, no one would tell lies that are so easy to expose, right? Hearing this, Axiong couldn't help but fold her hands on her chest, and looked at Tenyu up and down several times with her beautiful eyes. Okay, I'll take you with me, but you'd better make sure what you say is true. Mr. Yan is a big shot here who wants to give face to both black and white, so naturally I won't lie. Tenyu immediately got out of the way and tilted his head in a please gesture. Axiong raised her feet and moved forward. The 2 security guards standing at the door of the bar saw Axiong and did not stop her. But just as they were about to reach out and stop Tenyu, Axiong said, he is my friend. The 2 security guards immediately retreated, and Fang Tenyu also passed by. As soon as he walked into the bar, Tenyu saw Tang Ren dancing with Mr. Yan on the stage in front of the bar. At this moment, Tang Ren panicked and confessed the information he knew. The people who stole the gold were the dead Songpa, Huang Langdon's assistant Tony, a northerner, a Yu countryman, and a man named King Kong. Mr. Yan took the microphone and looked at Tang Ren condescendingly. How do I know what you say is true? Tang Ren quickly reached out and pointed at Qin Feng in the audience. He can prove it. Qin Feng also nodded quickly. I can prove it. Mr. Yan's dance movements immediately froze. He slowly brought the microphone to his mouth, his eyes gradually becoming colder. Are you kidding me? Seeing this scene, Axiong quickly stepped forward and wanted to say that she could prove it. But just as the words came to her lips, Tenyu spoke first and stole her line. I can also prove it. Immediately, Mr. Yan and his fierce subordinates all turned their attention. Who are you? Mr. Yan asked slowly, his eyes getting darker and darker. When Tang Ren saw Tenyu, he jumped up in surprise and ran over to hug Tenyu's shoulders. This is my brother, who came specially to help me solve the case. Tenyu secretly thought that he was lucky. Fortunately, Tang Ren knew that he had summoned him. Otherwise, if Axiong found out that he had lied to her, he would have been fed to the crocodiles by Mr. Yan. Tenyu nodded and took over the conversation unceremoniously. Mr. Yan, after my investigation, I found that the real gold thieves are the 5 people Tang Ren mentioned. You're joking too, aren't you? Mr. Yan's face was still gloomy, and he obviously didn't believe what Tenyu said. Xiang was anxious and was about to say that she could prove it. But at this moment, Tenyu interrupted again and said, it's normal for Mr. Yan not to believe me. You always need evidence when doing things. I wonder if Mr. Yan wants to see it. In an instant, Tenyu felt as if he was stared at by a beast, and his life and death depended on the beast's thought. This beast was naturally Mr. Yan. After a long time, Mr. Yan picked up the microphone and said in his weird voice, then I will give you a chance, I hope you won't let me down. Papa. Tenyu applauded, since Mr. Yan believes in me, I will give you a reward. The gold is in the Buddha statue of Songpa Gongfang, and Mr. Yan can send someone to get it at any time. But before that, I hope Mr. Yan will send someone to invite Tony, Huang Landang's assistant. Okay, if you can't get the gold, you 3 will feed the crocodiles together. Mr. Yan said while holding the microphone and looking at the song request table without raising his head. Soon, 2 groups of people under Mr. Yan set out at the same time, going to Songpa workshop and the police station respectively. Tenyu sat down leisurely and ate the food on the table without hesitation. He only had a pack of instant noodles for dinner and was a little hungry. Tang Ren didn't have such a good mentality, and he came over with clumsy hands and feet. Brother, are you sure? Don't worry, I'm here to clear your grievances. Tenyu waved at him. How do you know where the gold is? Qin Feng looked at Tenyu with some doubts. He had been to Songpa workshop and didn't see any problem with the Buddha statue. Thinking that the evaluation was related to Tang Ren, Tenyu put down the food in his hand and explained. There is only one truth. When I went to Songpa workshop, I saw that the Buddha statue had a small piece missing from the corner of the left eye, and there was gold inside. Do you understand? Qin Feng's memory is very strong. What he sees is like a camera shot, and he can remember it without omission. After hearing Tenyu's explanation, Qin Feng closed his eyes and began to recall. I know. Your observation is amazing. At that time, I also saw it, but I failed to capture the key information. You are simply a natural detective, better than me. Qin Feng sighed from the bottom of his heart. Mr. Yan's brothers all looked at Tenyu with strange eyes. This is our territory. You are just prisoners. Are you so casual? On the contrary, Mr. Yan's eyes were full of admiration. This young man is calm, and confident. He is a man who can do great things. Even though his subordinates have not sent back the news, Mr. Yan has believed what Tenyu said. Later, Mr. Yan received 2 calls in succession. He put down his phone and looked at Tenyu with admiration. The gold was found, but Tony ran away. Do you want me to catch him back? Chapter 4. No need, since Mr. Yan's matter is over, let's leave first. Tenyu waved his hand without looking back, and left the bar with Tang Ren, Ace Yang, and Qin Feng. At this point, it has been proved that Tang Ren did not touch the gold. The police department will handle the rest, and he has completed the first step. Wow, I don't have to feed the crocodiles? Tenyu, you are so awesome. You are worthy of being the person I found with all my savings. After leaving the bar, Tang Ren jumped up and hugged Tenyu's arm. He thought to himself, this is a thigh thicker than Lao Qin, it must be kept. If it weren't for the problem of not being able to reveal the selection space, Tenyu suspected that he would say it directly. But what Tenyu didn't expect was that the selection space was actually obtained in this way. But why does he need money for a selection space? Don't be happy too early. Although the gold case has been solved, you are still a murderer. Tenyu took a picture of Tang Ren and glanced at the three people. Find a hotel to stay today, you pay. By the way, call the police department. Tenyu said this confidently, touching his empty trouser pockets. By the way, this summoning space is too stingy, isn't it? Don't they even give you some money? Didn't Tang Ren pay all his savings to issue the mission? You just took it all for yourself? Why? I'm the landlady, I have plenty of houses to live in. Xiang looked at Tenyu in confusion and vigilance. Even the house that Tang Ren rented was hers, but he asked her to live in a hotel, and with 3 men? Everyone in the world knows that Tang Ren loves you the most, so where will Tony go after he escapes? Tenyu pointed at Xiang and went to the hotel not far away. Xiang and Tang Ren looked at each other, completely unaware of what Tenyu was saying. Instead, Qin Feng clapped his hands after thinking for a few seconds. I understand. And quickly followed Tenyu. As expected, he is a professional. His advanced thinking is totally beyond his reach. He has decided to ask Tenyu for advice tonight. His thinking mode is much more advanced than his. What do you understand? Tang Ren and Xiang asked in unison. Tenyu was too lazy to pay attention to them. Qin Feng could only explain, Tony will definitely look for you for the gold, and you love Xiang the most. He will go to Xiang's house to kidnap Xiang. Ah! I understand. Now call Sir Kun and give him a big gift. Tang Ren showed his big gold teeth and smiled as he got through Kuntai's phone. Hello? Sir Kun, it's me, Tang Ren. I'm giving you a big gift. The next morning, Tang Ren walked in with a bag of fried dough sticks in his right hand and one in his mouth. Brother Tenyu, Sir Kun has caught Tony. He really went to Xiang's house. Fortunately, you saw through Tony's idea, otherwise Xiang would be in danger. Tang Ren patted his chest with relief, and glanced at Xiang furtively. Xiang was even more frightened, and she looked at Tenyu gratefully, thank you, thank you. It's nothing, just a little effort. He took out a fried dough stick and started eating. Today we will go to Songpa workshop to find evidence. If the plan goes well, we will find the murderer. Let Kuntai follow us and bring people in 10 minutes after we go in. You. Okay, don't say anything. Tenyu covered his forehead helplessly as he looked at the stuttering Qin Feng. It's really helpless that he is a little stutterer, but he still has such a strong desire for knowledge, but who makes these people his assistants, and it is necessary to answer them. You have been to Songpa workshop, you should have found footprints under the bed and a camera without an SD card? And information about the deceased Songpa? Tenyu rolled his eyes at Tang Ren who nodded repeatedly. Of course I know you have seen it, so you don't have to flatter me. 3 months before Songpa died, he always went to the Lucky Cafe far away and took secret photos with a camera. And the only person in that area who can be connected with Songpa is a little girl named Sinyo. Sinyo and Songpa's son who disappeared a year ago are classmates and have a good relationship. But after Dan disappeared, Sinyo acted as if she was not familiar with Dan at all. At this point, Tenyu paused for a moment to give the 3 people some time to think. So Songpa thought Sinyo killed Dan and has been following and secretly photographing Sinyo. Tang Ren suddenly clapped his hands, his face flushed with excitement. You thought of it so quickly, you are worthy of being the #1 detective in Chinatown. Hehe, that's natural. But you are a little worse than brother Tenyu. Tang Ren pinched his little finger to indicate that it was really a little bit. Qin Feng and Xiang looked at the 2 people in front of them who were bragging about business, and their eyes rolled up. But Qin Feng was extremely shocked. Xiang and Tang Ren didn't understand, but how could he, who had super high criminal investigation ability, not understand? He knew all the clues, but couldn't infer the relationship between the 2, but in front of Tenyu, it was as simple as eating and drinking water. At this moment, Qin Feng looked at Tenyu with no longer the previous attention, but with a touch of admiration. Tenyu didn't notice this, and seeing that they understood, he continued to explain. Songpa followed Sinyo for 3 months, and then died suddenly, and the SD card full of Sinyo's photos was taken away. All this points to one person. Ah, I know, the murderer is Sinyo. Let's go to Sir Kun to report it, so that I am not a murderer. After taking out the phone, Tang Ren felt refreshed and felt that the air was filled with the scent of milk chocolate. Pop! Ace Yang, what are you doing? I want to report Sinyo for murder and clear my grievances. Tang Ren looked at the broken phone in confusion and excitement, feeling very aggrieved. However, he was greeted by the eyes of the three people looking at him as a fool. Little Tang, Sinyo is only 13 years old, and she can't kill Songpa, an adult man. In order to prevent his uncle from continuing to embarrass himself, Qin Feng blushed and explained to him. So, there is only one person who can kill Songpa and has a motive for murder, and that is Sinyo's adoptive father. Although Qin Feng looked calm, his heart was in turmoil and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Just sitting here and talking, the case has been solved almost completely. What's the point of his efforts for so many days? It's a pity that he still calls himself a genius in criminal investigation. There is a huge gap between him and Tenyu in front of him. He even thought of the subsequent investigation method. They went to Songpa workshop to find evidence. Sinyo's adoptive father is very likely to come out to attack them, so that they can catch the criminal red-handed. If the other party did not show up, I believe Tenyu also has conclusive evidence. If it is him, he should be able to complete the perfect crime, right? Suddenly, Qin Feng thought of his dream. Then he looked at Tenyu with a fiery look, like a hungry wolf encountering a fragrant honey barbecue. Xiang on the side also listened with relish, and even couldn't help thinking, if I also like detectives, maybe I will fall in love with him hopelessly. Such a man who has everything under my control is simply too charming. It seems that nothing can stop him, and he has saved himself once. Tang Ren was like seeing God, wishing he could hold Tianyu's legs tightly. This is a savior, this is a great savior, this summoning is really worth it. Hey! Tianyu shuddered at the fiery gazes of the three people. He is not good at male homosexuality. Xiang can watch it, but you two men. No, Xiang can't watch it either. The original owner died suddenly because of his anxiety. If he really had something with Xiang, the strong physical labor and the tense and exciting psychological fluctuations would very likely make him die on a woman's belly. At least before his physical fitness exceeded 10 points in all aspects, Tianyu would never consider this aspect. What death under the peony flower, being a ghost is also romantic is nonsense. Being a ghost and being romantic is bullshit. In order to prevent this from happening, Tianyu hurriedly changed the subject. Since everything is clear, let's set off immediately and go to Songpa workshop. Chapter 5. Qin Feng. Qin Feng. You have finally come out. I have had such a hard time waiting for you. As soon as the group of people left the hotel door, a fat man with a snot in his nose and a black coat rushed over and grabbed Qin Feng's hand as if he had grabbed the whole world. It's just that the way he has a lot of snot and tears now is really chilling. Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? Let go! Tang Ren pushed the fat man in the coat away and stared at him warily. Tianyu moved 2 steps without leaving a trace and stood at the very back. Now he is simply a fragile glass man who may be broken at any time, so it is better to hide. I am the helper called by Qin Feng. I finally found your location, but I have no money, so I can only wait for you at the door of the hotel. I have been waiting all night. Hachu. While the fat man was talking, he sneezed one after another. It seemed that the weather was not very good last night. Tianyu instantly understood that this person was summoned by Qin Feng, the same selector as himself. But looking at it like this, it's really a bit miserable. But it has nothing to do with you, just watch the show quietly. Tang Ren and Qin Feng looked at each other, with expressions that were difficult to explain in their eyes. It's like meeting a relative when wandering among flowers at night. I didn't expect you to be such a person X2. So you also summoned people to help times 2. If you don't tell me, if I don't tell you, no one will know. In just 1 second, Tang Ren and Qin Feng quickly made eye contact and carefully looked at the fat man in front of them. This figure is far worse than Tianyu. This face is not as handsome as Tianyu. The temperament is even more incomparable. The most important thing is that Tianyu has already helped us catch the real murderer. What are you doing here? Tang Ren and Qin Feng exchanged words with each other and quickly decided his fate. Come on, have you seen it? The second floor of the building on the right, the third room from left to right, is where Qin Feng lives. Go clean and cook. Now that the summons had come, he couldn't get rid of it before the mission was over, so Tang Ren had the idea of using the waste. After taking a few glances, Qin Feng was sure that this person was completely incomparable to Tenyu and had completely lost interest in him. After Qin Feng abandoned his summoner, the four of them left decisively, leaving only the fat man standing shivering on the roadside. Who am I? Where am I? What do I do? Why did my summoner abandon me? Seeing how miserable he was, the fat on his face was trembling a little. Tenyu, who was far away, mourned for him for 3 seconds. Brother, I hope your next world will be without me, amen. Soon, Tenyu and his party arrived at Songpa workshop, followed by the police led by Kuntai in the distance. Go in and search separately, be careful not to be attacked. Tenyu warned, walking into Songpa's studio with a clear purpose. According to memory, there is a Bluetooth speaker here, and that is the most critical evidence. If Sinyo's adoptive father hadn't come, this Bluetooth speaker would be the only ironclad evidence. Others also walked around for a few times and gathered next to Tenyu. They still had many questions they didn't understand. Although Songpa workshop is called a workshop, it is actually not big, with only 5 or 6 rooms, so the exploration was quick. Tenyu, although the suspect has been identified, I can't figure out his murder method. Qin Feng followed the principle of asking if he didn't understand anything and stared at the thick legs in front of him. Didn't you notice a detail? The surveillance video only lasts 7 days. Surveillance videos older than 7 days will be automatically overwritten. The murderer entered the Songpa workshop 7 days before the incident. Tenyu laughed. Impossible, the workshop is only so big, how could the murderer hide here for 7 days without being discovered by Songpa? Halfway through his words, Qin Feng found that he couldn't continue. His mind immediately recalled the strange footprints he saw under Songpa's son's bed when he and Tang Ren were hiding in Songpa's son's room to avoid the real gold-stealing murderer. Songpa's son disappeared, so he wanted to keep his son's room as it was, so he rarely entered his son's room. Naturally, there was a person under the bed in his son's room who wanted to kill him, so he couldn't find it. Tenyu smiled lightly and looked at Qin Feng. I believe you have also thought of the evidence, which is the footprint under the bed. Then how did the murderer leave? Qin Feng's breathing was rapid and his mood was extremely unstable. Tenyu smiled and pointed at Tang Ren. Didn't he leave that day with a box containing a Buddha statue? Tang Ren thought it was a Buddha statue, and the police thought it was gold. But in fact, the box contained the murderer. Impossible. The murderer can't be hiding in the box, because when I left, Songpa was still alive and still working. Tang Ren exclaimed and quickly argued. Did you see him working with your own eyes, or did you just hear the sound of him working? Tenyu asked. Tang Ren was stunned and then said, of course I saw it with my own eyes. I clearly saw him sitting there working, and I must have heard his voice. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed at a curtain. Tenyu smiled, walked to the workbench behind the curtain, sat down, took out a candle and lit it. Suddenly, his shadow was directly reflected on the curtain. Is this what you saw at that time? If not, should I wear a wig? Tenyu's voice came. Tang Ren snorted, yes, is there a problem? Yes, Songpa is actually dead at this time. His body is placed here. It looks like he is working, but in fact it is just a corpse. As for the sound of working, it is the sound made by it. Tenyu came out with a Bluetooth speaker. That's not right. Songpa obviously opened the door for me. A dead person can't stand and open the door for me, then go back and sit down. Tang Ren still didn't believe it. Tenyu smiled and closed the door of Songpa's studio, and the studio suddenly became dark. Snapped. Tenyu turned on another strong light in Songpa's workshop, stood under the light, looked at Tang Ren, and said, did he stand here with me that day and you stand opposite me? This is how the two of you completed the conversation. Tang Ren walked over and nodded immediately, it seems true. Then can you see my face clearly? Tenyu asked. Tang Ren gritted his teeth, how can you see such a strong light? I'm not Superman. Tenyu walked aside, and everyone realized that Tenyu actually wore a mask on his face. This is enough to prove that Tang Ren can't see Songpa's face clearly. After opening the door of the workshop and letting the sunlight shine in again, Tenyu said slowly, so, the situation that night should be like this. The murderer who hid in Songpa's workshop for more than 7 days first killed Songpa with the demon-conquering pestle in the hand of the Buddha statue, sat the body on the workbench, and then called Tang Ren and asked him to deliver a bag containing the Buddha statue. Box. Then Tang Ren went to the workshop, and the murderer, wearing Songpa's clothes, opened the door for him and completed the payment, filling out forms and other procedures in the dim light without saying a word. Note that the murderer asked Tang Ren to sit down when he was paying Tang Ren, but there was a magic pestle on the stool. Tang Ren took away the magic pestle and left his fingerprints on the murder weapon. Then while Tang Ren was counting money and filling out bills, the murderer lit the candle behind the workbench, got into the box that had been prepared, turned on his cell phone, connected to the speaker in the workbench, and played the sound of work. After Tang Ren counted the money, he saw the blurry shadow of Songpa reflected by the candlelight, and heard the sound of work, so he didn't disturb Songpa too much. He picked up the box he thought contained the Buddha statue and left, placing it at the designated place. Then the murderer came out of the locked box, drove a scrapped white van at the designated location, and disappeared completely. In this way, a perfect murder crime was completed. In the police's view, the murderer never appeared from the beginning to the end. The suspicion was all on Tang Ren, the only person who had ever been in and out of the workshop. It can be said that it is seamless. After saying that, Tenyu looked at everyone present. Chapter 6. Xiang's beautiful eyes widened, and she was obviously scared that the murderer had been hiding in Songpa's house for 7 days, but Songpa was still unaware and was killed in the end. There are too many places in her house where people can hide. Tang Ren was stunned. He didn't expect that the person who received him that day was the murderer, and he didn't expect that the murderer was sent out of the crime scene by him personally. Only Qin Feng was excited and his face was flushed. He stared at Tenyu with admiration. It's connected. Everything is connected. Songpa suspected that Sinyo had killed his son Dan, and had been following Sinyo. He was found and killed by Sinyo's adoptive father, and the blame was put on Xiao Tang. This is 2 independent cases from the gold case, but Songpa exists in both, so they are mixed together. After speaking, Qin Feng looked at Tenyu cautiously like a child who was looking for a performance. He would not be like this in front of other people, but the man in front of him is his latest idol. Yes, except for a little flaw, everything else is correct. Tenyu was not stingy with his praise. However, he did not tell the story, at least not before the case was over. It was a little sympathy for the girl, and she didn't kill anyone. Tenyu, be careful. Tenyu heard the whistling sound behind him amid Xiang's sharp, anxious, and terrified shouts. Tenyu didn't even think about it, and rolled on the ground to avoid the whistling sound behind his head. Bang! When he got up and hid behind, Tang Ren and Qin Feng had already rushed up, and the 2 of them fought with the masked gangster. Looking at the workbench that had been split in 2 by the axe, Tenyu still couldn't help but feel scared. If this axe fell on his head, he might be lying on the ground instead of the workbench. The mundane area is all low-risk summons, so how dangerous is the extraordinary area? But now is not the time to think about these things. The most urgent task is to catch this gangster. He used Tang Ren and Qin Fengqi to go to Sinyo's house, alarming Sinyo's adoptive father, and then came to Songpa Gong's investigation in a very high-profile manner, just to lure the snake out of the hole. After spending so much effort, he couldn't let this snake slip away again, otherwise he would have to investigate bit by bit, and Tenyu didn't want to waste that time. Seeing that the bandit was isolated and ready to slip away, Tenyu suddenly shouted to the outside of the door, "Kuntai, if you don't come in, the position of deputy director will slip away. Come on, catch him quickly. If you let this man run away, you can't do it." A burst of dense footsteps sounded, and dozens of plainclothes police officers rushed in. As soon as they pulled out the pistols from their waists, the bandit immediately surrendered. Looking at the pistol that made the bandit dare not move rashly, Tenyu envied it in his heart. If he had this thing, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed just now. Unfortunately, the things in these worlds cannot be brought back to the real world, and he can only use points to buy them in the selection space. However, in the secular area, it seems that there is no such lethal item for trading. If you want something lethal, you can only enter the extraordinary area and trade with the people there. Who said that there are no weapons in the rewards of the secular area? At this time, Kuntai had already pulled off the black hood of the bandit, revealing the face of Sinyo's adoptive father. It turns out to be Li. It was Li who scattered Songpa. After hearing Kuntai's words, Sinyo's adoptive father remained calm. "I don't know what Songpa is, I just attacked him because I had a grudge against that person." Others turned to look at Tenyu, they were also waiting for evidence. Although the other party has been caught now, it is still impossible to make a verdict if the other party refuses to admit it. Evidence is needed to solve the case. Tenyu smiled and took out the Bluetooth speaker that he had been holding in his hand just now. This is the evidence. At that time, the murderer used a mobile phone to connect to the speaker to play the sound of Songpa working. This kind of speaker has a memory function. Turn on your phone and see if it can automatically connect. In an instant, the temperature in the room dropped suddenly, and the air seemed to solidify. Haha, what else can Li say? The murderer is Li. Take him away. Kuntai waved his hand and led the team away with a triumphant step. And promised to cancel the wanted notice for Tang Ren and Qin Feng, and give them a good citizen reward by the way. And Tianyu's selection space and selection system also sounded a reminder. Selection 3 has been completed, and the reward will be given after the host returns to the selection space. This is the voice of the system. The selected summoner has completed the main task. Do you want to return immediately? If you don't return, you can stay for up to 1 day. This is the reminder of the selection space. Not returning for the time being. Tianyu gave the answer without thinking, but he knew that there was another hidden task that must be completed. After letting Osyang return alone, Tianyu took Tang Ren and Qin Feng to Sinyo's house to complete the hidden mission. The main task is to clear Tang Ren's grievances, and the hidden mission probably needs to be known to them. Tang Ren is his own summoner, and he has never seen anyone do it by himself. When he came downstairs of Sinyo's house, Tianyu carefully observed the windows of Sinyo's house. As expected, he saw a small head flash by. Tianyu smiled with the corner of his mouth slightly pulled to the right. Then he immediately accelerated and rushed upstairs. For his own purposes, Sinyo deliberately left the door open and allowed Tianyu to break in smoothly. Tang Ren and Qin Feng, who were following behind, were startled and looked at Tianyu in confusion, wanting to ask what he was doing. However, Tianyu had no time to pay attention to the two of them. He quickly stepped forward, put out the diary that was set on fire by Sinyo, and then picked it up. This series of changes prevented Sinyo from reacting. When she did, the diary had fallen into Tianyu's hands, and her face turned pale. Don't worry, I didn't take the notebook to find evidence. I wanted to restore the truth of the matter. This notebook will never be taken out of this room today. Seeing that the little girl was so frightened that she was shaking, Tianyu comforted her with words. Then he threw the notebook to Qin Feng and Tang Ren. There is no need to read things again that you already know. Tianyu didn't dislike Sinyo, but admired it very much. Because this 13-year-old girl knows how to save herself. And it wasn't her who killed him, although she planned it. After a long time, Tang Ren and Qin Feng finished reading the diary. They both hesitated and didn't know what to say. In that diary, the entire process of her adoptive father's murder was recorded in detail. In other words, her adoptive father committed the murder based on the diary she wrote. The entire secret room murder case was completely planned by the little girl in front of me. The motive for the murder was that Sinyo wrote in his diary that he was forcibly insulted by Songpa. In order to prevent the two of them from thinking wildly, Tianyu told them the perverted plot of Sinyo's adoptive father falling in love with Sinyo, and the truth that Dan's father was gay and also had evil intentions towards his son Dan. These two children were only 13 or 14 years old, and the reason why they did this was just to protect themselves. As Tianyu told the truth of the matter bit by bit, Tang Ren and Qin Feng calmed down again. Instead, Sinyo looked at Tianyu as if he was looking at a ghost. She was sure that no one else knew about these things, and many of them were not recorded in the diary. Why did the man in front of her know everything? After Tianyu finished speaking, the selection space also made a certification. Congratulations to the selector Tianyu for completing the hidden mission. Tianyu had expected this, but he still smiled knowingly. At this point, all tasks in this world have been completed, and Tianyu can leave at any time. Before leaving, he had a meal with Tang Ren, Qin Feng, and Axiong. During this period, Qin Feng wanted to become a disciple many times, but was rejected by Tianyu. Ding! The selector Tianyu has completed all tasks. All the two selectors, including Tianyu, heard this prompt. The fat man who was still cleaning Tang Ren's room changed his face and became very ugly. Everyone is a competitor. Since Tianyu completed all the tasks first, it means that all his tasks have failed. Chapter 7. The next moment, another prompt sounded. Congratulations to the summoner Tianyu for his outstanding performance in the summoning world Detective Chinatown. He helped Tang Ren clear his grievances and complete the hidden mission in 17 hours and 18 minutes, and received a perfect evaluation, SSS. Super God. The first prompt sounded in the world of Detective Chinatown, while the second prompt sound sounded in the entire summoning space. All of a sudden, all the summoners in the square of the summoning space stood there in shock. Super God Evaluation, SSS. This is the first time such a high evaluation has appeared since the appearance of the summoning space. Even if you look through the records, the highest record in the past is only S, which was created by the strongest person in the world today. But what is this Tenyu doing? He actually broke the record of the strongest person in the world, and it is far beyond it. Countless summoners who heard the prompt were excited. Fuck, who is this Tenyu? He is so awesome. Awesome, this Tenyu is definitely a god-level figure. Oh my god, SSS rating? A-level rating is as hard as ascending to heaven, and someone actually got SSS level rating. I'm going crazy, this is the first time I heard someone get a super god rating. Tenyu is awesome. The summoning mission of Detective Chinatown? Damn, I also did it once, and I didn't find any clues in 7 days. How did this Tenyu complete the mission in 17 hours? Secret room murder case, gold robbery case, 17 hours to investigate these, is this something a human can do? I beg Tenyu to give me a strategy, I am willing to pay a high price for it. For a while, the entire reincarnation space was boiling, everyone was very surprised, and almost everyone was talking about the word Tenyu. In the secular area where Tenyu was before, a masked man in black was also shocked after hearing the announcement, and then hurriedly exited the summoning space. As early as when Tenyu entered the summoning space, he had already followed Tenyu and watched him start the summoning with his own eyes. But even so, he couldn't help but be shocked when he knew that Tenyu had received the SSS evaluation. In the world of Detective Chinatown, Tenyu didn't know that his reputation had resounded throughout this summoning space. He was also very happy that he could get the SSS level Super God evaluation. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that this was also very normal. First, the task required to help Tang Ren clear his grievances within 7 days, but Tenyu only took 17 hours, less than a day. Second, the task required only to clear the grievances, but Tenyu not only completed it perfectly, but also arrested all the criminals, and by the way, saved Osyang from the crisis of serious injury and dying. The lost gold was found and all the key evidence was collected without any omissions. Third, Tenyu also revealed the truth of the matter in front of the two protagonists, Tang Ren and Qin Feng, and learned about Xinyo, the mastermind behind the scenes, and completed the hidden task. In this way, the matter of Detective Chinatown was completely cracked under Tenyu's control. Under these factors, Tenyu was awarded the SSS level Super God task evaluation. Dear Summoner Tenyu, you completed the task and received the following rewards. 1. Summoning points, 10,000 points. 2. 10 points for Spirit. 3. A summoning cooldown refresh card has been stored in your personal warehouse. Please note that this world will no longer be open to you. Please note that you can stay in this world for 24 hours. After 24 hours, all summoners will be forced to leave. Hearing the prompt sound of the summoning space, Tenyu was a little stunned. That's it? An unprecedented Super God evaluation, with such a small reward? And the most important point, where did the system reward go? When Tenyu was muttering in his heart, the summoning space that had disappeared suddenly spoke again. An error occurred in the reward. The summoning space is being tested. The test is completed. Now the reward summoning points are reissued, 2,000 points, 5 free attribute points. Oh, so this is how the system distributes rewards. This is a bit too much. It's completely free of the summoning space, but I like it. Tenyu was not surprised but happy. He accepted the system's reward with a smile. This kind of reward is what he wants most. If the system's reward is independent of the summoning space, he will be a little unhappy. In his opinion, this is a process of resource integration. For example, a skill is worth 1 million in the system and the summoning space, but each of them rewards 500,000. He still can't buy it. But now in this reward mode, 500,000 plus 500,000 can be purchased immediately, making oneself stronger faster. But even with the system's bonus, Tenyu is still a little disappointed. He doesn't know how huge a fortune 12,000 points of summoning points are. And this is the SSS level evaluation of the summoning in the mortal area. There is no life-threatening danger, so the reward is naturally not as good as the summoning task in the extraordinary area. If you get an SSS level Super God evaluation on the Sky deck, the rewards will be much richer. Hey, SSS level super god mission evaluation, isn't the reward a lot? At some point, the fat man came to Tenyu's side. At this moment, his eyes were red as he looked at Tenyu, and his heart was full of envy and jealousy. SSS level evaluation. That's an SSS level evaluation. Especially when his mission failed, someone in the same world as him actually got an SSS level evaluation. People with weak hearts might faint immediately. Not much. How many super god evaluations in the mortal zone do you think there are? Tenyu said with a chuckle. Humph. The fat man obviously didn't believe it, and said after a snort, do you want to sell the strategy? I can pay a high price. How about 10 million? This is an SSS level super god evaluation. If you get it, you can create strong people in batches. Trade? I don't think the price of 10 million is very appropriate. Tenyu said after thinking about it. He is not a child who knows nothing and will be dazzled by money. There is a saying that one step faster is faster. Detective Chinatown is a summoning copy in the mortal zone, which can be used as the first step to enter the summoning space. In the first step, you are so much ahead of others. If you exchange any skills or your own attributes, you will definitely have a great advantage in entering the extraordinary zone. In this way, the performance in the future will definitely be far beyond that of ordinary people, thus embarking on the road of being a strong man. Hearing Tenyu's words, the fat man suddenly widened his eyes. What do you mean? Tenyu smiled and said, the strategy that can get super god evaluation, I believe I want 20 million, and there are many people scrambling for it. What do you think? You, the fat man wanted to scold Tenyu for being black-hearted, but what Tenyu said was indeed correct, so he could only swallow his words back again. He gritted his teeth and said, okay, 20 million is 20 million, but you are not allowed to sell it to others within a month. The rule of the selection space is that a person can only accept one selection task within a month, regardless of success or failure. The fat man was unlucky. This time he met Tenyu and only got the lowest evaluation. But fortunately, he and Tenyu were on the same side this time, which was considered a win. If he was on the opposite side of Tenyu, I am afraid that this mission would fail. He wanted to enter the task copy again, so he could only wait until a month later. Okay. Tenyu agreed very readily and was in a good mood. With 20 million extra all of a sudden, anyone would be in a good mood. At the same time, Tenyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart, this fat man's family is really rich. Well, I'll wait for you in the summoning space, you come out quickly. After the fat man finished speaking, he silently chanted return in his heart, and the whole person disappeared out of thin air. In fact, even if it is 20 million, Tenyu is selling at a loss. If it is sold to those big forces, even if it is 200 million, there will be people willing to pay, but Tenyu does not have such capital. He is still too weak now, and no one will know if he is killed by those people after the transaction. It just so happens that he is short of money to improve his life, and trading with this fat man is also a good choice, at least it is much safer. If you want to make money, wait until you get a super god evaluation again in the future and then sell it. Anyway, knowing the plot, it is not too difficult to get an SSS level super god evaluation. Chapter 8. Tenyu did not delay too much, silently reciting return in his heart, and immediately returned to the selection space. Suddenly, his figure disappeared into the world of Detective Chinatown. The moment Tenyu disappeared, Tang Ren, Qin Feng, Axiong and others in the distance seemed to have forgotten something and looked around blankly. After the chosen person completes the commission and leaves, these people will immediately lose all information about the chosen person. When they are released on a mission by chance again, they will recall these memories again. When Tenyu regained his sight again, he found that he had returned to the square of the selection space. He looked at the time and found that a whole day had passed since he entered the world of Detective Chinatown. The time ratio between the dungeon world and the selection space was 1:1. The time ratio between the selection space and the real world is also 1:1, so no matter where you are, the flow of time will not change. You have new communication information. Brother Erlang Huhao invites you to make a video call. Please handle it in time. Tenyu was slightly startled by the sudden notification sound in his ears, and then he immediately reacted. Open the video. Soon, a holographic projection simulation video dialog box popped up in front of him. In the recruitment space, all personal privacy is kept confidential and absolutely no one can view it without the permission of the owner. Therefore, whether Tenyu is viewing his personal familiarity panel in the selection space or video chatting with others, the selectors next to him are invisible. In the eyes of others, they could only see him standing there in a daze, talking to himself. At this moment, a naive fat man appeared in the dialogue box, and his smiling appearance made people feel inexplicably friendly. "Brother Tenyu, it's me, Fatty. Regarding the dungeon guide for Detective Chinatown, how do you plan to trade it?" Tenyu took a look at the fat man nicknamed Brother Erlong Huhao. His appearance had completely changed, and he was obviously hiding his identity. In the recruitment space, in order to better protect privacy, the appearance can be adjusted at any time, but the name and gender cannot. "I only conduct cash transactions. However, the amount of cash is too huge and too bulky to carry and trade. So I might as well change it to 20 million gold bars." 20 million banknotes were put together, all of which were of the largest denomination, and could not be contained in a sack. If it were replaced by gold bars, there wouldn't be much left, and a small box would be more than enough. "No problem. But Brother Tenyu, how should I hand over the gold bars to you? This is indeed a problem. If you trade in person, your true identity will be exposed." Seeing Tenyu's silence, the fat man took the initiative and said, "Brother Tenyu, if you believe me, you can tell me your delivery address, and I will send it to you by express. After you receive the gold bars, you can come back to pick me up in the evening. Space, tell me the relevant information about the copy world of Detective Chinatown, how about it?" "Not very good." Tenyu refused without hesitation. "Exposing your shipping address, even using a fake shipping address, is still risky. As long as you are willing to investigate, you can find him by following the clues. Then we can only trade through the call space channel." Fatty said, "But the handling fee for the call space transaction is very expensive, and there is a 30% commission. You have to pay this part of the money." Tenyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He didn't expect that items could be traded in the summoning space. It's just that the handling fee is really astonishingly expensive, it's 30%. 30% of 20 million, that's 6 million. But for safety reasons, no matter how expensive it is, you have to tolerate it. Let's trade in the call space. Each person pays half of the handling fee." Tenyu said. "Fatty, I have a saying about MMP, but I don't know whether to say it or not." "Okay. Trade tomorrow night." As soon as he finished speaking, Fatty hung up the video, obviously feeling very distressed. Even Tenyu could see Fatty's scratchy expression before hanging up the video. Tenyu didn't take it to heart and closed the video interface. Just after closing the communication with Fatty, a new communication prompt came. "You have a new communication message. I am Big Mac invites you to make a video call. Please handle it in time." Tenyu was stunned and chose to accept it. Soon, a muscular man appeared in the video. "Wow, you are Brother Shura." The muscular man shouted exaggeratedly when he saw Tenyu. "Who are you?" Tenyu was confused. "Boss, I'm your fan. You just got the SSS Super rating. It's really cool. Boss, can you reveal the copy guide for Detective Chinatown?" "No." Tenyu refused ruthlessly and hung up directly. "Free reveal of the copy guide for Detective Chinatown? Think of him as a fool." Just after hanging up, there was a new communication prompt. "You have a new communication message. Eugen Mei invites you to have a video call. Please handle it in time." Tenyu connected, and a cute girl appeared in the video. "Hello, Master Shura, I want a copy of Detective Chinatown. Although I have no money, I am very beautiful. As long as you are willing to give it to me, I can accompany you for a month." Tenyu, who had black streaks all over his head, hung up the video call with this girl. After hanging up again, another communication prompt came, and it seemed that countless people were queuing up to video chat with him. Tenyu was annoyed and gave an order to the selection system directly. "System, except for the communication request from Erlong Huhoch, I don't want to receive any communication requests from anyone for the time being." "Okay, I'll intercept it for you." With the interception of the selection system, Tenyu finally stopped. Selection system. Every selector can use it in the selection space, just like artificial intelligence. After calming down, Tenyu began to deal with the rewards he got this time. Tenyu got a total of 4 rewards for this mission. Selection points, 12,000 points. Spiritual attributes plus 10. Free attribute points plus 5. 1 refresh card for the copy cooldown time. The harvest is actually very rich. For tasks rated below S, the rewards are only a single selection point, and they are very few. Tenyu got 4 rewards this time, which is already a lot. Spiritual attributes are added automatically. Currently, Tenyu needs to deal with only the selection points, free attribute points and copy cooldown refresh cards. In fact, the award that Tenyu is most satisfied with is the copy cooldown refresh card. After using this card, he no longer needs to wait for a month and can continue to brush the copy world task immediately. Tenyu first deals with the selection points. The role of the selection points is very large, almost equivalent to the hard currency of the selection space. It can be used to buy some props and medicines in the selection mall. If you are lucky, you can also buy some special skills. In the secular area, if the task fails to brush the copy, you will also be fined for the selection points and your own attributes. In addition to purchasing items, the selection points can also upgrade the proficiency of skills. Of course, the biggest role of the selection points is to exchange for free attribute points. 300 points of selection points can be exchanged for a free attribute point. Tenyu thought for a moment and spent 9,000 points to exchange for 30 free attributes, adding them to strength, speed, and physique respectively. There are 3,000 points left for selection and summoning, which are reserved for backup. The 5 free familiarity points awarded by the system have not been used. As the familiarity increases, the points required to exchange for free attribute points will also increase. It is the most appropriate choice to use these 5 free attribute points when they are really needed. Fortunately, this is a reward given by the system, otherwise there will be no such loophole in the selection and summoning space. When Tenyu added 30 free attribute points, he immediately felt that his strength was more than doubled, and his body was much lighter. At the same time, a burning stinging sensation came from his arm, as if it was burned by fire. Tenyu looked at his arm and found that the chaos tattoo had completely turned into black iron, and an Arabic number 1 appeared in the middle. Name, Tenyu. Selection number, 1008611. Strength, 17. Speed, 18. Physique, 17. Spirit, 21. Available familiarity points, 5. System reward. Skills, driving, skilled, acting, entry, cooking, skilled. Special skills, none. Combat skills, none. Selection points, 3000. Strength rating, Black Iron Level 1. Chapter 9. When Tenyu saw that his comprehensive evaluation on the attribute panel had changed to Black Iron Level 1, his eyes lit up. Now if he goes out to find a job, he can find a job with a very good income by showing the Black Iron Level 1 symbol of the chaos pattern on his arm. In addition, the evaluation level given by the selection system, although it looks the same as a tattoo, is actually very easy to distinguish from a tattoo. For example, the Black Iron Level 1 symbol on Tenyu's arm now, as long as you look closely, you can see that there is a faint red light flowing. If you want to use a tattoo to fake it, you won't be fooled unless you are a fool. Tenyu now has an intuitive understanding of the importance of selection points. No wonder the fat man named Erlong Huhoj is willing to pay 20 million for the strategy in his hand. Even if the reward is halved, as long as you get the SSS level evaluation, you will have 5,000 points of selection points. Unfortunately, Tenyu could not enter the dungeon world of Detective Chinatown again, otherwise he would definitely not sell the strategy. Then, Tenyu took out the dungeon cooldown refresh card from the personal warehouse. The personal warehouse is a private space with an area of about 100 cubic meters, which each summoner has. Of course, it can only be used in the summoning space, and can only store things produced in the summoning space. In the case of non-trading, no summoner can bring things in reality into the summoning space. Even if it is a transaction, the items will be immediately excluded after the transaction is completed. Looking at the card in his hand, Tenyu thought about it and still did not use it. Tenyu's consideration is that he has just experienced the dungeon world of Detective Chinatown, and he is a little tired and in poor condition. It is undoubtedly unwise to brush the dungeon world in his current state. For the sake of safety, Tenyu chose to rest. After wandering around in the summoning space for a while, Tenyu left the summoning space in advance and returned to the real world. The real world is still in Tenyu's room, and the time is 12:12 midnight. When Tenyu was about to go to rest, he suddenly saw an old envelope on the table. Although the envelope looked clean, the paper had begun to yellow, and it was obviously not recently. But Tenyu was 100% sure that there was absolutely no envelope in his house, and he didn't remember anything on the table. Silently, Tenyu's eyes became solemn, trying to maintain his calmness and pretending to be indifferent. But his eyes were spinning rapidly, observing various places where people could hide. Balcony, behind the curtains, wardrobe, under the bed. After this round of observation, all suspicious places were normal, which made Tenyu puzzled. Keeping a vigilant mind and ready to fight at any time, Tenyu stood up and checked carefully. The door was locked, the windows were closed, and there was nothing unusual in the house, exactly the same as before entering the selection space. After confirming that no one was at home, Tenyu relaxed and returned to the table to pick up the letter. There was no zip code or writer on the dark yellow envelope, only the words "My dearest son" were written on the recipient column. Looking at these words, Tenyu's face gradually became ugly. Although 2 years have passed, the memory in his mind clearly told him that this was the note of his father who had disappeared for 2 years. The right hand holding the envelope became more and more powerful, and even began to tremble slightly. Tenyu realized that his state was not right and hurriedly calmed down. Is this the sequelae of merging memories? But it's right, memory is the foundation of human beings. Since the two memories are completely merged, the original owner and I are naturally merged. Tenyu reacted quickly and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his body. The original owner's memory has become his, so the original owner's previous life is naturally his life. It is normal to have feelings for parents who have never met. Tenyu then opened the envelope. He wanted to see why that person, who he didn't know whether he was an enemy or a friend, had gone to so much trouble to send him this letter. Son, when you see this letter, your mother and I should have been missing for a long time, and you have also experienced your first summoning mission. Your mother and I have not given up on you, but there are some things we must do. If we can come back, this letter will never appear in front of you. If we don't come back, you must remember, never say your mother and my name anywhere, it will bring you an irresistible huge crisis. Whether it is reality or the summoning space. You don't have to worry about someone knowing your relationship with us. Before leaving, we have made all preparations and erased the relationship between us. There are definitely no more than 10 people who really know that you are our son. They will not reveal it, nor will they appear in front of you, so don't try to find them. Finally, remember not to look for any clues about us, just ensure your own safety and continue to strengthen your own strength. Your mother and I will come back at the right time. The following is what your mother wants to say to you. Son, Mom will miss you, Dad and Mom will find a way to come back as soon as possible, but you must listen to Dad and keep yourself in a safe situation. Also, before your father and I come back, you can find a partner, but you must not get married. You must let your mother check it for you. We didn't leave you much money. I hope you don't blame us. Only in this way can we minimize your sense of existence. Although there are still many things I want to say to you, we don't have much time. The next is the most important thing. Son, you must remember that after entering the extraordinary area of the selected space, everyone will face two choices, that is, the technology test or the mysterious test. You can understand the technology test, but the main direction must be placed on the mysterious test. The technology test focuses on the strength of the group, and the mysterious test can make the individual strong. Never think about going hand in hand, that consumes too many points of the selected points, which is not something that one person can afford. Finally, Mom and Dad will always love you. Tenyu looked at the dried tears on the letter paper with a sense of loss, feeling mixed emotions, not knowing what to say. There is no doubt that he is sure that this is his parents' notes, and the letter is written by them personally. No wonder they changed their school before they disappeared, moved away from their original city, and came to this strange city. So all this is to hide their identities? How powerful will their enemies be? And from this letter, they are sure enough to survive, but they can't come back for some reason. Or are they trapped in a world in the selected space? Tenyu didn't know these, but he felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Although he didn't know how strong his parents were, he knew that they could completely hide him. You can tell from the shape that to be the enemy of such a strong man, his strength must not be underestimated. Moreover, he had a vague idea in his heart, that is, no matter where his parents are now, he wants to find them in person. Perhaps it was because of the memory fusion, when Tenyu saw the letter, he completely regarded the two people he had never met as his parents. Of course, these are all plans for the future, and the most urgent thing is to change the place to live. Although the person who sent the letter today should be the backup left by his parents, it also means that this place is not safe enough. If he can find it, others may also be able to find it. Now he is weak, so his life is more important. The transaction of the strategy must be completed as soon as possible, so that we can have money to buy a house and move out of this place. After making up his mind, Tenyu began to study the information about mysterious and technological measurements in the letter, which was related to his future. 1 kilometer away from Tenyu's home, a man in a black robe had a third eye on his forehead, looking in the direction of Tenyu's home. This kid is quite cautious, worthy of being the son of Tianxing and Han Yanro. He has some skills. However, thinking of the previous SSS level super god evaluation, the mysterious man smacked his lips again, a little speechless. Chapter 10. After studying it, Tenyu put the letter away solemnly. He looked at the time and saw that it was after 3 o'clock in the morning. There were still a few hours before dawn, and he chose to sleep. Not long after Tenyu fell asleep, a petite and exquisite figure suddenly appeared in a room of a villa in Mingqing Yuan, the top community in Anken. This is a girl about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a pink dress, but it cannot hide her exquisite figure. She has a pretty face with exquisite facial features, soft and long black hair that sets off the white skin, big black and bright eyes covered with long eyelashes, a three-dimensional nose, and a small mouth. She is very beautiful. She is the fat man brother Erlong Huhao who just came back from the selection space. Because of his outstanding appearance, he deliberately dressed up as a fat man and used a voice changer to change his voice into a male one. The selection space is not safe. Without strong strength, beauty can only bring crisis. Tenyu. When she read this name, the girl's delicate face showed a cute look of gritted teeth. Let her clean the house and rip her off. In the girl's heart, Tenyu is already an out-and-out bad guy. Then she picked up the cell phone on the table and dialed one of the phone numbers. Hey, Dad. On the other end of the phone, there was a voice that had just woken up, a little confused but doting. My dear daughter, why are you calling so late today? Oh, I remembered, today is the day you enter the selection space. Why? So, what kind of evaluation did it get? The safety zone is really safe, and the chance of an accident is less than 1 in 10,000. The girl's father is obviously not nervous. Girl, dot. Not to mention the calling space, we are still father and daughter. Am I going to tell you that I failed after just cleaning the house? Shaking her head to put aside the unbearable past, the girl said coquettishly, Dad, I need a sum of money, 20 million. Can you tell me, Dad, what do you want the money for? If it's to find a boyfriend, then it goes without saying, absolutely not. And the future pocket money will be halved. The girl's father's tone was a little nervous and disgusting. His little cotton-padded jacket was only 18 years old, didn't it belong to him? What are you talking about, Dad? The girl said speechlessly, tonight someone got an SSS level super god rating in the selection space. I contacted him and prepared to buy his strategy. Hi. Who is this person? Since the emergence of the summoning space, hasn't the highest rating been S level? It has received an unprecedented rating. The person on the other end of the phone suddenly woke up and his tone was full of disbelief. 20 million is not expensive. This is the only SSS level evaluation. My dear daughter, you did the right thing. I will transfer the money to you now. Although only the first SSS level evaluation has the highest reward, no matter what, it is still an SSS level evaluation. By the way, Dad, do you know a friend who buys and sells gold? The other party wants to use the trading channel of the election space and requires trading in gold. Don't worry, Dad can still handle this. Dad will be back at dawn today to help you complete the transaction. Don't worry. Okay, then I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, the girl's father was still in a daze. That was an SSS evaluation. Then, without waiting for dawn, he left the unfinished business and drove to exchange for gold. You can do business or something in the future, but this is the only chance for you to do the SSS evaluation strategy. In the early morning, Tenyu left home after washing up and rushed to school. I randomly bought 2 steamed buns on the way and ate them while walking. As soon as Tenyu entered the classroom, he was surprised to find that everyone was discussing the name Tenyu intensely. When he entered the classroom, everyone glanced at him unconsciously, then shook their heads and continued the discussion. Kaizai, someone posted the SSS Super God level rating in the selection space last night. Is it true? Well, it's true. I was in the selection space last night and heard the notification from the selection system. Damn it, this boss is so awesome, I don't know who he is. I heard he is a great god nicknamed Tenyu, which is amazing. Of course I know the nickname. I want to know the true identity of this boss. I really want to worship him in person. I have seen the appearance of this great god Tenyu. He wears a guild mask and a black robe. He definitely doesn't want to reveal his true identity. In addition to gender, you can change your appearance at will in the selection space, so there is only one thing that is certain for now, the other person is a man. SSS level Super God evaluation, unprecedented. And it is also an extremely difficult copy of Detective Chinatown. Look at your mobile phones, this matter has been on the news, and this great god is being discussed everywhere on the internet. Damn it, look at the recruitment forum. Someone is offering 50 million to buy the guide from Master Tenyu. The rich are rich and willful. But if I were rich, I would buy it too. Listening to the comments coming from the classmates, Tenyu's face was calm, but he was actually very panicked inside. He finally knew why these people looked at him like that after he entered the door, because they were all his real name. Fortunately, they just took a look and didn't doubt themselves. If someone discovers that he is Tenyu, what's the point? Fortunately, the previous owner of this body was not stupid enough to tell his friends his name in the summoning space. Otherwise, what happened last night would definitely bring him endless trouble. This is the best way now, let them think that other people's nicknames happen to be their own names. After all, this kind of thing is not the first time. Almost every 3 or 5 days, some boring and annoying editors will report such things. Now Tenyu feels for them from the bottom of his heart. Then Tenyu also took out his mobile phone and started surfing the internet. As those students said, the name Tenyu is everywhere on the internet. There are tens of thousands of people with the same name Tenyu signed in, which made Tenyu calm down a little. Only this world has no hot searches, otherwise, the name Tenyu must be the first on the hot search list at this moment. Then, Tenyu searched the summoning forum. The summoning forum is a large online forum founded by the official organization after the summoning space appeared. It gathers a large number of netizens. The topics discussed are all related to the summoning space. It is also one of the favorite websites for countless domestic summoners. Opening the forum, Tenyu immediately saw a post with many replies. 50 million to buy Tenyu's strategy for the Chinatown Detective Dungeon. I am willing to bid 50 million to buy Tenyu's first-hand information on the Chinatown Detective Dungeon. If Tenyu is interested in selling, please contact me in the selection space. My ID is Geodux Clam. The post was posted anonymously, and the following are some netizens' replies. Fuck, rich man, 50 million is taken. Nima, it's so cool to be rich. To be honest, if I had 50 million, I would also be willing to buy it. The strategy of Tenyu boss, the SSS rating is the first time in history, the points reward must be high, even if it is not the first brush, the reward is halved, it is still great. I have seen so far, among the 349 people who bid for it, the host bids the first. Borrowing, Tenyu brother, I am the top beauty, if you are not short of money, you can consider selling the strategy to me, I am good at all 18 positions. The above, no picture, no truth. Seeing this post, Tenyu raised his eyebrows. 50 million? It seems to be a loss? But Tenyu doesn't care, let it be a loss. Compared to the host of this post, the words of the fat man Erlong Hyohoch are more trustworthy. Besides, the one who bids 50 million, maybe it is a trap? Tenyu is not greedy, and he is the hard truth when he sees good. Since the appearance of the selection space, various trading traps have emerged in an endless stream, and even the news has reported them one after another. We urge everyone to be rational. All transactions should be conducted through the selected space to avoid revealing your identity. In previous news reports, many people disappeared after transactions. I guess they didn't end well. Chapter 11. At noon, after the school bell rang, the students went to the school cafeteria in 2s and 3s. Tenyu. A fat man sitting in the back row next to Tenyu patted him on the shoulder. Let's go, I'll treat you to my brother at noon. Let's have a big meal outside the school. This little fat man's name is Zhao Qiang. He is one of Tenyu's few friends. He has a pretty good family and often helps Tenyu. My brother Qiang is suddenly so wealthy. It seems like something good has happened. Tenyu said with a smile. He, of course, I am Brother Chiang. Fatty smiled proudly and deliberately said loudly, I completed a selection mission last night and received a C-level evaluation. Tenyu smiled and understood that the other party was here to show off, and immediately agreed, as expected of my strong brother, he is awesome. Which world is this recruitment mission for? Zhao Qiang gave Tenyu a look like a good brother, glanced secretly at the eavesdropping classmates around him, and said with a posture of being overwhelmed by the high position, ahem, he's not a powerful person, he just spent a little more money in the richest tomato man, it's just money. Seeing Zhao Qiang deliberately raising his voice, Tenyu secretly laughed in his heart. If a C-level evaluation makes you so proud, then am I, the SSS evaluation winner, going to be promoted? Hearing the classmates around him begin to whisper, Zhao Qiang's vanity was greatly satisfied. Let's go eat. After pretending to help his little friend, Tenyu was too lazy to continue playing. Tenyu can guess some of the tasks in The Richest Tomato Man. It is nothing more than helping Wang Duyu spend money. The hidden task should be to help him pass the test and inherit the family property. This level of difficulty is not as high as that of Detective Chinatown. Tenyu has no interest in it. After all, the rewards are directly proportional to the difficulty. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a restaurant called Ting Yuxuan and found a seat to sit down. Ting Yuxuan is the most upscale hotel around. Ordinary students would never come here to spend money. Zhao Qiang chose this place to lose money. Brother, after I get home from school today, I will send you the strategy for The Richest Tomato. There are a lot of rewards for a C-level rating. The fat boy Zhao Qiang patted his chest boldly. Tenyu shook his head, no, I'm not interested in tasks in this world. You sit down first while I go to the bathroom. Okay, come back quickly. Zhao Qiang took out his mobile phone and began to act like a qualified bowhead. Tenyu had just walked to the corner of the corridor when he suddenly bumped into a petite lady and knocked her phone to the ground. I'm sorry, right? I was on the phone just now and didn't see you. The girl apologized repeatedly. Tenyu handed the phone to the other party on the ground and said with a smile, it's okay. When the girl walked away, Tenyu heard the other party's call. Dad, when can you come back? I have to trade tonight, and the gold bars must be prepared in advance. Yes. No need to bring them, I have already eaten with my classmates. Also, 20 million gold bars may not be enough, we have to bear half of the handling fee, which is about 23.5 million. Okay, then I'll wait for you at school. Tenyu's heart moved when he heard the girl's call. Then he pretended not to hear anything and walked into the bathroom naturally. Mo Sixuan. The girl he bumped into just now is the school beauty Mo Sixuan. And listening to the content of the conversation, it was obvious that the person he was dealing with was the other party. But who would have thought that the school beauty would actually look like a fat man in the recruitment space? Isn't it said that women all love beauty? Moreover, gender cannot be changed in the recruitment space. How did the other party do it? After thinking about it carefully, Tianyu's face darkened. When I was in the selection space, the other party was a fat woman, but she wore male clothes and used a male voice. In Tianyu's memory, the other party did not have an Adam's apple at that time. I thought it was because I was so fat that I couldn't see my Adam's apple. Is this the unique hobby of a rich and beautiful person? It's really scary. Return to the table. Tianyu asked, Fat man, how much do you know about Mo Sixuan? Hearing this, Zhao Qiang was stunned, raised his head in surprise, then looked at Tianyu with evil intentions, shook his head and smiled, what's the matter? Do you still want to attract the attention of the school belle Mo? I advise you to give up. Last time there was this guy brought a team of supercars to express his love to the school beauty Mo, but she was ruthlessly rejected by the school beauty. Do you think you have a chance? Tianyu was speechless and said, I didn't catch her attention, I just wanted to ask you, is her family very rich? No, you don't even know who the school beauty is, and you want to pursue her? She is the daughter of a rich man. Does the city's largest real estate developer know? Chairman Mo Chenggong is her father. When Zhao Qiang said this, he advised earnestly, Tianyu, it's a good thing to have a vision, but if you know it's impossible, you still want to fly into the flames. That's irrational. Listen to my advice and change your goal. Okay, it's all up to you. Tianyu didn't bother to explain, so he stood up and said, Just leave when you're full. Wait a minute, I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it as promised. Don't argue with me. No one can compete with you. Damn, will you die if you're polite? After lunch, the two came to school and started a normal student's daily routine, going to class. However, Tenyu didn't pay any attention to the lecture. At this moment, he was already thinking about what tasks he should complete tonight. He has a copy cooldown refresh card, so he doesn't need to wait for a month. He can refresh the copy immediately after using it. After thinking for a whole afternoon, Tenyu decided to go to the rooftop tonight. He grew too slowly in the secular area, and there was nothing good in the rewards except the selection points. The rooftop is the most dangerous place in the selection space. Although I don't know how many floors there are, each floor is a terrifying world full of dangers. Moreover, in the selection tasks in the rooftop, if the tasks issued by the selection system are not completed, they will be directly erased, that is, death. It can be said that you must be prepared to die in the rooftop. For others, the rooftop is almost a life and death struggle. But for Tenyu, it is not necessarily. Because he knows the plot. This is Tenyu's biggest advantage. When the bell rang, Tenyu rejected Zhao Qiang's invitation to go to the internet cafe and returned home directly. Tenyu made some food for himself, then returned to the room, turned on the computer, and logged into the selection forum. Until now, the legend about Tenyu is still circulating in the summoning forum. Even those who want to buy the guide of Detective Chinatown have already raised the price to 70 million. Seeing such a price, Tenyu was not tempted. It is safest to stop while you are ahead. Then, Tenyu stopped paying attention to these and began to look for some information about the Sky Terrace. As the largest summoning space forum, there is certainly a lot of information related to the Sky Terrace in the summoning forum. Even the official has issued an authoritative reminder. Tenyu, with a curious attitude, clicked on the official reminder. Warning, about the Sky Terrace, this is an extremely dangerous place, and it is easy to die. In the Sky Terrace, there is a great possibility of encountering a life and death crisis, which may come from the summoner or the summoner's mission. The most important thing is that whether you are alive or not, when you fail your mission, the summoning space will automatically wipe out the loser. A series of blood-red words appeared on the top, which made people tremble with fear. But it doesn't matter to Tenyu at all. Although his strength is not strong, he knows the plot. If he can still fail the mission after the spoilers in advance, he deserves to die. With the memories in his mind, Tenyu is confident that he can pass the level smoothly, and the evaluation will not be low. Chapter 12. After getting ready, the chaos symbol on Tenyu's arm began to glow red. After a few seconds, he disappeared from the room. In the selection space, the black-robed man transformed by Tenyu appeared again in the selection square. Not long after he appeared, he received a communication request from Brother Erlong Huhao. You have new communication news. Brother Erlong Huhao invites you to make a video call. Please handle it in time. Connected. As soon as he finished speaking, the holographic video chat window appeared in front of Tenyu. Mo Sixuan, Brother Erlong Huhao, appears in the video. Good evening. Tenyu greeted with a smile. Mo Sixuan, however, didn't want to be polite and said directly, Tenyu, come to the trading center. I'll wait for you at the trading center. Okay. After receiving Tenyu's reply, Mo Sixuan hung up the video directly, as if she didn't want to say another word to Tenyu. Looking at the darkened video window, Tenyu smiled and shook his head. System, I want to go to the trading center. Following Tenyu's order. The next moment, Tenyu disappeared from the place, and when he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of the trading center. This is the transfer function of the selection system. As long as you are within the calling space, you can teleport anywhere. The trading center is far away from the square, and it takes a lot of time to walk there. If the selection system transmits it, it will be there in an instant, which can save a lot of time. Walking into the trading center hall, I found that it was very lively. It seems that many people choose the call space as a trading channel. Tenyu. Just as Tenyu was looking around, a voice came from behind. Tenyu turned around and saw Mo Sixuan Brother Erlong Huhao. Come with me. Mo Sixuan took Tenyu to a nearby room. There were many similar rooms in the trading center. After closing the door, Mo Sixuan went straight to the point. I have prepared the gold bars. Including the handling fee, I have prepared a total of 23.5 million gold bars here. Let's start trading. Wait a minute. Tenyu said suddenly. Hearing this, Mo Sixuan suddenly had a bad feeling. What's wrong? Brother Hao, I wonder if you have read the recruitment forum today? Someone has already bid 70 million to buy the first-hand strategy information of Detective Chinatown. When Mo Sixuan heard this, she couldn't help but said anxiously, what do you mean? You're not going to raise the price again, are you? That's not true. I'm still very honest. Tianyu's words made Mo Sixuan sneer. Then why are you talking about this? I just have a small request that I need you to agree to before the transaction can continue. Tenyu smiled and said, look, I only sold you 20 million, and I lost more than half of it. Isn't it too much to ask for something small? What do you want to request? Mo Sixuan looked at Tenyu warily. Tenyu smiled and said, don't worry, it's not an excessive request, I just want you to answer a question. What is the problem? Listen up, you can only answer yes or no to this question. May I ask, do you think you are dressed like this and don't know you are a pervert? After listening to Tianyu's question, Mo Sixuan subconsciously said, I don't know. No. I'm not a pervert to begin with. This girl is very smart. As soon as she answered, she immediately realized that she had been tricked. Ha ha ha. Tianyu laughed. Ever since Tianyu learned that Mo Sixuan, who he was dealing with, was the beauty of the same school, Tianyu had been holding back his anger. Playing tricks on this girl was partly out of spite, and partly because Tianyu wanted to relax. But it's also strange that this girl, who is obviously a beautiful girl, insists on dressing up as a male Mo Sixuan. After the deal is over, Tianyu will go to the rooftop. There are many dangers in the selection tower. Tianyu is threatening his own life, so he is naturally nervous. It's not good to be anxious all the time. Therefore, Tianyu wants to tease this girl and relax himself. It feels good to base your own happiness on the pain of others. Is this interesting? Seeing Tianyu smiling happily, Mo Sixuan snorted, Tianyu, why are you so boring? Tianyu shrugged indifferently, he didn't care what Mo Sixuan thought of him. After the purpose of relaxation was achieved, Tianyu said, let's start trading. After hearing this, Mo Sixuan opened her personal warehouse with a cold face and took out a box of gold bars. This is a gold bar. The handling fee has been deducted by the selection system. Just click it. Looking at the golden bars in front of him, Tianyu looked calm and said with a smile, no, I believe you. Remind you, real-world items cannot be stored in the selection space. You'd better take these gold bars out of the selection space within 3 hours. Otherwise, if it exceeds 3 hours, they will be swallowed by the selection space. Mo Sixuan said. Tianyu didn't know this yet, so he immediately nodded and said, thank you for reminding me. You collected the gold bar. Where is the strategy information for the Detective Chinatown dungeon world? Mo Sixuan reminded again, you'd better not fool me with fake strategies. I have asked the selection system to be fair. If the information you provide is of no value, you have to return all my gold bars, and the 30% all the handling fees will be paid by you. Tianyu smiled, nodded, and asked, then should I read it to you directly, or write it down? Just read it. Okay, then listen carefully. Tianyu cleared his throat and said, the Detective Chinatown dungeon world mainly focuses on the gold case and the murder case. The murderer of the murder case is the adoptive father of a little girl, Sinyo, and the murderer of the gold case is. He said all the information he knew in one breath. Mo Sixuan's beautiful eyes lit up and looked at Tianyu in surprise. Tianyu, how did you know this information? Faced with this question, Tianyu had already thought of an excuse and lied, I have been to the Detective Chinatown dungeon world 7 times in total, and I have figured out this information after so many times. Mo Sixuan heard this and immediately showed admiration for Tianyu. To be able to refresh a dungeon world 7 times, this kind of persistence is definitely a big guy who can't be provoked. Tianyu, I want to know what the hidden task is. It is impossible to reach the SSS rating without the hidden task. This is also included in the transaction content. The hidden task is the real murderer behind the murder case, that little girl named Sinyo. All this was designed by her, and then she used her adoptive father to complete it. Tianyu did not hide it, and told the whole story, even talking about Sinyo's adoptive father's abnormal love for her. Tianyu, remember our agreement. Within this month, you can't reveal any information about the copy of Detective Chinatown to others. No problem. The two completed the transaction after that. After Mo Sixuan left, Tenyu first returned to the real world and took out all the gold. It takes more than 3 hours to complete a task. If the gold is swallowed by the selection space, it will be a big loss. After doing all this, Tenyu returned to the selection space and came to the skydiving platform. Looking at the endless skydiving platform, Tenyu directly consumed the cooling card and stepped onto the first floor. A dozen newly refreshed summoning tasks appeared in front of Tenyu. The summoning of Huang Fiheng in Huang Fiheng, the summoning of Chen Zhen in Fist of Fury, and the summoning of Ling Linky in From Beijing with Love. Looking at a familiar task world, Tianyu's face was full of smiles. These are all movies or TV series he has watched before. Then let's go for From Beijing with Love. Tianyu said. The two copies are actually okay, but Tianyu's combat power is not enough, so he gave up. Although the combat power in From Beijing with Love is not weak, it can even be said to be stronger, but because it is a comedy, it ignores its own strength to a certain extent, which is the most suitable. For this copy, Tianyu has roughly guessed what kind of task it will be. After all, there are only a few things that Ling Linky has to do from beginning to end, and there is nothing unexpected. Chapter 13. After making the choice, Tianyu entered the preparation space again, spent 5 minutes bored, and then entered the world of domestic Ling Linky. When Tianyu opened his eyes, he found himself in a dilapidated building, next to which was the vegetable market. The busy and lively streets were crowded with cars and people. The tall and short buildings carried the unique atmosphere of the 1980s and 1990s. Tianyu walked towards the vegetable market next to him while looking at his task. Although he had guessed Ling Linky's purpose, he still had to confirm it, and it just happened to trigger the system selection. Why give up the reward that can be taken for free? 9-6. Task location, Shenzhen City, Huaxia. Task background, national dinosaur bones were stolen. Task requirements, please find the stolen dinosaur bones within 5 days and kill the mastermind behind the theft of dinosaur bones. Looking at the task requirements and prompts, Tianyu was a little emotional. The task was indeed not that easy to complete. He was only given a location, and he had to find the summoner himself and understand the cause and process of the matter. For the summoners who don't understand the plot, the entire Shenzhen market is so big, who knows where to start? And if you don't understand the plot, you may not even be able to find someone in a few days, let alone complete the task. Do you think I can't find you if you hide? It's useless. You are such a cool man. No matter where you are like a firefly in the dark, so bright and outstanding. Your melancholy eyes, stubble, miraculous knife skills, and that cup of dry marten have deeply fascinated me. However, although you are so outstanding, there are rules in the industry. No matter what, you have to pay for last night's overnight stay. Asking women not to pay. I thought our relationship was based on feelings. But I didn't expect that it would be a transaction in the end. A meat shop in a vegetable market in Shenzhen. When Tianyu saw a classic and funny scene in a movie in his previous life, he suddenly felt unreal. However, this really happened in front of him. This inevitably made Tianyu sigh a little, but soon Tianyu adjusted his mood. Even the transmigration and selection really happened. What is unacceptable about this? Moreover, there will be more and more such things in the future. Just when Tianyu was about to step forward and meet Ling Linky played by Zhou Xing. Strength to pull mountains and courage to conquer the world. Bang! The tall glass cup that Ling Linky had just held in his hand suddenly fell to the ground and shattered directly. Time is not favorable and the horse will not pass. He! Ling Linky turned around and looked at the thin and sloppy old man in front of him, and a smile unconsciously climbed up. Wen Xi. I hope you call me by my full name, Da Wengzi. The thin old man Da Vinci said seriously. No problem, Wen Xi. Thank you. You're welcome, Wen Xi. The country has a task for you. Da Vinci said in a deep voice. Really? Yet. Da Vinci nodded affirmatively. After getting a positive answer, Ling Linky held the butcher knife in his hand and chopped it down. Finally, it's my turn. Boom. A muffled sound came. In front of the butcher shop, the meat dumpling, which was about 20 centimeters thick, burst open and split into 5 or 6 pieces. Good knife. Good knife skills. At this time, Tianyu came out with a smile and clapped his hands. Tianyu really admired Ling Linky's knife skills. Although he was in good physical condition now, he could never do it like Ling Linky. Thank you for the compliment. You are? Tenyu. The two saw Tenyu and were a little confused, but they quickly recognized Tenyu. This is also a hidden benefit of the selected space, so that the main personnel of the mission world will recognize him after seeing him. Just like in the previous world, Tang Ren recognized Tenyu as soon as he saw him. Otherwise, there are some places that cannot be entered without identity, and the selected summoner will naturally have no possibility of completing the task. The selected space will not allow such a thing to happen. For example, the palace or some advanced laboratories. You, an ordinary person, can't even take a few glances. How can you complete the task? Not bad. Tenyu nodded. Tenyu, it's really you. I was just about to look for you, but I didn't expect you to come to me on your own. Da Vinci saw Tenyu and hurried forward with a happy face. Come to my door. Tenyu was a little speechless. Why did this sound a bit weird? But when he thought that their brain circuits were a little different from others, he was relieved. Yes. I came to my door on my own. Tenyu smiled. Tenyu, I didn't expect you to be so handsome. Ling Linky said to Tenyu seriously. When Tenyu saw Ling Linky's serious look, if he didn't know him, Tenyu would definitely think he was a psychopath. Aki, your knife skills are also very sharp. Tenyu smiled. Thank you. Ling Linky said very sincerely. For 10 years, I have never given up. I know that one day the country will need me. I finally waited for this day. Ling Linky said again. Seeing this, Tenyu couldn't help but sigh that there are very few such pure patriotic young people. Okay, let's not talk about this. Then Tenyu looked at Da Vinci. Wengzi, what do you want to find me for? Is there a mission for the country to give us? Yes. But I hope you call me by my full name, Da Wengzi. No problem, Wengzi. Thank you. You're welcome, Wengzi. Tenyu said again with a smile. Da Wengzi nodded, and then said, you two will go to the secret base together tomorrow, there is a mission. No need to wait until tomorrow, just now. Tenyu said with a smile. Come to find Ling Linky and Da Vinci for the location of the secret base. It is not only the nest of the biggest villain of this movie, the Golden Gunman, but also the dinosaur bones. Of course, he doesn't want to wait until tomorrow, because the sooner the mission is completed, the better. Yes, I have been waiting for this day for a long time, and I can't wait. Ling Linky also said. After saying that, Ling Linky directly took out a sign that said closed for business and hung it in front of the meat stall. This works too. Tenyu had to admire again. His brain circuit was indeed unique. Then, the three of them got on the pickup truck that Ling Linky used to pull pork and headed for the suburbs. The plot of From Beijing with Love is very simple. Go from Shenzhen to Hong Kong City, then come back from Hong Kong City, and then kill the Golden Gunman. It only took a few days. On the way to the secret base, Tenyu was thinking about what to do next to complete the task as quickly as possible. It would definitely not work to kill the Golden Gunman directly in the base. Without evidence, this would not be recognized by the selection system at all, and it would not satisfy Ling Linky. It would definitely not work to follow Ling Linky to Hong Kong City, let Li Xiongqin and Ling Linky spark love, and then wait for Li Xiongqin to return to the right path and expose the identity of the Golden Gunman. Going to Hong Kong City and then coming back, the delay before and after is several days. In that case, even if the task is completed in the end, there will not be much reward. Then there is only this way. Tenyu had an idea in his mind. But before that, Tenyu has a more important thing to do. Aki, I wonder if you can pass on your method of controlling the sword with chi to me. In the pickup truck, Tenyu said casually to Ling Linky next to him. Not bad. Compared with doing tasks, Tenyu pays more attention to Ling Linky's controlling the sword with chi skill. Even if it does not get SSS level evaluation in this task world, it doesn't matter. As long as he gets this skill, Tenyu will also make money on this mission trip. Controlling the sword with chi. Judging from the effect of controlling the sword in the air shown by Ling Linky in the movie, the level of this skill will not be low, and it is very likely to reach bronze level or above. Therefore, Tenyu must find a way to get this skill no matter what. Of course, there are many people who practice martial arts in this world. For example, in the movie, when Ling Linky was about to be shot, an iron leg appeared on the water. This shows that Ling Linky is not the only one in the world who can practice internal energy, but Tenyu does not have so much time to look for those people. Chapter 14. I can exchange it with other things. Even if I don't have it, I will find a way to get it for you. Tenyu added again. Tenyu, are you serious? Achi looked at Tenyu and said seriously, you should know that internal strength is not so easy to learn. Especially in the current world environment, it is even more difficult for us martial artists. I have practiced hard for more than 20 years and have achieved some success. Ling Linky sighed a little. The world today is really not suitable for martial arts. No matter how high the martial arts is, one shot can knock it down, unless you practice to the level of being able to split bullets with a knife like him. What if I am a genius? Tenyu smiled and said. That's right. Ling Linky said with some emotion, when I go back, I will write down the skills for you. Do you trust me so much? Tenyu was stunned when he heard Ling Linky agreed so easily. We are brothers, and we all serve the country. What does an internal strength method count for? And intelligence officers like us are always in danger. Maybe we will die someday. Hearing this, Tenyu couldn't help but sigh at Ling Linky's innocence. Of course, Ling Linky is innocent, but that doesn't mean he is stupid. If someone really treats him as a fool, he will make the other person pay the price. It is only this hidden benefit arranged by the selection system that provides convenience for Tenyu. If it were someone else, it would be a joke. Thank you, brother. Tenyu patted Ling Linky on the shoulder and said sincerely. You're welcome. Soon, Tenyu and Ling Linky drove a pickup truck to the destination. This is a factory on the outskirts of Shenzhen. Of course, this is just a cover-up, this is the secret base. Tenyu and Ling Linky, led by Da Vinci, entered an office building unimpeded. The building looked very simple, and all kinds of office supplies were very old, full of the atmosphere of the old times. The reception desk was a very coquettish young woman who was doing nothing, putting on makeup. Hi. Rose, I haven't seen you for 10 years, you are still so young and beautiful. Ling Linky walked towards the woman in front of the counter. Took off the straw hat and threw it casually, just hanging it on the coat rack by the door. I'm not the Rose of 10 years ago, she died last year, I'm her daughter Du Wan. The coquettish woman said coquettishly, as if it wasn't her mother who died. Du Wan. Oh, you've grown so big? Come, let your uncle hug you. Speaking of this, Ling Linky came forward with a surprised look on his face, opened his arms and made a hugging gesture. Wait a minute. The commander has been waiting for you for a long time. Du Wan chattered. While talking, a bookshelf on the wall automatically moved to the left, revealing the secret door behind. You are brother Tenyu, you are getting more and more handsome. When Du Wan saw Tenyu behind Ling Linky, her eyes suddenly lit up. Since he entered the dungeon alone, Tenyu did not use a virtual image. To be honest, Tenyu's appearance is really good, 187 centimeters tall, sword eyebrows and starry eyes. Really? Tenyu smiled and said. Brother Tenyu, do you want to come to my house tonight? There is no one else at my house. When saying this, Du Wan immediately showed the shy look of a girl. Hehe, I see that your face is pale, it should be insufficient blood, are you having your period? Tenyu said with a smile and a hint. Hate it. Brother Tenyu, you even know this. Du Wan was embarrassed. Pa. A piece of pork liver fell on the table, and Achi turned around and said, take the pork liver back to cook soup to replenish blood. Looking at the pork liver on the table, Du Wan was stunned, and then Tenyu laughed, and then walked into the secret door next to him with Achi and Da Vinci. At this time, Tenyu also understood why Ling Linky gave Du Wan a pig liver. Tenyu could see that Du Wan was short of blood and chi, and it was not strange that Ling Linky, a martial artist, could see it. As for where the pork liver came from, Tenyu said he didn't know. Nonsense movies, how can there be so many whys? Because of Tenyu's insertion, Ling Linky didn't hit the glass door because of pretending to be too cool, which was a blessing in disguise. Commander. In the base, Tenyu soon saw the biggest villain of the movie, the Golden Gunman, who was also the supreme commander of this base. Achi, Tenyu, you are here. The Golden Gunman turned around and was very enthusiastic about the arrival of the three people. At this time, a young guard came over, saluted, and said to Achi, no smoking here, put out the cigarette. Oh. Ling Linky immediately put the cigarette butt on his palm to extinguish it. This guard is also a tough guy. The cigarette butt burned his palm without blinking. Then the guard saw the butcher knife behind Achi and said, "There is also this knife." The guard was about to take away the butcher knife, but Achi pressed it on his hand. "I'm sorry, as a swordsman, the knife is always with me. Forget it." The guard was about to speak, but the golden gunman waved his hand to signal him to leave, and then laughed. "Swordsman. Not bad." The golden spear man seemed to admire Ling Linky and Tenyu, but his eyes were full of mockery. "Yes, what era is this? Still using swords and swordsmen? It's hard not to be mocked as a psychopath and a fool." Ling Linky's brain circuit is not normal at all. For a pure patriotic young man like him, all he thinks about is this mission. At this time, he was already immersed in the joy of serving the country again and couldn't extricate himself. He didn't feel the malice of the golden gunman at all. "Commander, it's been 10 years. I thought the country had forgotten me." Ling Linky sighed. "How could it be?" The golden gunman smiled and patted Aki's shoulder and said, "Even a pair of underwear and a piece of toilet paper have their uses." Tenyu frowned slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The golden gunman's words were definitely insulting them. He actually compared him and Ling Linky to underwear and toilet paper. But Ling Linky's brain was really abnormal. He actually thought that this metaphor was too good, which made Tenyu speechless. Good. Looking at the two idiots in front of him who were specially selected by him, the golden gunman was very satisfied. Let the two follow him slowly and said, "There is a saying that soldiers are raised for 1,000 days and used in 1 moment. Then the golden gunman said a lot of words and explained the mission this time. Of course, there are also funny scenes of Da Vinci, the old man, urinating and defecating everywhere, and the super killer weapon. It is really ridiculous. This movie is originally a nonsensical comedy movie by Stephen Chow. When Tenyu personally participated in it, he had the urge to chop this old man with a knife. In such a secret national base, a serious occasion, this old man actually urinated and defecated everywhere. And Ling Linky, this brain circuit is really strange. If Tenyu didn't understand the plot, if he really cooperated with such a person, Tenyu felt that he would definitely be pitted to death. "I am not afraid of god-like opponents, I am afraid of pig-like teammates. These people are standard pig teammates." After the mission was explained, the golden gunman privately sponsored Ling Linky and Tenyu's expenses for 200 yuan. "Commander, we haven't been back for a long time. There are a lot of changes here. If the commander doesn't mind, how about letting us visit the base?" Tenyu said with a smile. Visit? Okay. Then take a few more glances at the end." The golden gunman laughed and said meaningfully. "Thank you very much, we will definitely watch it carefully." Tenyu also laughed and said meaningfully. "Akin. Show the two guests a good tour." The golden gunman turned and shouted to the side door. "Yes. Commander." A woman with a cold face walked out from behind the side door. When Tenyu saw this woman, he immediately understood her identity. Li Xiongqin. Played by the former Hong Kong movie star Yuan Yanji, in the original movie, Li Xiongqin's mother, father and even grandparents were traitors. And she was adopted by the golden gunman since she was a child as a tool for killing. Seeing Li Xiongqin appear, Ling Linky's eyes lit up and he immediately walked forward. Knowing what was going to happen next, Tenyu was speechless. Chapter 15. Akin, right? I, Ling Linky, am a swordsman. Maybe we can cooperate in the future. Li Xiongqin just kept talking, but Li Xiongqin ignored him. "Let's go, hurry up, I have other things to do." After saying that, Li Xiongqin walked directly outside. Seeing Ling Linky's deflated look, Tenyu stepped forward holding back a smile. "Let's go." Tenyu patted Ling Linky on the shoulder and walked outside. A few people quickly walked around the entire factory. Tenyu carefully observed the layout of the entire factory and roughly guessed where the dinosaur skulls were stored. Of course, visiting the base is not for Tenyu to be bored, but to determine the location of the dinosaur skull. In the original drama, the dinosaur bones were hidden in the base by the man with the golden gun. However, to be on the safe side, Tenyu still had to make sure. "Miss Li, have you ever thought about changing your ways?" Outside the factory, after several people visited the base, Tenyu looked at Li Xiongqin and said with a hint. 9-6. What do you mean? Li Xiongqin looked at Tenyu warily, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Tenyu. At this time, Ling Linky also looked at Tenyu with a puzzled expression. That's what it means. Tenyu ignored Ling Linky and said to Li Xiongqin again. Miss Li, do you think what you have done over the years is right? Tenyu said again. I don't know what you are talking about. Li Xiongqin's eyes were a little dodgeful, and after speaking, he turned and left. Miss Li, if you really want to change your ways, come here to see me tonight. Tenyu flicked his fingers, and a piece of paper flew out, and was caught by Li Xiongqin. At night, in Tianyu's cabin, Li Xiongqin came. As soon as Li Xiongqin arrived, Tenyu took him down without saying a word. Although Li Xiongqin is a trained agent and his skills are not bad, compared with Tenyu, whose physical fitness is far beyond ordinary people, it is far behind. Moreover, Tenyu shamelessly used sneak attacks, which was completely beyond Li Xiongqin's expectations. Miss Li, I won't say any more nonsense. I know that the man with the golden gun is actually the commander, and the dinosaur bones were stolen by him. The number 7 warehouse in the base must contain dinosaur skulls. Tenyu played with Li Xiongqin. With the pistol seized in his hand, he looked at the tied-up Li Xiongqin and smiled. How did you know? Li Xiongqin looked at Tenyu in surprise. But she quickly reacted and thought about the visit this afternoon. At that time, she was entangled by Ling Linky, but Tenyu disappeared for a quarter of an hour. That's it. Li Xiongqin was also a smart person and quickly understood. Ms. Li, now that we have the physical evidence, all we need is you as a witness. As long as you are willing to stand up and testify, not only can you be free, but you can also atone for your crimes. After an hour of Tianyu's persuasion, Li Xiongqin's heart was finally broken. Of course, this is also because Li Xiongqin really wants to change his ways. She didn't want to continue to help the tiger, because that would be a dead end sooner or later. This is why Tianyu dared to say that to Li Xiongqin this afternoon without fear of her falling out on the spot. Also, Tianyu did have the evidence, and it was useless for Li Xiongqin to deny it. If she continues to resist, the final result will be death. So it is better to cooperate with Tianyu and strive for a good ending, but just instigating Li Xionglin's rebellion is not enough. After all, this is the territory of the Golden Gun Man. It is easy to break into the base and kill the Golden Gun Man, but it is not so easy to get out. This is not some silly movie, this is the real world. If surrounded by a large number of troops, Tianyu would not be able to escape with his current skills. You know, the mission requirement is not only to kill the Golden Gun Man, but also to return the dinosaur bones to the country. So a big shot is needed to suppress those armies. It happened that Commander Chen of the Northern Army secretly came to Shenzhen City in order to trace the whereabouts of the dinosaur bones. And with Li Xiongqin's information, he knew exactly where he was, so this matter was much simpler. Dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Tianyu, I brought you the technique you wanted. Ling Linky's voice came from outside. After the two returned from the base, Ling Linky went back to prepare the exercises, while Tianyu was here waiting for Li Xiongqin to take the bait. Upon hearing the technique, Tianyu suddenly became excited and quickly opened the door. Nothing in the mission world can be taken out. This is an iron rule, but in this world it has no effect on Tianyu, otherwise he would not ask for the skills. Because the system has already released the task when you come in, there are a total of 2 options. The first option is to help Ling Linky complete the task, and the reward is something that can be taken out of this world. The second option is to help the Golden Gunman so that Ling Linky cannot find the truth. The reward is a full 20,000 selection points. When the system options and the selection space are opposite, everything is based on the system, and the selection space cannot erase Tianyu, but there is no reward for mission failure. But Tianyu finally chose the first option, because using qi to control the sword was so delicious. This is a bronze level technique, and its price outside must exceed 10,000 recruitment points. Tianyu, is this? After Tianyu accepted the technique, Ling Linky's eyes widened when she saw Li Xiongqin being tied up and sitting on the ground. You guys! This scene was indeed a bit erotic, with several holes in the messy clothes and the tide. Ling Linky immediately thought of it wrongly, and there was also some gloom in his eyes. For some reason, when he saw Li Xiongqin this afternoon, Ling Linky was attracted to her. Now in this situation, he naturally felt bad. Okay, you came at the right time. Now let's go out together to meet someone. Tianyu was too lazy to explain. The love between men and women was not as important as the mission. Tianyu directly picked up Li Xiongqin with one hand, carried her on his shoulder, and then pulled Ling Linky out. Under the guidance of Li Xiongqin, the three came to Commander Chen's residence. Who are you? At the Datang Hotel, Tenyu and the other two were stopped outside by a large number of people. The leader was a man and a woman, who was the big steel teeth in the original movie, and there was also the goddess of beauty. You are from the Northern Army. We are from the Intelligence Department of the Southern Army. Tenyu took out his ID and handed it to Amy. Oh, what do you want to talk to us about? Amy took the ID and smiled charmingly after reading it. This is the territory of the Southern Army, so it is not surprising that Tenyu and his friends know they are here. I want to see your Commander Chen. Tenyu said directly without any nonsense. Boy, not everyone can see our Commander Chen. Big Steel Teeth moved the mechanical arm in his hand, making a humming sound, and then laughed. Those who have seen the movie know that Big Steel Teeth has been modified all over. This guy is not only invulnerable to swords and guns, but also has infinite strength with the help of the mechanical arm. This guy can directly lift a car weighing 1 or 2 tons, but his brain is a little abnormal. In one sentence, he is a pig teammate who pits his teammates. In the end, he implicated Mei Shen and died under the gun of the Golden Gun Man. His death was also very aggrieved. Tenyu was too lazy to pay attention to such a brainbag person. What if we have information about dinosaur bones? We know that your Commander Chen is investigating the matter of dinosaur skulls. We have important information. Are you serious? Mei Shen said with shining eyes. Let them in. Just then, a middle-aged man's voice came from the room. Yes. Commander. Boy, you better not play any tricks, otherwise. Big Steel Teeth threatened, then made way. Tenyu, right? You said you have clues about the dinosaur skull. Inside the house, Commander Chen stared at Tenyu and the others, and said in a deep voice. Yes. Tenyu didn't waste any words and directly produced the evidence. That is, the photo of the dinosaur bones secretly taken in the base this afternoon. After producing the evidence, Tenyu pushed Li Xiongqin out again and asked her to tell the true identity of the Golden Gun Man. Chapter 16. Maid. It's really a day and night defense. It's hard to guard against domestic thieves. I've long suspected that there was something wrong with him, but I didn't expect that it was really him who did it. Chen Si. Ling looked at the evidence and then listened to Li Xionglin's story, and he became furious. But he quickly calmed down. You are from the Southern Army Intelligence Department, why do you do this? Of course Chen Si. Ling was referring to why Tenyu and the others betrayed the Golden Gun Man and came to help them. Tell me. What do you want? We don't want anything. Tenyu shook his head, and then said, I just have a small thing that I would like to ask Chen Si. Ling for help with. Tenyu then told Li Xiongqin what he had done to make amends. This was what Tenyu had promised Li Xiongqin, and since he had promised, he must keep his word. That's all. That's it. If you really want to say why? It is that I hope my motherland will get better and better. Such garbage should not live in this world. When Tenyu said these words, everyone looked at Tenyu differently, with a hint of admiration. Especially Ling Linky, who felt that she was right to hand over the skills to Tenyu. Okay. Very good. Chen Si. Ling laughed loudly and patted Tenyu on the shoulder, with admiration in his eyes. I will report to Kyoto now to arrest this scum. Chen Si. Ling did not waste any time and immediately reported the matter to Kyoto. Due to the solid evidence, the arrest warrant was quickly approved and was given full responsibility to Chen Si. Ling. Seeing this, Tenyu's face was full of smiles, knowing that the matter was done, and it was only about 8 hours before Tenyu came here. After the discussion, everyone quickly took action. First, Chen Si. Ling made a call to confirm that the Golden Gunman was in the base, and then everyone headed straight to the base. With Li Xiongqin as an internal agent, everyone quickly entered the base. No, wait a minute. Looking at the dark and quiet office building in front of him, Tenyu stopped everyone. What's wrong? At this time, everyone looked at Tenyu and asked with some doubts. Let them go in first, and we'll wait a moment. Tenyu said, and then motioned to Amy to ask other intelligence officers to go in and explore the road first. This time, not only Tenyu and a few people came to the base to arrest the Golden Gun Man, but also some intelligence personnel from the Northern Army. There were more than 40 people in total. Let Chen Si. Ling take these people with him, naturally to prevent any accidents from happening. Quack. There's no such trouble, just rush in. Deganja stood up directly, and then strode towards the office building. And more than 30 intelligence officers behind him also followed Deganja. Bang! A gunshot was heard, followed by a scream. Then violent gunfire rang out throughout the office building, and a melee began. How could there be an ambush? Could it be you? The goddess of beauty's expression changed and she directly aimed the gun at Li Xiongqin. She did not doubt Tenyu, and if Tenyu wanted to trick them, she would not tell them to stop. Miss Ame, please calm down and be careful of taking away the fire. Ling Linqi was a little nervous. I didn't. Li Xianglan was really aggrieved. She really didn't report the news, and she didn't know why this happened. It's not her. Tenyu said, and then secretly said that it was true. The man with the golden gun could become the commander-in-chief of the Confederate Army. Naturally, he was not a simple person. He never believed in Li Xiongqin from the beginning to the end. After all, Li Xiongqin is just a chess piece in his hand, a killing knife. It was probably the time when Li Xiongqin disappeared that made him realize something was wrong. And the phone call Chen Si.Ling gave him aroused his suspicion. Bang! The originally dark building suddenly lit up. Let's go. Fight in. Tianyu's face was filled with murderous intent. Chen sir. Ling, I'll leave the outside to you, and leave the golden gunman inside to us. The loud gunfire naturally triggered the entire base. The alarm began to sound, and the troops in the entire base began to gather here. Only Chen Si.Ling could stabilize these people. No problem, just be careful. Chen Si.Ling responded. Yet. Tianyu stood up and walked towards the building. At the same time, 2 pistols appeared in Tianyu's hands. Behind them, A Meishan, Ling Linqi, and Li Xiongqin also picked up pistols. Of course, what Ling Linqi was holding was a flying knife. This guy was a genius at practicing swordsmanship, but his marksmanship was a mess. Even if you stand in front of him, he can't hit you with his gun. It's not an exaggeration to call him an idiot with a gun. The battle in the office building was extremely fierce, with nearly 100 people from both sides fighting fiercely, but generally speaking, the side of the golden gun held the advantage. First, due to the number of people, the golden gunmen were twice as many as Deganja and the others. Second, there was the difference in weapons. The golden gunmen had heavy weapons. Several machine guns fired down, and only half of the 30 or so people who originally entered Dagongya were left in a matter of seconds. But the situation soon reversed. Bang! The window exploded. Tianyu rushed in from the side window with the goddess of beauty, fired quickly with both hands, and instantly put 6 machine gunners down. Although Tianyu didn't have any marksmanship skills, the distance was only 3 to 5 meters and the opponent was still motionless. It was strange that he couldn't hit him due to his physical condition. On the other side, Ling Linqi also led Li Xiongqin to kill. The flying knife in Ling Linqi's hand kept shooting out, and he also harvested 4 or 5 people in a short time. Although the marksmanship of Amy and Li Xiongqin was also very good, it was not much beyond the scope of ordinary people, so the two were much inferior. In just a few breaths, the other side directly suffered more than a dozen casualties. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire continued, and the cold light of flying knives flashed, harvesting lives one by one. Every gunshot took away a head of the other side, every flying knife flashed and pierced the enemy's neck. After just a dozen breaths, the battle in the room stopped. It was not that Tianyu and others killed all the other side, but that the remaining people were scared and ran away. In the final analysis, these people who could follow the golden gun were all greedy and cherished their lives. How could these people really work for someone? Seeing Tianyu and Ling Linqi harvesting each other's lives like the god of death, a group of people were shocked. It's really amazing. The dirty and dusty big steel teeth widened his eyes and swore. The same was true for Amy and Li Xiongqin, who were so surprised that they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. The previous performances of Tianyu and Ling Linqi can only be described as wonderful. They felt that they were just here to make soy sauce and had no place to use their skills. Let's go. Only the golden gunman is left. Tianyu said lightly. The golden gunman was very cunning. When Tianyu and the others appeared, he ran away when he saw that the situation was not good. This was also the main reason why others did not resist. The real boss ran away, so why did they resist? At this time, Tianyu looked very calm on the surface, but in fact, his stomach had already turned upside down. This was his first time killing someone, and he was not a pervert, so how could he not react at all? I know where he is, follow me. At this time, Li Xiongqin stood up and went upstairs. Ling Linky, De Ganja and Ai Meishan followed closely with murderous looks on their faces. Wow! Walking up the stairs, looking at the corpses on the ground, Tenyu finally couldn't help vomiting. First time killing someone. Ai Meishan, who was lagging behind, heard the noise behind and stopped. Then he turned around and looked at Tenyu with a smile, it's okay, you'll get used to it after vomiting. Tenyu ignored Ai Meishan and adjusted his breathing and uncomfortable emotions as quickly as possible. Can you do it? Big Gun God, do you need a little help from me? Tenyu rolled his eyes at Ai Meishan. Can I do it? Let's try it tonight and we'll know. Ai Meishan was stunned at first, then understood what Tenyu said, and a blush flashed across her face. But when it comes to driving, she is not inferior to Tenyu, the old driver, and said with a smile, okay, I'm afraid you can't handle it at night. Tenyu was too lazy to talk nonsense with this woman, and quickly adjusted himself and went upstairs. Chapter 17. When Tenyu and the other two came upstairs, the Golden Gunman had already started fighting with everyone. The Golden Gunman was really invincible, and his equipment was definitely black technology, which was simply amazing. Not only was his armor invulnerable to swords and guns, but it could also see through several layers of walls. Damn, such black technology, even Iron Man's iron suit does not have this technology. And the penetration of the golden gun was simply too strong. At the beginning of the plot, a single shot blew up 001, which was separated by 7 or 8 layers of steel walls. The power of this golden gun is probably beyond the reach of even the most advanced anti-sniper equipment in the world. But who said this was Stephen Chow's nonsensical comedy movie? Nonsensical means there is no logic at all. This also made countless summoners fall into this from Beijing with love mission copy. At this time, the three were beaten without any ability to fight back. One of De Ganja's hands and one of his legs were broken, and he lay on the ground unable to move. Li Xiongqin was also shot and fell to the ground, breathing out more than breathing in. Ling Linky half knelt on the ground, and there were 2 bullet holes on the cold iron knife in his hand. Haha! Just you want to be my enemy, I can retreat calmly after killing you. The Golden Gunman laughed wildly, thinking that he had won. The Golden Gunman had a good plan. As long as he killed Tenyu and the others, it would matter if he was exposed. Without his opponent to check and balance him, he could trade dinosaur bones calmly and then run away with the money. As long as he fled overseas, no one could do anything to him. Tenyu and Amy were only delayed for a while, and this was the scene they saw when they came to the 2nd floor. Tenyu secretly said that as expected, the task of climbing the rooftop was not so easy to complete. If you just wait for the end of the plot, let the protagonist kill the villain, and sit back and enjoy the success to complete the task, it would be too simple. The summoning system will not create such a bug, so the summoner has to do it himself. Get out of the way, let me do it. Tenyu walked in front of Ling Linky and took the butcher knife in his hand. Tenyu. Trust me. Be careful of the gun in his hand, it's very powerful, my hand is numb. Ling Linky said. After blocking 2 shots from the Golden Spearman, Ling Linky's internal energy was mostly exhausted, his arms were numb, and he couldn't even lift them up. I know. Tenyu picked up the butcher knife. Only this butcher knife made of cold iron can break the armor defense. Be careful, I'm still waiting for you, let's see if you can do it. Aphrodite smiled, but her expression was full of solemnity. How can a man not be able to do it? I will never let you down. Tenyu smiled. Tenyu? Haha. The Golden Spearman looked at Tenyu, his face under the armor was full of ridicule. Of course, he had to admit that he had made a mistake. He thought that the 2 chosen ones were 2 idiots, but he didn't expect that the 2 chosen ones were 2 killers. Ling Linky's performance shocked him. He chopped bullets with a knife. This guy was even more powerful than him. If he hadn't fired in advance, he would have really fallen into Ling Linky's hands. So, he took action in advance. Bang! With a gunshot, the Golden Gunman raised his hand without hesitation and shot at Tenyu. A huge danger came, the alarm bells rang, and Tenyu's hair exploded instantly. His strong physical fitness was brought to the extreme, and his feet moved quickly, barely dodging the bullet. But the whistling sound in his ears still made him a little scared, and he was almost finished. Come on! Tenyu wiped the blood on his face from the bullet and shouted loudly. Although Tenyu didn't know the knife method, he couldn't do it to the extent of chopping bullets with a knife like Ling Linky. But his physical fitness after strengthening is not to be underestimated, almost twice that of a normal person. At the moment when the opponent shoots, he can judge the angle of the opponent's shooting in advance and then dodge the bullet. Seeing that he didn't hit Tenyu, the Golden Gunman finally panicked. What a pervert! The Golden Gunman had the urge to curse at this time, while retreating and loading bullets. Tenyu's face was full of ridicule, and he didn't talk nonsense. His speed suddenly increased, and he instantly crossed a distance of 7 or 8 meters and came to the Golden Gunman. Although the armor and golden gun of the Golden Gunman are a big bug, the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, the moving speed is too slow. In addition, the golden gun in the hand of the Golden Gunman can only load 1 bullet at a time. So as long as Tenyu gets close to the Golden Gunman, he will let Tenyu do it. Clang! The sound of the knife rang, and the clanging sound echoed in the hall on the second floor. A flash of knife light flashed, and Tenyu instantly made a move, slashing down 7 or 8 times in succession. Puff! The blood shot up into the sky, a large amount of blood spurted out, and a head flew high. The Golden Gunman was killed in a more miserable way than in the original movie. Seeing that Tenyu had cut the Golden Gunman into pieces in an instant, Amy was shocked. What kind of knife do you have? A butcher knife. Tenyu said lightly, it's used to kill animals. Awesome! Ling Linky and Amy couldn't help but admire at the same time. Beauty! Can I borrow your broad mind to lean on? As he said that, before Amy could react, Tenyu threw himself into Amy's arms and gasped heavily. Dodge the bullets, slash out 7 or 8 times in a flash, it looks awesome, but it puts a lot of pressure on Tenyu's body. In addition, he just killed someone for the first time and vomited all over the place, so after all the strength in his body burst out, he was about to lose strength at this time. And the goddess of beauty didn't mind, she smiled and hugged Tenyu. When the second floor was cleaned up, the outside of the base was also suppressed by Commander Chen. As the commander of the Northern Army, plus the order from Kyoto, no one said anything, and Commander Chen took over the base directly. Then everything came naturally, and the dinosaur skull was found in the number 7 warehouse of the base. Watch! Congratulations to the chosen one Tenyu for completing the task, which took 10 hours and 3 minutes, and the task evaluation is SSS level. 2 prompt sounds rang in succession. The first sound could only be heard by Tenyu in the world of From Beijing with Love, but the second sound was indeed for all the chosen ones. Super God! The summoning square, the sky platform, and the summoners who were carrying out missions in the mission world. All the summoners in the entire summoning space heard this broadcast. Super God Evaluation, SSS. The person who appeared again and received such an honor was still Tenyu. Shocking everyone, the summoners who heard the broadcast were extremely shocked, and then the entire summoning space was boiling again. Oh my god, another super god, and the evaluation is from this Tenyu boss. It's like a little cow taking a plane to the sky. Who is this Tenyu boss? When did the SSS super god evaluation become so worthless? I haven't even got a B-level evaluation. Didn't Tenyu boss just finish the dungeon last night? How come someone who hasn't had it for a month can continue to do it right away? Is he cheating? The idiot above, the identification is complete. Don't you know there is such a thing as a dungeon cooldown refresh card? Although I have only heard of it, I haven't seen this card with my own eyes. My best result is only a B-level evaluation. Compared with Tenyu boss, it's really annoying. Don't make a fuss, look at your body, what can compare with Tenyu boss, loser, don't daydream. Twice, there have been 2 ultrasonic evaluations, and this time the ultrasonic evaluation is from the mission of the skydiving platform. The boss Tenyu of the 5th world is simply too awesome. 10 hours. It only took 10 hours, it's really crazy. From Beijing, I heard that the threat level of this mission world is very high. Although it is not an authentic martial arts world, there are also strong kung fu and various modern weapons in it. If you are not careful, you will die directly. I feel that the network will definitely explode tomorrow, and the boss Tenyu will definitely swipe the screen again. It must be swipe the screen, and I am sure that the country will definitely not sit still after getting the news, and even other countries will not sit still. Yes, there is no concept of first swipe on the skydiving platform. The boss Tenyu has the strategy of super god evaluation. As long as it is leaked, he will definitely be able to cultivate a group of strong people. Chapter 18. Because of Tenyu's super god evaluation, the whole summoning space has begun to discuss. Everyone is discussing what kind of impact Tenyu's move to win the SSS level super god evaluation will have on the summoning space. This is the mission world of the Tiantai, and there is no concept of first brush. Those who brush the SSS level super god evaluation for the second time can still get 100% of the points reward except for not getting the item reward. Unlike the mission world of the cumbersome area, the points reward will be halved after the first brush. As long as Tenyu is willing to contribute the strategy of this mission world, it can be foreseen that a large number of strong people will appear in the summoning space. Not to mention how strong it is, an SSS reward of the Tiantai mission world may be able to create a bronze level master. Going deeper, the appearance of Tenyu may change the power comparison between countries. As long as Tenyu is willing to reveal the strategy to a certain country, a group of bronze level masters will appear in this country. Bronze level masters are nothing among the top combat forces, but facing ordinary people, even those special forces cannot fight against bronze level masters. If the number is large enough and they form a corps, and then start a war, it is absolutely a terrifying existence. Realizing this, many people were shocked. Even ordinary people can think of things, and those people in big forces can naturally think of it. It can be seen that at this moment, many people in the selection space have gone offline and returned to the real world. They reported the news as soon as possible. Countless sleeping big figures in the real world were awakened by the phone call. The mysterious man who was observing Tenyu before suddenly jumped up after hearing this prompt tone, and blurted out "fuck." Then he looked at the direction of the sky platform thoughtfully. His face was sometimes excited and sometimes embarrassed. After taking a few deep breaths, the mysterious man strengthened his heart and hurriedly exited the selection space again. Tenyu didn't know about these things at all. After the selection system announced that he had completed the task, he told him to return within 24 hours. Calmly ignoring the prompts of the selection system, Tenyu followed Ling Linky and others to clean up the battlefield, and obtained Ling Linky's chi-controlling sword technique. Then he found a place where no one was and chose to return to the selection space. At this moment, Tenyu was wrapped in a ball of light and instantly returned to the selection space. At the same time, a series of prompts sounded in his mind. Dear Summoner Tenyu, you will receive the following rewards after completing the task. Selection points, 30,000 points. Strength attribute plus 20. Personal task card times 1, already stored in your personal warehouse. Golden treasure chest times 1, already stored in your personal warehouse. Please note, you have become a formal summoner and cannot go to the mundane area task world or the first level task world of the Ascension platform. Hearing the system's prompts, Tenyu suddenly saw in front of him, worthy of being the task world of the Ascension platform, the reward is really different. 30,000 points of selection points are a big surprise, not to mention the mysterious golden treasure chest. Personal task cards are also good things. According to the system's prompts, you can use personal task cards to complete personal tasks. There is no competition from other summoners, and the rewards are relatively rich. This is equivalent to giving away points. I think back to the world of Detective Chinatown. I met a competitor, but the opponent was a little weak. This time, because it is the first task world of Deng Tiantai, there are no competitors. In the subsequent tasks, personal tasks are extremely rare. Especially for him who knows the plot, there is no one else to mess up, it is simply giving away points. The above are just the rewards of the summoning space. For Tenyu, the most important thing is the chi-controlling sword technique given to him by Ling Linky. Because of the system, after he completed the task, this technique was brought back to reality by him, and now it is quietly lying in the personal space in the form of a blue book. Just like the skill book in the online game, you can learn it immediately by clapping your hands. Just after checking the rewards, the system suddenly sent a prompt. You have a new communication message. Erlong Hyuhoj invites you to a video call. Please handle it in time. In fact, there are too many people who want to talk to Tenyu at this time, and countless people are looking for his traces. It's just that Tenyu ordered the system last time to help him intercept the video communication request, and only Erlong Hyuhoj was not intercepted. After hearing the system prompt, Tenyu was slightly stunned, and then smiled and connected the video. Yo, how do you have time to find me as a busy man? It seems that you can't enter the task world today, why haven't you logged off yet? Erlong Hyuhoj looked at Tenyu with a complicated expression and said truthfully, I just discussed with a few friends for a while, and I plan to call them next time I complete the task. Speaking of this, she herself felt a little strange. Why should she answer Tianyu's questions honestly? Tianyu nodded, then what do you want to talk to me about? Brother Erlong Huhao looked serious and said, I just heard the system's broadcast. Congratulations to Tianyu. You have received another super rating. I'm afraid many people are looking for you now. Tianyuan was indeed having a headache. The system didn't know what was going on, so it generated a super god evaluation and immediately announced it in the entire selection space, for fear that others would not be jealous. He actually just wants to develop in a low profile and make a fortune in silence. But such a move in the selection space completely disrupted his plan and made him attract everyone's attention. He has become a star in the selection space. This is not what she wants. Tianyu. Brother Erlong Huhao seemed hesitant to speak. He hesitated before speaking, can you sell me a copy of the Mission World Guide for Domestic Lingling Paint? I'm afraid not. Tianyu shook his head, this is not a mission in the mortal area, it is of a different nature. You can't afford the price I want, and if I really sell it to you, it may not be a good thing for you. Can you guarantee that your identity has not been leaked? The mission guide for domestic lingling paint is useless for Tianyu to keep in his hands, because he cannot enter this world again. He did have the idea of taking action, but it was not to sell money, but to exchange for things he needed, such as special items. Obviously, the school beauty who is still in the ordinary area must not have any special items. And Tianyu is very sure that if he sells the strategy to the school beauty, it will definitely cause disaster to the other party. Although he is not a good person, he will not do anything that harms others and does not benefit himself. You're right. Brother Erlong Huhao sighed, and then reminded, Tianyu, many people from big forces are looking for you now and want the guide in your hand. There is no first brush for the mission copy of the rooftop. Even those who get an SSS level evaluation for the second time can get a 100% point reward in addition to no task rewards. With so many points, it is easy to cultivate a master with a bronze level strength evaluation. If a certain force. By controlling the strategy in your hand, you may quickly cultivate a large number of bronze level masters. So the strategy in your hand is very important. I hope you will not sell it to those evil forces or countries that are hostile to us. Thank you for the reminder. Tianyu smiled. He is not a fool. He has already thought about what the school beauty said. After that, the two chatted for a few more words before ending the call. Looking at the darkened video window, Tianyu closed it with a smile, and then came to his personal warehouse. A golden treasure box appeared in Tianyu's sight, and there was an old-looking book next to it. Chapter 19. Personal Warehouse. As long as you are in the summoning space, you can use it anytime and anywhere, and you can take out the items in the personal warehouse with just one thought. The reason why Tianyu chose to enter the personal warehouse was naturally because he was afraid that something abnormal would happen when opening the treasure chest, which would attract the attention of other people in the summoning square. Now his reputation is big enough, and he doesn't want it to continue to grow. Even Tianyu felt that if his identity was exposed, everyone in the summoning square would immediately surround him. The personal warehouse can also be used as a temporary room. When Tianyu entered the personal warehouse, he found that it was a spacious room. The room is square, and there is a shelf next to one of the walls for placing items. At this moment, there are 3 things on the shelf: a golden treasure chest, a personal task card and a skill book for driving the sword with air. Tianyu took out the treasure chest from the shelf and slowly opened it with excitement and anticipation. Then, the system prompt sounded, "Congratulations on opening the golden treasure chest and obtaining the special ability of Thunder Spirit Root, Thunder Spirit Root. Thunder Spirit Root can open the road to immortal cultivation, greatly increase the speed of the owner's absorption of spiritual energy, mainly thunder with the strongest destructive power." When Tianyu saw the prompt for the first time, his eyes suddenly became extremely bright, like 2 full-power light bulbs. Spirit roots are divided into ordinary spirit roots, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and mutant spirit roots, wind, thunder, ice, light, and darkness. Only those with spirit roots can embark on the immortal path, change their fate against the will of heaven and become immortals and saints. Of course, it does not mean that you cannot become stronger without spirit roots, and you can also take other roots that do not require spirit roots. But for Tianyu, cultivating immortals is what he wants most, and his parents' letters also emphasized this issue. Besides, he is now a single attribute spirit root, that is, the legendary heavenly spirit root, and his cultivation speed is far beyond that of dual spirit roots. As for those with 3 or 4 spiritual roots, they can't be compared with his thunder spiritual root. Even in the real world of immortals, he is one of the people with extremely high talent. Before he could smile, he suddenly felt a swelling in his spine, and a severe pain broke out in an instant. Tenyu instantly collapsed to the ground, his body twitching unconsciously, and sweat gathered into a stream and kept flowing. Under this severe pain, even opening his mouth to wail was a luxury for him, and he could only stare with his eyes wide open. The pain came and went quickly, and disappeared after a minute, leaving Tenyu lying on the ground gasping for breath like a fish out of water. In just 1 minute, his clothes were soaked with sweat, and water would come out if he twisted them casually. After lying for more than 10 minutes, Tenyu barely got up. Hoo! Hoo! I almost died. Recalling the previous scene, Tenyu couldn't help but feel scared. He didn't expect that fusing the thunder spiritual root would be so painful. If he were to choose again now, he might not dare to continue the fusion. Especially, this heavenly spiritual root does not mean much to him now, because he has no cultivation method. If he wants the heavenly spiritual root to work, he must wait until he reaches the 10th floor of the Tiantai. After recovering, Tenyu picked up the skill book of driving the sword with chi and slapped it without hesitation. The skill book in the shape of a book suddenly turned into golden light, all of which poured into Tianyu's mind. At the same time, all kinds of scenes appeared in Tianyu's mind, from learning to drive the sword with chi when he was a child, to getting started, and then to mastering it. Among these images, all of them are based on Ling Linki, because this skill book was given by Ling Linki. After receiving the memory completely, Tenyu had a sufficient understanding of driving the sword with chi. Driving the sword with chi is divided into 2 parts. The first step is to absorb chi into the body, and then you can drive the sword with chi. However, it is not so troublesome for Tenyu. Under the influence of the selected space, it only needs physical strength to perform, so it is equivalent to a skill. Tenyu was very satisfied with this. He didn't have time to practice hard for 20 years like Ling Linki. Looking at the skills he just learned, Tenyu couldn't help but feel a little itchy and wanted to try out the power. Unfortunately, he didn't have a knife now, so he could only put aside his plan for the time being and open his attribute panel. Name, Tenyu. Selection number, 1008611. Strength, 37. Speed, 18. Physique, 17. Spirit, 21. Allocated attribute points, 5. System reward. Skills, driving, skilled, acting, entry, cooking, skilled. Special skills, driving the knife with chi, bronze. Fighting skills, none. Spiritual roots, thunder type spiritual roots. Selection points, 33,000. Strength evaluation, black iron level 3. Nothing else has changed, but there is one more attribute of the spiritual root than before. In this way, as long as there is a suitable thunder type technique, he can embark on the road of cultivation without any obstacles. However, Tenyu still felt that the selection space was a bit sloppy. Although his strength had greatly improved after acquiring the skill, he was still at the 3rd level of black iron. In the selection space, the strength evaluation simply examined the highest attribute points. At the 9th level of black iron, his highest strength was 37 points, so the strength evaluation was the 3rd level of black iron. If one attribute exceeded 100, then naturally he would have the strength of the bronze level. But don't think of improving your strength by only impacting one attribute, because the difference between a person's highest attribute and lowest attribute cannot exceed 50%. But that's for the future. The most urgent thing is to continue to strengthen your own strength. Tenyu didn't deliberately save 33,000 points for selection, and directly spent 30,000 to exchange for 100 free familiarity points. Then he added it to his own attributes without hesitation, and immediately felt that his strength increased greatly, as if he could kill a cow with one punch. Name, Tenyu. Selection number, 1008611. Strength, 54. Speed, 54. Constitution, 54. Spirit, 54. Distributable attribute points, 2. System reward. Skills, driving, skilled, acting, entry, cooking, skilled. Special skills, driving the knife with air, bronze. Fighting skills, none. Spiritual roots, thunder spirit roots. Selection points, 3000. Strength evaluation, Black Iron Level 5. Looking at these neat attributes, Tenyu exhaled a breath of satisfaction. Sure enough, the Square Warrior is the most perfect. Although there are things like attribute panels, this is still a real world, and partiality does not exist. For example, if you are strong enough to break rocks, but if your physical fitness is insufficient, you will break your muscles and bones when you use force. Even if you barely hit it, your arm will be bloody or even broken before the rock breaks. Therefore, if you want to use your full strength, you must eliminate your shortcomings. Tenyu did not move the remaining personal task cards for the time being, but chose to return to the real world. Although this task was completed quickly, he was still a little tired. Besides, he could not continue the task within a week. After choosing to exit, Tenyu's figure reappeared in his room. The first time he opened his eyes, he saw another piece of white paper on the table, with only one sentence written on it: "Speed up the progress, you still have 3 months of safety time." Tenyu did not recognize this handwriting, but according to his speculation, it should be the mysterious person who sent the letter to his parents. What does this mean now? Is he going to do it to himself? Or is there any danger approaching him? First of all, we must rule out the option of the mysterious man to attack us. With his ability to come and go at will, if he wanted to kill us, he would have done it long ago. But we must be vigilant. Besides the first time, there will be other dangers, and the mysterious man really wants to protect himself, but he can only hold on for 3 months. Rubbing his chin, Tenyu put aside these things that he couldn't understand for the time being and went back to sleep. After fighting to death in the mission world, although he was not physically tired, he was a little mentally exhausted. Chapter 20. Early the next morning, Tenyu got up, had some breakfast, and then went to school to report. Because of the existence of the selection space, students generally have to enter it during the beginning of their 3rd year of high school, and it only lasts for 3 to 5 days, so the school's requirements are not strict. Just tell the teacher before entering the recruitment space every time, and then come back to report within 15 days. After more than 15 days, the school will contact parents for confirmation, because low-level tasks rarely take more than 15 days. If he really hasn't returned on the 15th, he is probably dead. After arriving at school, Tenyu found that there were 4 or 5 people missing from his class. They must have entered the selection space. However, one of the girls named Jo Lily seemed to have entered the selection space on the same day as herself, but she has not come out yet. Shaking his head and not thinking too much, Tenyu left the school directly after fooling around in school all morning. The current school is different from Tenyu's previous life. 80% of it is about educating how to survive in the mission world, which is of little use to Tenyu who knows the plot. After leaving school, Tenyu found a taxi and came to a luxury community in the city center. The place where I lived before was secretly invaded time and time again. Now it was no longer safe and I had to change places. And this place must be safe enough. So after much deliberation, Tenyu chose the happy community in the city center. Xingfu community is not an ordinary place. The people living here are either rich or noble, so the security force is very strong. It is said that those who look at the gate must have a strength of bronze level or above, and there are also many other strong people. Even if there are people who are powerful and not afraid of security personnel, they still need to consider the consequences of disturbing these big shots in the community. "Hello sir, do you need any help?" As soon as he entered the door of the sales office, he was greeted by a pretty woman with delicate features and a ponytail. Seeing the sincere smile on the woman's face, Tenyu nodded. "You want to buy a house, please show me around first." Following the woman, Tenyu felt a little guilty. This was not an ordinary place. Is the 20 million on his body really enough? It would be a shame if it wasn't enough. But it's okay, it's just that he thought too much. Although 20 million can't buy a particularly good house, an ordinary house is still fine. After completing a set of procedures, Tenyu spent more than 17 million to find a new home for himself, and left with the woman's charming smile. The next step is to find a moving company and ask them to help move things. The busy afternoon passed quickly, and Tenyu finally moved into his new home, temporarily letting go of his worries. But as soon as he entered the bedroom, he finally couldn't help but cursed, "The ghost is really lingering." I saw a piece of A4 paper placed on the bedside table, with the words Xianzhao Space Tongfu Restaurant Snow Lotus Private Room written on it. Tenyu never expected that even though he had moved and was still in a very safe community, this mysterious man could still come and go without a trace. However, the sense of urgency that had just been put down in my heart instantly strengthened. Such a strong mysterious person could not withstand it. How terrifying is the upcoming crisis! Now that we have a goal, let's go and have a look. Gritting his teeth, Tenyu re-entered the selection space. The other party has already given the address, so there is no reason not to go and take a look. I'm going to Tongfu restaurant, Tenyu said to the sky. The next moment, his figure appeared at the door of Tongfu restaurant. Looking at the splendid 3-story restaurant, Tenyu still walked in. Sir, how can I help you? A virtual girl asked. In the special building in the recruitment space, all the staff are this kind of realistic characters. Snow Lotus private room. Please follow me. The virtual girl took a serious look at Tenyu and took him to the second floor. At the innermost side of the second floor, Tenyu saw the word Snow Lotus hanging on the private room, and walked in calmly. After walking into the Swalian private room, I found that there was no one there, only an empty private room. Looking back, I saw that the virtual girl who had just led the way had left at some point. After arriving at Anne's, Tenyu randomly found a seat and sat down. He kept tapping the table with his right index finger, thinking about the mysterious man. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the door of Swalian's private room was pushed open again, and 5 beautiful virtual girls walked in one after another, holding trays. Please enjoy it slowly. The 5 people saluted uniformly and left without giving Tenyu a chance to ask questions. Did you ask me to come here for dinner? The mysterious person ordered the food, right? I didn't order anything. With a vague guess in his mind, Tenyu opened the reluctant 5 dishes directly. Anyway, in the selection space, it is impossible to hurt others, and others cannot hurt Tenyu, so he is not afraid at all. The tray had just been opened, and the alluring aroma had already confused the entire Snow Lotus private room. Unfortunately, Tenyu didn't recognize any of them. But he saw what he wanted, because the 5th tray was not a dish, but a card and a piece of paper. The card Tenyu knows and has used before is a task cooling card. After using it, you can receive new tasks immediately without waiting for the cooling time. The other piece of paper was more ordinary, just an ordinary piece of white paper, with the words commissioned by Lin Pingzi to climb to the 2nd floor of the rooftop and be proud of the world. Does this want me to go to the 2nd floor of the rooftop and enter the world of swordsmen? What's the point? Tenyu didn't make a decision in a hurry, but thought about it while eating. He doesn't know who the mysterious person is, nor his purpose, nor his attitude. Although the other party sent a letter from his parents, it didn't mean anything. What if someone with evil intentions gets his parents' letter and deceives him to achieve some ulterior purpose? For example, the strategy for SSS evaluation in the mission world is a very suitable target. However, considering that the other party knows his identity in the real world and has never taken action against him, he knows that his life is not in danger. If that's the case, then go take a look and see what you are pretending to be. After swallowing the last mouthful of rice, Tenyu also decided to go to Swordsman World to take a look. Sir, you have spent a total of 1,000 recruitment points. Please come here to pay. Hearing the waiter's voice, Tenyu's face immediately turned green. He thought someone had already paid for the meal, but he ended up having to pay for it himself? But there was no choice but to go to the front desk and pay 1,000 selection points before leaving Tongfu restaurant. After Tenyu left, the door of the Peony private room next to the Snow Lotus private room opened with a creak, and a man covered in black robes walked out. It was the mysterious man who had observed Tenyu before. Instructor Tianxing, I disobeyed your order, but Tenyu is qualified enough to take that path, and we don't have much time left. The mysterious man stared blankly at the direction Tenyu was leaving and murmured. After Tenyu's figure completely dissipated, he regained his energy and left quietly. Tenyu never thought that the person he was looking for was actually next door to him, and he hadn't paid the bill yet. If he knew that the mysterious person was next door, he would definitely grab the other person's neck and ask what was going on. But this is good, even though I still don't understand the ins and outs of the matter, at least I am moving in the direction of my parents. Chapter 21. Coming to the rooftop, looking at the towering stairs, Tenyu stepped onto the second step. As before, when Tenyu stepped onto the first floor of the rooftop, many tasks came one after another and appeared in front of him. He didn't look at these tasks much. Since he already had a goal, he naturally chose the task of Lin Pingzi in the world of swordsmen without hesitation. The task selection is successful. The random plot world swordsman will be entered in 5 minutes. After the system prompt sounded, Tenyu appeared in the preparation room again. It was still the same small house and the same life-size mirror. The only difference was that Tenyu had something prepared this time. Before rushing to the rooftop, they had spent more than 1,000 points in the square to buy a black iron-level knife. With the bronze-level skill of controlling the knife with chi, how could he not have a knife? Tenyu directly chose this black iron knife, and then took it with him, quietly waiting to enter the world of swordsman. Not long after, 5 minutes had passed, Tenyu's eyes went dark, and he disappeared into the preparation room. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an exquisite wing room, surrounded by fragrance, with a pot of hot tea, smoke curling, and the fragrance of tea. Ding! Because Lin Pingzi paid an extra price and chose the Advent mode, the summoner of this mission will appear as Lin Pingzi, the young escort leader of Fuwei Escort Agency. Mainline mission, get enough reputation. Note, at least equivalent to the reputation of a first-class master, the higher the reputation, the higher the completion rate. Challenge mission, defeat one of the top masters in this world. Note, including but not limited to Dongfang Bubai, Feng Qingyang, Master Feng Zheng, Ren Woxing, Taoist Kongxiu, Zhou Chan. The maximum stay time for this mission is 1 month. I didn't expect to encounter the Advent mode so early, and it's a reputation mission. Tenyu sighed. I learned in school that in the mission world, sometimes the mission publisher will choose the Advent mode, and the selector will descend into the world as the publisher himself. And reputation missions are available in many mission worlds, which is considered a more difficult type of mission, which is still very difficult for Tenyu. Although he used his own attribute values and skills after the Advent, instead of that rookie Lin Pingzi, even his own strength is not that strong in the world of Smiling Proud Wanderer. In this case, the top priority is to enhance his own strength. Thinking of this, Tenyu's heart moved, and he strode out of the door. Now that the Lin family is still alive and well, there must be a set of evil-repelling sword manuals here. As for the need to give up 2 taels of meat to practice this thing, Tenyu said it doesn't matter at all. After all, it is the Advent mode. This body belongs to Lin Pingzi, not him. Young escort leader, where are you going? Young escort leader, the situation is critical now. The chief escort leader and several escort leaders are discussing and specifically told me not to go out. Seeing Tenyu going out, several escorts and porters quickly surrounded him. It's okay. I've told the chief escort leader that I'll go out for a while and come back in a while. Tenyu waved his hand and walked out without a care. Although his strength is not strong in the world of Xiaoao Jianghu, he still has no pressure to deal with ordinary people. As long as Dongfang Bubai or Feng Qingyang don't come in person, Tenyu can at least run away if he can't beat them. The bronze-level chi-controlling sword is no joke. Tenyu went out and turned east and west, and walked more than 2 miles. On the side of a stone bridge, he turned into an alley. At the end of the alley was a large stone house with a black door and white room. The house was pitch black. Xiangyang Lane, the old house of the Lin family. Tenyu was familiar with the route, and he walked towards the Buddhist temple in the northwest corner with a shake of his body. There is an ink painting hanging in the Buddhist hall, which depicts the back of Bodhidharma, and describes his 9 years of facing the wall. There is a very old cushion on the west side, with a wooden fish on the table and a stack of Buddhist scriptures. This is where Lin Yuantou lived alone in his old age. Imagine a hero who is famous in the world, with grey hair, sitting in this gloomy Buddhist hall, knocking on the fish and chanting scriptures until he dies of old age. His mood is probably lonely and desolate. In the original work, there are a total of 4 people who have really practiced the sword of exorcism and its source, the Sunflower Manual, namely Lin Yuantou, Dongfang Bubai, Yu Buchan, and Lin Pingzi. After Dongfang Bubai and Lin Pingzi castrated themselves, their personalities changed significantly. However, Lin Yuantou, who also practiced the sword of exorcism, is described as quite heroic. Yu Buchan just lost his beard and his voice became sharper, without any gay air. Obviously, castration will cause some physiological changes, but it does not necessarily lead to psychological changes. Of course, Tenyu was too lazy to explore these things at this time. He bowed to the portrait of Bodhidharma from a distance, which was considered to be a worship of Bodhidharma and also a tribute to Lin Yuantou. Then, he flew up in the direction pointed by Bodhidharma's right hand and smashed the roof with one palm. Mud, sand, and dust fell down, and a moment later, a ball of red floated down from the hole in the roof. It was a monk's cassock, and countless small characters were densely written on the cassock. Ding! Obtain the hidden item exorcism sword technique. The selector can learn it directly at any time, but it cannot generate internal force. If you want to generate internal force, you must first castrate yourself. Self-castration, your sister. Tenyu's cheeks twitched a few times, and his face became ugly. This martial arts obviously has bad intentions, and it keeps saying self-castration. It is impossible to castrate oneself. Although I thought that this body belonged to Lin Pingzi before, I could accept it no matter what, but when I really faced this step, Tenyu still couldn't bear it. No matter who the body belongs to, at least in this month, it is Tenyu's own body. In this case, just learn the evil repelling sword technique directly. It doesn't matter whether you have internal strength or not. Let Lin Pingzi choose it himself in the future. Anyway, I am using my own physical attributes now, and the attributes of 54 points are enough to compete with martial arts masters. Ding! Congratulations to the chosen one for learning the Sword of Evil Repelling. The Sword of Evil Repelling will automatically upgrade to the full level of strength, and the physical strength and spirit will increase by 15 points. The skill of Meteor Chasing the Moon will be obtained. Meteor Chasing the Moon, when performing the Sword of Evil Repelling, the speed of the moves will increase by 200%. It seems to be okay. Although the internal strength has not been cultivated, this attribute has indeed increased, and there is also an additional skill of Meteor Chasing the Moon. In general, the power has been reduced, but at least the self-castration item has been omitted. As for whether Lin Pingzi can still have such a strong strength after he leaves, with his weak physical fitness, it has nothing to do with Tenyu. If you really can't stand the weak strength, then close your eyes and everything. It won't take long before you can surpass the period of your arrival. Now Tenyu is a little envious of the publisher. With the help of the selected space, he learned the skills so easily. After he leaves, Lin Pingzi will still be able to master these skills and they will not disappear. On the contrary, what he learned in this world will automatically disappear after he leaves. Chapter 22. Fuwei Escort Agency was now in a state of solemnity. The 2 flagpoles at the main entrance had been cut off at the roots, and all the tables and chairs in the escort agency hall had been removed. There were more than a dozen escorts' bodies piled up in a mess. There was a bloody line about an inch wide drawn on the front and back doors of the escort agency, and next to it was written in blood, "Those who walk 10 steps out of the door will die." Some people did not believe in evil, crossed the bloody line, and died inexplicably, and others could only take back his body. Fuwei Escort Agency was finished. Although no one said it out loud, everyone knew this in their hearts. The heavy atmosphere seemed to want to drive everyone crazy. Ha ha ha, this shit escort agency looks very powerful. But Master took action personally and destroyed them without any effort. After all, our Qingcheng sect is one of the best sects in Sichuan and Shu. What kind of thing is their escort agency? How dare they compete with us? Damn it, it's annoying to talk about it. No matter how powerful we are this time, Junior Brother Yu is dead after all. Even if we wipe out the entire escort agency, we will still be punished by Master. Hey, Junior Brother Jia is also a fool. He can kill Junior Brother Yu if he follows him out. This time, we have to work extra hard. Kill one more escort leader, and Master will be less angry. In the depths of the alley, 2 figures were talking quietly. The 2 glanced at the bloodline from time to time, as if they were standing guard. In fact, the task that Yu Kanghai gave them was just 4 words: "Those who cross the line will die." Considering that the head of the sect had just lost his beloved son and was in a very bad mood, the 2 did not dare to say anything. "It sounds like you have a lot of troubles." A handsome man tapped the high wall beside the yard and landed beside the 2. "Who are you?" The 2 were startled and took 2 steps back at the same time. One of them took out a long knife, and the other held a long sword, looking nervous. "Don't worry, I'm here to help you." Tenyu smiled slightly, with a kind face. Although there is no internal force, with his own super physical fitness, it is easy for him to jump over the wall. It is of course a bit exaggerated to describe it as riding the wind, but it is not a big problem to say as light as a swallow. Even if Tenyu has not learned the light work in this world, he has achieved a similar effect by relying on his superior physical fitness. "Help us? What do we need your help? How can you help?" The 2 Qingcheng disciples looked at each other, and the man with the knife sneered. Tenyu's words just now were a bit provocative, but his body skills showed too much strength, and the 2 felt that they had little chance of winning even if they joined forces. After hesitating for a while, he decided to use courtesy before force. Aren't you worried about Yu Kanghai's punishment? Take me there, I'll kill Yu Kanghai, and he won't punish you. Tenyu looked like he was making money with harmony. What did you say? The two Ching Cheng disciples almost thought they had heard it wrong. I accidentally killed your leader's precious son yesterday, and I guess I made an enemy with him. The ancients said that it is better to resolve a feud than to make one. This makes sense. Just kill him too to save trouble. Tenyu said lightly. You are the young escort leader of this escort agency, Lin Pingzi. It is better to resolve a feud than to make one. Can be understood in this way? The two Ching Cheng disciples were confused. Yes. Fuck you, you immortal board, how dare you tease me? The disciple with the sword was furious, the long sword shook, and a style of Kang Song welcoming guests came out. The long sword swung a few sword flowers in the air, and suddenly stabbed Tianyu's lower abdomen, making a crisp impact sound. The man's expression changed, and he hurriedly urged his internal force. The blade of the long sword bent up, as if it would break at any time, but it could not penetrate at all. The man fell silent and stared at Tianyu in a daze. As a disciple of Qing Cheng, he did look down on Lin Pingzi. But the Qinggong that the other party just showed was also very good. If the other party's martial arts were good, it would not be unacceptable for him to be not his opponent. But now it's a bit outrageous. I stabbed the other party's belly with a sword, just like stabbing on steel, my wrist hurt, but the other party looked like nothing happened. This is totally unacceptable. The exorcist sword technique can actually be practiced to be invulnerable to swords and spears. Who can withstand this? I've heard for a long time that your Pine Wind swordsmanship is strong and light. Today, I see that it's good except that it can't kill people. Tianyu reached out, grabbed the other's wrist and twisted it violently. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Amid the screams, the long sword in the man's hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. It's so noisy. Tianyu stretched out his hand and pointed his finger like a sword, piercing the other's heart. The man's eyes widened, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground and died. Now, can you take me to find Yu Kanghai? Tianyu bent down, picked up the long sword, and hung it on his waist. Although this sword is indeed ordinary, it should be more than enough to kill Yu Kanghai. Please follow me, hero. The remaining man with a knife showed an extremely tangled expression on his face when he saw Tianyu bending down to pick up the sword. It seemed that he wanted to use the long knife to cut Tianyu's neck, but after hesitating again and again, he chose to give up. Is there anything going on at the Fuwei escort agency? In a house not far away, Yu Kanghai sat in the main seat in the hall, holding a teacup in his hand, his face gloomy. Master, there were a total of 22 escorts and porters in the escort agency that night, and Lin Zhenyi sent them out to ask for help. We brothers divided our forces into 4 groups and killed all of them. Ho Reniying said very respectfully. Ho Reniying, Hong Rengxiang, Yu Renyeo, and Luo Renjia, known as Heroes and Heroes, the 4 beauties of Qing Cheng, are the 4 most outstanding disciples of Qing Cheng sect. Well, is there no fish that slipped through the net? Yu Kanghai nodded and took a sip of tea. This dog Lin Pingzi also rushed out in the chaos. We never thought he was so daring, and we were ordered by master not to hurt his life, Yu Renyeo said with a stiff face. So what? So, we were careless for a moment and let the dog slip out. Please punish us, master. Waste. Yu Kanghai was furious and threw the teacup violently. The hot water splashed out and fell on Yu Renyeo's face. Yu Renyeo groaned, forcing himself to hold back the pain. His face was already red from the heat. Why are you staying here? Go find him! Yu Kanghai roared. He had originally planned to use Lin Pingzi to threaten Lin Zhenyi to surrender. Now everything was almost ready, but Lin Pingzi disappeared without a trace. It would be fine if it was someone else, but Lin Pingzi had a grudge against him for killing his son, which really made Yu Kanghai furious. Yes. Yu Renyeo also knew that his master was in a bad mood, so it was best to avoid him. He quickly took down the long sword that was placed aside, saluted, and walked out. After walking out of the hall door, Yu Renyeo was stunned and stopped. A handsome young man was standing in the yard in front of the gate with a calm expression. Next to the young man, there were more than 10 corpses lying in a mess. Judging from their clothes, they were all Qing Cheng disciples who stayed in the yard waiting for orders. Who are you? Yu Renyeo's heart tightened and the long sword was unsheathed. My name is Lin Pingzi, aren't you looking for me? Tenyu smiled and stretched out his hand to hold the hilt of the sword. The sword flashed, and before Yu Renyo could speak, he fell to the ground like a wooden stake, and lost all his life in an instant. Although it is good to control the sword with chi, Tenyu also wants to try the temporary sword manual of exorcism, which doubles the speed. With his current speed of 54 points, it will be 108 points after using the sword manual of exorcism. With full force burst, he can reach a speed of 100 meters per second, which is no weaker than the heroes of Jianghu. Although the gold silk soft armor found in Fuwei Escort Agency is a bit heavy, it has little effect. Chapter 23. Old Third Senior Brother. Hong Rengxiang and Luo Renji rushed out when they heard something wrong. Outside the door, a handsome young man with a smile on his face was standing among the corpses, holding a shiny long sword. It looked familiar, and seemed to be the standard long sword of the Qingcheng sect disciples. And Yu Renyeo lay motionless in front of the young man, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. A group of 4 heroes. Tenyu smiled and threw the ordinary long sword in his hand. The long sword pierced Luo Renji's heart like lightning, and with endless power, the long sword lifted his body and nailed it to the courtyard wall. Hong Rengxiang only reacted at this time, staring at Luo Renji hanging on the wall with bulging eyes. The young man on the opposite side had just thrown this sword, and he didn't react at all. If the target is himself, then he is hanging on the wall. Thinking of this, Hong Rengxiang's sword-holding hand trembled involuntarily, and the long gown on his back was soaked with cold sweat. This sword is better. Tenyu looked around, bent down and picked up the long sword in Yu Renyeo's hand. Kill! Hong Rengxiang was shocked, unsheathed his long sword, and suddenly stabbed Tenyu in the back. Hey! Tenyu raised his long sword, and a style of flute on the river hit Hong Rengxiang's wrist. Hong Rengxiang's long sword fell to the ground and he quickly retreated. Be careful! The door outside the hall suddenly exploded, and a short Taoist flashed to Hong Rengxiang's side and dragged him back. The sword light flashed again in the air. Hong Rengxiang screamed, and a stream of blood shot out from his chest and fell to the ground. Yu Kanghai jumped back to the door of the hall, looked at the body of Hong Rengxiang in his hand, and his face was gloomy as if water was about to drip out. He threw the body to the ground without hesitation, and with a clang, the long sword was unsheathed. The moon was bright in the sky, and the moonlight and the sword light merged into one, swaying in front of him. Although Yu Kanghai still looked like a wretched dwarf, his aura was extraordinary. Who are you? Yu Kanghai held the sword in his hand, feeling relieved. The one who killed your son. You. Are you Lin Zhenyi's son Lin Pingzi? Correct answer, but unfortunately there is no reward. Tenyu smiled. How can your swordsmanship be so strong? Who taught you? If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I will allow you to commit suicide. You little bastard is too much. My own child died at the hands of you little bastard. Even if you don't come to me, I will cut you into pieces. It's a bit wrong to kill only your son. The family should be complete. Your son is alone down there, and he is probably bored. Fortunately, you have a deep father-son relationship, and you can meet in a while. Tenyu maintained Lin Pingzi's personality and said elegantly. Bullshit. Yu Kanghai was furious, jumped up, and the sword light stabbed at Tenyu's face like a rainbow. The extremely bright sword light burst out, dazzling people's eyes. The self-castration version of the exorcist sword technique involves internal force and light skills, which can add some wonderful changes to many moves of the exorcist sword technique that are not very wonderful. It was used in a thunderous and lightning-like manner, strange and unpredictable, making it impossible to defend against. However, Tenyu's forced practice of the sword manual of exorcism did not have so many strange changes. The only thing was fast. It was dazzlingly fast. One move flower blooms to see Buddha blocked Yu Kanghai's sword move, and one move purple air coming from the east twisted Yu Kanghai's long sword away. Another move straight to the yellow dragon stabbed the long sword into Yu Kanghai's throat. The 3 moves added up to only about 1 second. Even Yu Kanghai could only see a flash of light, and then his throat hurt slightly, and the strength of his whole body quickly drained away. What a fast sword! Yu Kanghai stared at Tenyu in a daze, then fell down with a bang, his pupils dilated rapidly, and he was obviously dead. This bonus is a bit scary. Is the strength of the bronze level so exaggerated? Tenyu's eyes lit up slightly. Then he dropped Yu Renyeo's sword and drew Yu Kanghai's sword and hung it on his body. The sword body was as sharp as water, with 2 ancient seal characters Longchuan engraved on it. The real Longchuan sword, also known as Long Yuan sword, originated in the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. Legend has it that it was forged by 2 great sword masters, Oyu Yizi and Gan Zhong. But Yu Kanghai obviously did not have the ability to get this legendary sword. It was most likely the Longchuan sword forged in Longchuan village, the hometown of swords. Although it is not a divine weapon, it is also a good treasure, enough to match the identity of Yu Kanghai as the leader of his sect. Master. The disciples in the hall and the backyard realized that something was wrong at this time and gathered in a hurry. Seeing Yu Kanghai's body, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. I killed your master and your brothers on the ground. You can choose to avenge them and then be killed by me. Or you can follow me to do things. Tenyu played with the long sword in his hand without raising his head. He was short of a few coolies, so he didn't want to clear the place. Of course, if this group of people really wanted to die, Tenyu didn't care. Several disciples looked at each other, their faces were extremely ugly. Rush forward and avenge the master? Revenge for nothing. Yu Kanghai's martial arts were higher than theirs, but he was instantly defeated by this young man. It would be useless if everyone attacked together. Then surrender? It seems like a good idea. I am Ho Reniang, the eldest disciple of Qingcheng sect. I am willing to lead the people of Qingcheng to obey the orders of the young hero and dare not disobey. After a moment, a man in white knelt down and said loudly. I am willing to follow the eldest brother to submit to the young hero. The remaining disciples of Qingcheng sect breathed a sigh of relief, knelt down one after another, and shouted loudly. The atmosphere was actually a bit warm. Tenyu was very satisfied with this and took these people as his subordinates to help him run errands. He tried hard to maintain Lin Pingzi's personality to prevent Lin Pingzi's personality from changing drastically after he left and being killed by others as if he had gone astray. There will be very few excellent summoners like me in the future. Tenyu couldn't help but sighed with his hands behind his back. Fuwei Escort Agency. Chief Escort Lin Zhenyi seemed to have aged 10 years overnight. He stood blankly in the hall, and dried tears could be vaguely seen in the corners of his eyes. He had just finished discussing with the escort leaders when he saw this scene. The more than 20 escorts who were sent out to ask for reinforcements were all sent back in a miserable state. Calculating the time, they were killed just after they went out. There are not many sects in the world that can be so powerful, and Qingcheng sect is one of them. Facing such a powerful enemy, Lin Zhenyi also felt deeply powerless. What? You said? Pinger also went out. Mrs. Lin screamed in the courtyard. Yes, the young escort leader said that he had told the chief escort leader. It wasn't so scary at that time, and no one outside drew bloodlines. We thought it wasn't so serious. What did you say? Lin Zhenyi was shocked and rushed to the courtyard. They said Pinger went out in the evening. It's been 2 hours now, and he hasn't come back yet. Mrs. Lin's voice was faintly crying. Now? Not back yet? Lin Zhenyi trembled and smiled bitterly. As parents, they certainly knew that this precious son had always been arrogant and deliberately avoided this topic all day. I was afraid that he would be resentful and go out to challenge the enemy on his own, which would be extremely dangerous. Unexpectedly, the most feared thing still happened. Thinking that there were so many masters in the Qingcheng sect, and the master Yu Kanghai was still an unfathomable master, Lin Zhenyi's heart suddenly sank. I want to find Pinger. Mrs. Lin also thought of this, and her mentality collapsed immediately. Don't go yet. The enemy's martial arts are superb. If Pinger encounters him, it will definitely be difficult to escape. Now that I can't see him, it is most likely that the enemy has captured Pinger and wants to lure us out of the hole and defeat us separately. Lin Zhenyi calmed down, his voice a little hoarse. Wait, you big-head ghost. More than 20 people have died now. If we wait any longer, what if they kill Pinger? Mrs. Lin said angrily. Hey! Chief Escort, Escort Lady! The young escort is back and is now outside the gate. At this moment, a escort hurriedly trotted in. You rebellious son, you still dare to run around at this time. Let him come in to see me quickly. Lin Zhenyi was secretly happy, but his face suddenly darkened and he said angrily with a stern face. Chapter 24. He is so old, but he still doesn't know how to handle things properly. Fortunately, he didn't make any mistakes. Otherwise, no matter what, I have to give him a good scolding this time, Lin Zhenyi said secretly. Head escort head's wife, you should go out and take a look yourself. The escort head said with a strange look. Hey! Pinger is not injured. Mrs. Lin was startled and ran out quickly. This Lin Zhenyi's heart tightened and he hurriedly followed him out. Outside the escort agency, there were 2 flagpoles lying on the ground, which were the big flagpoles in front of the escort agency. This flagpole was cut down by the Qingcheng sect in the afternoon, but it was difficult to deal with it for a while, and Lin Zhenyi was in a bad mood, so he temporarily put it at the door. You guys, hurry up! The remaining disciples of Qingcheng sect, urged by Hou Reniying, carried 2 huge bamboos and Yu Kanghai's body to the entrance of the escort agency. They had just found a bamboo forest and cut it on the spot. Just put it here. Tenyu casually pointed to the place where the flagpole of Fuwei escort agency was originally erected. It doesn't affect people coming in and out, which is pretty good. Yes. Hou Reniying's heart tightened and he hurriedly gave orders. He didn't dare to resist Tianyu's intention at all. Some people had expressed dissatisfaction before, but Tenyu just used a sword without any explanation. No matter how high or low the opponent's martial arts skills were, or whether he was prepared or not, he would be killed with a sword. Hou Reniying's title as the eldest disciple of Qingcheng sect was earned after several life and death experiences, but he had never seen such a ruthless person. As a result, he was terrified in front of Tenyu and dared not say a word more. Pinger, are you okay? Footsteps came, and Lin Zhenyi and Mrs. Lin hurried out. They pulled Tenyu to take a closer look, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one was missing an arm or a leg. It's okay. Don't run around next time. It's so dangerous. It's not dangerous now. Tenyu smiled. Lin Zhenyi and Mrs. Lin were puzzled. They wanted to say something to him, but they felt that the occasion was not right. Hou Reniying, come here. Yes, I'm here to meet Mr. and Mrs. Linier. Hou Reniying's eyes flashed, and he quickly knelt down in front of Lin Zhenyi and kowtowed. As the eldest disciple of Qingcheng sect, Hou Reniying's status in the martial arts world is actually slightly higher than Lin Zhenyi's. But now is obviously not the time to talk about status in the martial arts world. You are Hou Reniying? The leader of the heroes and heroes, the 4 beauties of Qingcheng. Lin Zhenyi was shocked and quickly helped Hou Reniying up. It's Xiok, I don't deserve it. Hou Reniying's heart trembled and he quickly refused. Where is your master now? Let's sit down and talk. We can talk it out. Lin Zhenyi said hurriedly. He's up there. Hou Reniying smiled bitterly and pointed to the stake that had just been erected. The 2 followed Hou Reniying's finger and glanced at the 4 or 5 meter high bamboo pillar, and then suddenly froze. A short man was hanging on the top of the pillar. He was wearing a Taoist robe and his body was stiff. It was obvious that he had been dead for a long time. This. An extremely absurd feeling surged up, and the 2 subconsciously looked at Tenyu. I did it. Tenyu nodded, looking calm. According to Tianyu's meaning, as the price for the Qingcheng sect's random killing of the Fuwei escort agency's escort chief, Yu Kanghai's body would be hung at the door of the escort agency for 7 days. The grievances between the Fuwei escort agency and the Qingcheng sect were written off. Lin Zhenyi thought about it and agreed with this idea. For ordinary businessmen, it is certainly not okay to hang a dead person at the door. But the escort agency is a bloody business, brave and bloody. Now that others have bullied us and killed dozens of escort leaders, we should take revenge for our grievances and revenge for our hatreds, which is in line with the rules of the martial arts world. Yu Kanghai is a master of his generation, and his martial arts can also be ranked in the top 20 in the entire righteous way. The Fuwei escort agency is so strong that it can not only establish its prestige, but also deter outsiders. Afterwards, Hou Reniying and others came to the Fuwei escort agency and discussed with Lin Zhenyi for half an hour. The result of the discussion was that Lin Zhenyi agreed to fully support Hou Reniying to seize the leader of Qingcheng, and Hou Reniying agreed that only Fuwei escort agency would be allowed to transport darts in Sichuan and Shu. If Hou Reniying wanted to take over, he had to get rid of Yu Kanghai's faction first, which was in line with the Fuwei escort agency. Tenyu listened to a few words about the details of the cooperation and felt that it was boring, so he left on his own. Everyone had no objection, after all, Tenyu was their biggest backer now. After the Battle of Qingcheng, his status changed greatly. The whole escort agency respected him like a god, and the remaining disciples of Qingcheng sect feared him like a tiger. Pinger, why is your martial arts so high? After the people of Qingcheng sect left, Lin Zhenyi's found Tenyu and hurriedly pulled him into the study, his face full of solemnity. I went to the old house of the Lin family and learned the real sword method of exorcising evil spirits. Tenyu took out the red cassock from his arms and handed it to Lin Zhenyi as if nothing had happened. He didn't know what to do with this cassock. Even if he found a way to take it out, he couldn't learn it. Indeed, compared with many high-end martial arts that require extremely high physical fitness, qualifications, and comprehension, this thing has no threshold for practice, even ordinary people can practice it. But the price is also obvious. It is a little less in form, which may directly lead to psychological problems in practitioners. After all, those who can cut chickens to practice swordsmanship are either ruthless or perverted, and Tenyu believes that he is neither of these two. So just give it to Lin Zhenyi. It was originally the Lin family's thing, so it's okay to return it. If he faces a life and death catastrophe in the future, with this in his hand, Lin Zhenyi may still have a chance to fight back. This. You. Could it be? Lin Zhenyi took the cassock and rolled his eyes hurriedly, and his expression suddenly changed. The look he gave Tenyu became extremely strange, and it was obvious that he knew some inside information about Lin Yuantu. He also knew that although this martial art was extremely powerful, the price was incredibly high and it was simply unbearable. In addition to swordsmanship, this martial art on the cassock also includes internal strength and lightness. The cost of practicing is relatively high, so I didn't practice it step by step. But some parts of this swordsmanship are very interesting. I read it and had some sudden realizations about the family swordsmanship. Killing Yu Kanghai with this is effortless. Tenyu said calmly. After saying that, he casually drew out the long chuan sword and made a sword flower, casually performing several evil-repelling sword techniques. In a flash of sword light, more than 10 swords were thrust out, and the room was filled with sword shadows and the sword energy was cold. This Pinger, you are a sword genius that only appears once in a century. Lin Zhenyi was stunned and took a breath of cold air, contributing his own strength to global warming. With his mediocre martial arts, he could see that Tianyu's sword technique was indeed extremely powerful, at least he could not block Tianyu's casual sword. If this sword technique could kill Yu Kanghai, it would not be difficult to understand. But can this sword technique be practiced like this? Lin Zhenyi vaguely remembered that when he was young, he had seen Lin Yuantu practicing sword. Lin Yuantu danced with a long sword, and his figure was like a ghost, which made people dazzled. But in terms of the attainments of sword technique alone, he might not be as good as his son. Lin Yuantu has been practicing this sword technique for decades, and his son has only watched it for less than an hour, and his sword technique has improved so much. The founder of this martial arts, even Yuantu Gong, can be described in one sentence: I am not targeting anyone, I am saying that everyone here is rubbish. Since the matter with Qingcheng sect has been resolved. Starting tomorrow, I want to travel around the world and understand martial arts. Seeing Lin Zhenyi's shocked face, Tenyu coughed and took the initiative to say. Although the matter of killing Yu Kanghai is not small, it may not be enough to gather enough reputation. After all, he is too young, and the people in the world are mostly skeptical when they hear that one person picked Qingcheng sect. After the matter ferments, after a while, his reputation may be deducted a lot. If he wants to complete the main task, he will probably have to go out to do something. Moreover, with his personality, the goal is obviously not just to complete the main task, but at least he must try to get an SSS level evaluation. Then you have to participate in the challenge mission, and the mainline reputation cannot be satisfied with just being a first-class master. Well, originally you didn't have martial arts skills, so I certainly didn't want you to wander around the world. But now Yu Kanghai is a master of his generation, and his martial arts skills are not as good as yours. The world is so big, you can go wherever you want. Lin Zhenyi thought for a moment, nodded and laughed. Chapter 25. The second floor of Huiyan Tower in Hungyang City was covered with blood. It was obvious that a fight had just occurred. Ling Huchong sat facing Tian Bagwang, his face was pale and his body was covered in blood, and he was weakly picking up the wine bowl. 9-6. Yilin sat between the two of them, looking at Ling Huchong with a worried expression. Brother Ling Hu, when it comes to beatings, you can't beat me. Tian Bagwang was very proud and drank all the wine in one gulp. Taoist Tian Song of the Taishan sect was already considered a good master, but he had just been wounded by his sword. Even if he did not die, he would still be seriously injured. Tian Bagwang has encountered many masters in his life, but few opponents at this level. It can be said that this is his proud battle. You are no match for me if you stand and beat me. If you beat me while sitting, you are no match for me. Ling Huchong rolled his eyes and smiled. Oh? Brother Ling Hu, you have already been completely defeated while standing up. Do you want to sit down and spar with me? Tian Bagwang looked disdainful. Why not? But you have to let this little nun go first, and we two brothers can have a good fight. If such a bald little nun stands in front of me, Ling Huchong will lose without fighting. I admire it, I admire it. What a clever plan to save the little nun. You lied to me to sit and fight with you, and this little nun could take the opportunity to escape. She is fine, but your life is most likely gone. If you want to save the little nun, why bother? Ling Huchong's expression changed slightly and he quickly explained. Indeed, why is it so troublesome? Footsteps sounded, and a handsome young man slowly walked up to the second floor. Little brother, I'm Ling Huchong from Huashan. What do you call me? Ling Huchong was startled and hurriedly winked, signaling the other party to leave quickly. My name is Lin Pingzi, and I am the young escort chief of Fuwei Escort Agency. I came here specifically to kill Tian Bagwang today. Tenyu said with a faint smile. Shaoxia Lin? This Tian Bagwang's sword skills are very powerful. You will definitely not be able to defeat him. Let's go. Yilin was shocked. Although she was fiercely afraid of Tian Bagwang, she was kind-hearted and did not want to see Tenyu die in vain. Thank you, little master, but it doesn't matter. Tian Bagwang can't hurt me. I wonder if brother Linghu can give in. Tenyu said with a smile. Give me a chance? Of course you can, but Tian Bagwang is very good at martial arts, so please be careful. Ling Huchong's cheek twitched and he looked at Tenyu suspiciously. He is indeed handsome, but his loud tone is a bit too much, right? Although Tian Bagwang's martial arts is not top-notch, he can probably be ranked among the top 50 in the world with his sharp sword. Up and down Mount Huashan, only the master and his wife can beat him, and they can't even kill him. The boy opposite is only 18 or 19 years old, how dare he be so arrogant? Ha ha ha, Fuwei Escort Agency? What kind of bullshit is this? You, a little escort chief, still want to kill me? Tian Bagwang smiled angrily. Good. I wonder when Tian and that escort agency became enemies. There's no grudge. You're simply more famous. I want to be famous, so I'm going to kill you in exchange for some fame. Tenyu smiled. Young people should become famous as early as possible. I believe brother Tian can understand this truth. Understood. I understand your mother. Tian Bagwang laughed angrily. What kind of cat or dog dares to come to me? If you want to die, just take action. Brother Tian, please invite me. I'm a little interested in your sharp knife and want to take a look. I will give you 3 moves. After 3 moves, you can see me chop off your dog's head with one strike. Tian Bagwang's veins popped out, and the hand holding the long knife trembled slightly. That's a pity. Tenyu nodded, drew out the long chuan sword, and stabbed lightly. In midair, the long chuan sword turned into a line of light and shadow, and the sword was full of energy. You! Tian Bagwang's expression changed drastically. He quickly blocked it with his knife and stepped back quickly. I'm offended. Tenyu returned the sword to its sheath with an indifferent expression. Are you really just killing me for fame? Tian Bagwang stared blankly at his long knife with an extremely ugly expression on his face. Elsewhere, a little blood stain spread out and continued to expand. Yes. Tenyu smiled. You are a madman. Tian Bagwang laughed miserably and spat out a mouthful of blood. With just one move, Tian Bagwang's heart had been cut off by Tenyu's sword. He was challenged out of nowhere, got hit by a sword out of nowhere, and then almost died out of nowhere. Tian Bagwang felt extremely regretful. Brother Tian, there is no need to feel too regretful. I killed Qingcheng leader Yu Kanghai before. With him accompanying you below, you won't be alone when you leave. You? Ha ha ha. You actually killed Yu Cheza too. Interesting, interesting. Tian Bagwang was startled, but he was in a much better mood and started laughing. Then he tilted his head and died. Although he was not a good person, he was still generous and heroic. He can barely be considered a man, but if you kill him, just kill him. Why do you care so much about him? Tenyu didn't care in his heart. Thank you. Thank you so much, young Master Lin, for your help. Ling Huchang was stunned, subconsciously staring at Tenyu, and said with some difficulty. The noble sect has now arrived in Hungyang City. Lu Zhenfeng's golden basin washes his hands and dinner, and his master should also be there. You might as well go directly to the Lu mansion to find them. Tenyu said calmly. I like Ling Huchang very much, saying that he is bohemian, cheerful, bold, and unrestrained. He is also very annoying, he acts recklessly, has no heart, and is still a white-eyed wolf. Whether it was hiding his adventure, or befriending Tian Bagwang, or joining hands with Xiang Wenshan, he had screwed everyone in Huashan Mountain. Tenyu didn't care, because he wasn't the original Lin Pingzi anyway. In his eyes, Ling Huchang was just a tool, so there was no need to befriend him, and there was no need to stab him with a sword. Thank you, young man. Will you also come to the banquet tomorrow? I think so. I have something else to do, so I won't go today. In the original story, Ling Huchang was sitting and fighting, but was chopped half to death by Tian Bagwang, and couldn't move at all. Now he feels okay. Although he was stabbed a few times, it's just anemia at most, which doesn't affect his movements. I guess Ling Huchang himself didn't take it seriously. After all, when you are in the martial arts world, you can't avoid being stabbed. Young man, don't forget your life-saving grace. I will definitely tell everyone that you killed Tian Bagwang. Ling Huchang said seriously. Well, it's a little hard to convince people. Just drag his body over there as a proof. This Ling Huchang is really sensible, Tenyu is somewhat satisfied. If he is really a transmigrator, he will of course choose to develop secretly and wait until he is invincible before taking action. But this is a task of the summoning tower. If you fail to complete the main task, you will still lose money. Facing the reputation task, if you can get as much as you can, and if you insist on maintaining your face and demeanor as a master, then you will be like Feng Qingyang, with no reputation and only a few people knowing your existence. In 9 out of 10 cases, the main task will fail directly. That's when his brain was filled with water and he was vomiting blood. Ling Huchang did what he said and asked the hotel owner for a small cart to put Tian Bagwang's body in it. These days, the government is too lazy to care about the revenge killings in the rivers and lakes, and no constable will come to investigate the murder. But with a corpse standing there is no need to do business. The hotel owner was at a loss by this sudden situation. Seeing Ling Huchang take the plague god away, he was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Not only did he waive the money for the food and drinks, he also gave Ling Huchang a gourd of wine as labor fee. So both sides were very satisfied. Chapter 26. Watching Ling Huchang push the cart into Liu's house, Tenyu also walked into a tea house and ordered a pot of tea. Although he had killed Yu Kanghai before, not many people knew about it, and his reputation was not very high. But now that he had killed Tian Bagwang, Ling Huchang helped to publicize it, and the body was there, he must have a lot of reputation. Although there was no specific number, Tenyu estimated that his main task should be almost completed. Tian Bagwang was barely a first-class master in the world of Smiling Proud Wanderer, so his task was not bad at all. However, to be on the safe side, Tenyu decided to do something, the higher the reputation, the better. While Tenyu was thinking, the sound of a hyukin rang out at the door. Someone sang, Sai Yang family, loyal, Song dynasty. Support and protect. A slender old man played the hyukin, walked slowly to Tenyu's table, and sat down without saying a word. The old man looked haggard, wearing a blue cloth gown, washed blue and white, and looked shabby. Waiter, add a pot of tea for this old man, put it on my account. Tenyu's heart moved and greeted him. Thank you, sir. I have been walking for a long time and I am thirsty. I am sorry to have cost you money. The old man reached out to take the tea bowl. Mr. Mo, you don't have to be polite. I can still afford a few pots of tea. It turns out that young Master Lin has already recognized me. Mr. Mo's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he returned to his old and frail appearance. I don't know why you came here, Mr. Mo Day. I have a disciple who was killed by Tian Bagwang. Although this is also because he is not good at learning, I am always unhappy in my heart. Today, I heard that Tian Bagwang was killed by you, and my thoughts suddenly became clear. I came here to thank you. Mr. Emoda took a sip of tea, his face calm. No need to thank you. I have heard that Mr. Emoda's nickname is Xiao Xiang Night Rain. The sword is hidden in the piano, and the sword makes the piano sound. It's just a compliment from friends in the martial arts world. I wonder if young Master Lin wants to learn from him. Mr. Emoda smiled. He has been a fan of piano and sword all his life. He is an expert in swordsmanship. Looking at the Five Mountains sword sect, only the leader Zhou Lengchan can beat him. Although the young man in front of him has not been famous for long, his swordsmanship is superb. He also has some thoughts in his heart. Okay, then play a song Xiaoxiang Night Rain, just in time to listen to the sad sound of Xiaoxiang. Tenyu said happily. Mr. Emoda? A few floating clouds, occasionally touching the water, leisurely flying across the autumn river. Mr. Emoda is also a straightforward person. Without saying anything, he really played a song Xiaoxiang Night Rain. A good song, a song that breaks my heart. Where can I find a soulmate in the world? Tenyu secretly complained. Anyway, Mr. Emoda must not understand the source of this sentence. You are a person who understands the piano. Emoda was stunned, and showed a look of looking at a soulmate. I don't really understand it, this is a polite remark, I really don't hear what's good about it. Tenyu poured a cup of tea for Mr. Emoda, a cup of tea for the old gentleman, please help me later. No help. Mr. Emoda snorted, picked up the teacup and drank it all. This favor is indeed not easy to help, and it's fine if the old gentleman doesn't help. Tenyu smiled and didn't seem to take it seriously. Then why did you look for me? Mr. Emoda was stunned, and couldn't resist his curiosity, and asked again. Ordinary people can't do this. There are no more than 5 people in Hengyang who have this ability. The old gentleman happens to be one of them. You are quite insightful, kid. How about this? If you worship me as your master, I will do you this favor. You can't beat me, and you still want me to be your master. Tenyu shook his head. Nonsense, I am not Tian Bagwang. Then let's try a few swords? If you lose, do me a favor. If I lose, I will worship you as my master, how about it? Humph, I am very picky when accepting disciples. You can just be so-so. Mr. Emoda thought about it and felt that this matter was fair. Go ahead. Mr. Emoda was still a proud and arrogant person, and Tenyu was a little speechless. Okay. Mr. Emoda waved his right hand, and a green light flashed, and a thin long sword popped out from the bottom of the hyukin. The long sword was picked up in the air and turned into dots of light, like a dream. Hundreds of changes and illusions of Hengshan Cloud 13 styles. Almost at the same time, a white light flashed, like lightning and arrows, and came to Mr. Emoda. The sound of ding-ding rang out, continuously, like a storm. Thank you. After 5 moves, Tenyu smiled slightly and returned the sword to the sheath. Emoda's martial arts is obviously higher than Yu Kanghai. If he uses his body skills, the Hengshan swordsmanship is ever-changing. Mr. Emoda might be able to hold on for a few more moves. It's a pity that this time he was sitting still and fighting hard. His own advantages were fully utilized, and he could completely break all the methods quickly. Humph, what do you want to do? I'll take over with my old bones. Mr. Emoda snorted, and the person had already left a few meters away, and said coldly. The Golden Basin retirement was about to be held, and the tea house was basically full of people from the rivers and lakes. Just now, when they saw the two fighting, they couldn't help but look over. The originally noisy tea house was quiet for a few seconds. Seeing Tenyu and Mr. Emoda finish their duel and return their swords to their sheaths, the excitement immediately grew. Fuck, this sword technique, this sword technique. A fight between gods? It's dazzling. The martial arts of these two are definitely not inferior to mine. Be careful when you speak. That old man seems to be Mr. Emoda of Xiaoxiang Yayu. Are you evenly matched with the head of Hengshan? The sword is hidden in the zither, and the sword makes the sound of the zither. It is indeed him. Ah! Oh my god! I didn't say anything. No, Mr. Emoda is one of the best masters of the 5 Mountains sword sect. Can he lose? Who is this young man? His sword skills are so fast that I can't see clearly. It's simply a terrifying hipster. After being reminded, many people recognized Mr. Emoda's identity. From public discussion to whispering. After all, losing a fight is not a very face-saving thing. The face of the head of Hengshan should be given. Otherwise, if the other party is angry, these people may die. I am Lin Pingzi, the young escort of Fuwei Escort Agency. Hello everyone. Tianyu's mind moved. Isn't this an opportunity that comes to the door? He arched his hands without hesitation and clasped his fists around. It's young Master Lin. I've heard of you for a long time. Lin Pingzi? This guy, who is this young master? I don't know. Young Master Lin, I just came out of Liu's house. Did you kill Tian Bagwang, the Wan Li Du Xing? A white-bearded old man suddenly asked in surprise. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Tianyu nodded and smiled. Tian Bagwang? Tian Bagwang, the flower-picking thief, did all kinds of evil things. But his lightness skills are excellent, and his wind-like swordsmanship is rarely matched. Even the head of Hua Shenyu and others have chased him many times, but to no avail. Tian Bagwang has done many evil things, but I didn't expect that God has eyes and he finally fell. No wonder Mr. Moda can't beat this young Master Linear. Now that more people know about it, I guess Lin Pingzi's reputation will spread faster. Tianyu is still very satisfied. What do you want me to do? Mr. Moda stood there, neither sitting nor walking. When he heard the other people's comments, his old face turned red. What does it have to do with me if Tian Bagwang falls to the ground? That guy is really good at escaping. But if we really fight, I can just poke a few holes in him. Can I fall like Tian Bagwang? It doesn't seem right. This kid's swordsmanship is very weird and unbelievably fast. If we really fight, I'm afraid his fate will not be much better. Mr. Moda subconsciously glanced at Tianyu, feeling a little guilty. But he didn't know that Tianyu just learned a few sword moves from the sword manual of exorcism at random, and the rest were just based on speed. It's just that his speed is too fast, so no one can find out that his swordsmanship is not very good and there are many flaws in it. This matter is a bit complicated. Mr. Moda, come and sit down first, and we will eat and talk. Tianyu laughed. I don't like the food here, let's go to another restaurant. Mr. Moda gritted his teeth and maintained his stubbornness. Deal. Chapter 27. The next day in the Lu mansion, there was a banquet with gold basins to wash hands. Lu Zhengfeng was very generous and hospitable, even though some people entertained him with wine and meat just to catch the autumn wind. There are already 100 or 200 seats inside and outside, with more than 1,000 people sitting densely packed, and there are also guests from far away arriving outside the door like a stream. No one came to register their name at all, so Tianyu randomly picked a seat and sat down, poured a cup of tea and drank it slowly. This little brother, I see how nervous you are. I wonder which master you studied under. The person sitting next to you was an old man with a shiny red face and asked with a smile. I'm not good at studying and it's a disgrace to my master, so I won't say more. Tianyu glanced at the old man and said casually. This is his third copy, but he does not have a nominal master yet. Oh, I understand. The red-faced old man was slightly startled and showed admiration in his eyes. Watertight. Those who fight against the autumn wind must keep everything clean before and afterward. This is the kind of person we are. Brother, it's not good to hang around like this all the time. There are quite a few great masters here today. You are handsome and respectable. If you have a chance, find a way to show your face. It's best to compete with those masters. Let's chat a few words. Whatever happens in the future, it will be easy for others to do, but you will suffer from it for the rest of your life. The old man smiled when he saw Tianyu drinking tea by himself. Look at the people sitting at the main table. Not to mention the great hero Lu Zhengfeng who is sitting with him. The red-faced Taoist is Tianmen Taoist, the head of Mount Tai, and the elegant scholar next to him is Jianyu Buchan, the head of Huashan. Both of them he is a great figure in the world. The old man pointed and introduced Master Ding Ai and others one by one. I've heard of it. Tianyu's thoughts moved and he looked at Yu Buchan. It really sells very well. He looks like a gentleman, elegant and easygoing. The imperial edict has arrived, and Lu Zhengfeng is listening to it. At this moment, an official in official uniform walked in boldly and took a tray covered with yellow silk from the government servant beside him. He opened the yellow silk with his own hands and took out a scroll. The whole hall suddenly became quiet. The Emperor Feng Tianqianjian issued an edict, according to the report of the governor of Hunan province, Lu Zhengfeng, a common man in Hongshan County, is eager for justice and has a good service in Sangzi. He is proficient in bow and horse and can be used for great purposes. He has been given the post of general. From now on, he will serve the imperial court and live up to his expectations. I hope and admire this. Weak Minister Lu Zhengfeng thanks you. Long live my emperor. The two answered one on one, and in an instant Lu Zhengfeng transformed from a commoner to a military commander. This imperial edict is most likely false. Tenyu was secretly amused and shook his head. The format of the imperial edict is full of loopholes, and the content is too imitation. The actual teaching staff does not even have a place where he takes office. You can indeed donate money to get an official position. The rank of general may sound inconspicuous, but it is a real third-grade official position. Who can buy such a big official at once? Even if he could buy it, he would be a man whose wealth could rival the country and whose wealth could lead to the gods. Zhou Lengchan might not be able to offend that kind of person. Although it was possible that Lu Zhengfeng didn't know the inside story and planned to buy an official position, but he was deceived. But the greater possibility is that Lu Zhengfeng had a good idea. The imperial edict itself was just an excuse for him to escape. It would be better to make it a little copycat. In this way, if the court investigates, it can also be interpreted as singing and playing. When the time comes, you can spend a sum of money and drink 3 drinks as a penalty, and you can get away with it. It's not like he had just escaped the grievances in the world, only to be sentenced to death by the court for falsely passing on the imperial edict. To be honest, this plan is still possible. It is not a big problem to deceive ordinary people. But it is a pity that Zhou Lengchan was also a well-informed person and was not fooled by this matter. He still sent people to kill Lu Zhengfeng's family. Lu Zhengfeng seemed to be relieved as he saw off the officials, and spoke a few more words to the occasion. Then a disciple held a golden basin filled with water and placed it on the coffee table. Dear friends, from now on, Lu Zhengfeng will never interfere with the grievances and disputes between the sects. If this is not the case, there is such a sword. Lu Zhengfeng pulled out a long sword, pulled it with both hands, and the blade broke into 2 pieces. Lu Zhengfeng released his hands and dropped the dagger, inserting it into the green bricks under his feet. It turned out to be a sharp sword. What a sword! What a skill! Amazing! The red-faced old man sighed softly. Lu Zhengfeng smiled, rolled up his sleeves, stretched out his hands, and was about to put the gold basin into it. Suddenly, someone outside the gate shouted loudly, "Stay here!" Before he finished speaking, 5 men in yellow clothes walked out of the door. The leader held up a 5-color banner in his hand. The flag was studded with pearls and gems and gave off a brilliant light. Uncle Lu, by order of the leader of the Left Alliance of the Wuyu Sword Sect, Uncle Liu's important matter of washing his hands in the golden basin, please postpone it for the time being. At the same time, more than a dozen people came out of the back hall, but they were Lu Zhengfeng's wife, his daughter Lu Qing, his 2 youngest sons, and 7 disciples of the Lu family. Behind each person is a Songshan disciple, holding a dagger in his hand, holding it against the back of Mrs. Lu and others. All the guests present were startled and subconsciously closed their mouths. Suddenly, there was silence. What do you mean, Leader Zhou? After a moment, Lu Zhengfeng composed himself and frowned. This junior is just following orders, and knows nothing about the others. The disciple holding the flag of the 5 sacred mountains sneered. General Lu, there is no need to talk nonsense to these little minions, they don't know anything. Ding Mian, Lu Bai, Fei Bin, you 3 are so dumb, why don't you get out? Tenyu smiled, left his seat, and walked forward. Damn it, I didn't ask you to show such a face. The red-faced old man turned pale with fright and lay motionless on the table. Shaoxia Lin. Ling Huchong was also surprised and uncertain. Then he was glared at by Yu Buchan. Is it Lin Pingzi? The one who killed Tian Bagwang and Yu Kanghai? Ling Huchong, the first disciple of Huashan Mountain, has spoken. It is most likely him. Tisk, tisk, so young, Yu Kanghai is as old as a dog. Listen to what he wants. Ding Mian, Lu Bai and Fei Bin are here too. I don't know. These 3 are all masters in Songshan Mountain, second only to Zhou Alliance leader. They are all very famous in the martial arts world. I didn't expect them to come together. I'm afraid that the person who comes is not kind and the person who is kind will not come. Today is a private matter of the Wuyu Sword Sect, so don't get involved. Yes, yes. People in the arena started talking about it one after another, making a buzzing sound, as if thousands of words of flies had gathered together. The solemn atmosphere that the Songshan sect had managed to create suddenly became like a farce. The Songshan disciples present were all startled and cursed in their hearts. Today is a private matter of my 5 mountain sword sect. Don't be ignorant of life and death, Junior. A thin man in his 40s jumped from the roof with an extremely ugly face. He was Zhou Lingchen's fourth junior brother, De Songyang Han Fei Bin. Not only is he good at both civil and military skills, but his set of De Songyang Hands is also famous in the world. The yellow shadow shook, and the two people followed and stood at the entrance of the hall, but there was silence when they landed. The one at the east end is a fat man with a tall build. He is Zhou Lingchen's second junior brother, Ding Mian, the pagoda hand. The man in the west is extremely tall and thin. He is Liu Bai, the crane hand ranked third in the Songshan sect. The three of them were extremely depressed. The original plan was to come out at the right time, catch Lu Zhengfeng by surprise, and establish his authority in one fell swoop. But to their surprise, someone actually took the lead and broke their bank, and said, "Get out of here, you cowering. When you hide, you become a coward, and when you jump out, you feel like you are really getting out." The three of them were disgusted when they thought of this. The Songshan school is famous all over the world, and people from all over the world, black and white, will give them some face. Apart from the sun and moon god cult, I have never been ridiculed like this before. Of course the private affairs of the Wuyu sword sect have nothing to do with me. But Zhou Lingchan of yours is nothing as the leader. His behavior is disgusting, despicable and shameless. So what if I just scold him a few times? Tenyu was not afraid. The plot behind it is really a bit bloody, and Lu Zhengfeng himself is a weirdo. Although Fei Bin was clearly captured, he was never able to kill him and was not even used as a hostage. He watched his wife and children being slaughtered by the Songshan sect, and then sighed and let Fei Bin go. Finally, he said to the remaining youngest son, "Brothers and sisters are so stubborn. They will die if they die. What are you afraid of?" It is probably because of this kind of steamed stuffed bun personality that Zhou Lingchan eats him to death. Chapter 28. This is the so-called killing of chickens to scare monkeys. No matter how good Lu Zhenfeng's martial arts skills are, he can only act like a chicken. There is no risk in messing with him. Tenyu was really impatient to watch Lu Zhengfeng perform a low-quality ethics drama, so he simply fast-forwarded the plot at his own pace. To be honest, for a person like Lu Zhengfeng, who is so sad and undisputed, his whole family is also very unlucky, but this is indeed his private matter. Originally, it was just to watch the excitement, and there was really no need to show off, but Tenyu didn't have enough time left in order to build up his reputation. If you want to challenge high ratings, you need to create something sensational and hot. In this case, slapping the Songshan sect in the face would definitely be much more effective than helping the Songshan sect to eliminate Lu Zhenfeng's entire family. Therefore, even if the Songshan sect is unlucky this time, the Songshan sect is not a good thing anyway, so Tenyu feels at ease. You are Lin Pingzi, Shaoxia Lin, right? I've heard your name before on the way. Yu Kanghai, the head of Qingcheng, has no grievances against you. I heard that your excellency killed his son, which led him to seek revenge from the Fuwei escort agency. Your excellency, your attack on the Qingcheng people is so harsh, don't you think it's too much? Fei Bin chuckled and said sadly. Tenyu said that Zhou Lingchan was not a thing. Fei Bin thought about it and felt that it was not easy to argue with this point. The Songshan sect can't say that Zhou Lingchan is a thing, right? People are not things in the first place. Yu Kanghai behaved in a dirty way, even worse than Zhou Lingchan. His son was not even a good person. He actually molested a good girl in broad daylight. I just killed him when I saw injustice on the road. But what's wrong with him? Tenyu smiled and said, Huashan sect disciples Luo Danyo and Yu Lingshan were both present at that time. Can you two testify for me? Ah? Yes. This young hero Lin is right. Yu Lingshan blushed and couldn't help but say. Nowadays, Lin Pingzi is extremely famous and has become the #1 master of the younger generation. Even Ling Huchang admired his martial arts greatly and marveled in admiration in front of all the disciples of Huashan sect. When Lot Erno saw Yu Kanghai's body afterwards, he was covered in cold sweat and was filled with fear. Yu Lingshan thought for a long time and couldn't figure out why Lin Ping deliberately acted like he had mediocre martial arts when he met him. But she couldn't help but think wildly. My thoughts have obviously gone astray these days. Thank you very much, young Master Lin, for helping my little girl that day. Yu Buchan pondered for a moment and said with a smile. He was deeply scheming and knew that his plans for evil-proofing swordsmanship were probably discovered by Tenyu, so he took the initiative to show his kindness and apologize. Of course, this is because Tenyu has shown sufficient strength. Now Tianyu's status in the world can be equal to that of Yu Buchan. If it were the original three-legged cat Lin Pingzi, Yu Buchan would probably just smile slightly and would never express his attitude so easily. Let's not talk about it for now. The Qingcheng sect will settle Yu Kanghai's matter with you. But if you insult me, the leader of Songshan, if you don't get an explanation, I will make you splash with blood today. Fei Bin, Ding Mian and Liu Bai looked at each other, nodded slightly, and looked at Tianyu with a sneer. They came under orders to deal with Lu Zhenfeng's friendship with Chu Yang, the elder of the demon sect. The original plan was that if Lu Zhenfeng refused to give in, he would wipe out his entire family, which would be a good opportunity to establish his authority and build momentum for the Five Sacred Alliance. As a result, a young man emerged who was much more arrogant than Lu Zhenfeng. Lu Zhenfeng only secretly befriended Chu Yang, but this guy simply scolded Zhou Lengchan. If we can't force him to kneel down and apologize today. Even if Lu Zhenfeng's entire family was killed, the gains would still outweigh the losses. Not only does it not have the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, the Songshan sect may also have a bad reputation of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The Songshan sect became a laughingstock and completely lost the meaning of this trip. Young man, I understand that you have spoken uprightly, but this is indeed a family matter of my Five Mountains sword sect. You'd better give in and leave early. When Lu Zhenfeng saw the Songshan sect's murderous intent, he couldn't bear it and tried to persuade him. General Lu Shen, don't get me wrong. I just don't like Zhou Lengchan, and it has nothing to do with you. The Songshan sect wants to kill your whole family, and you don't care. What do I care about? Tianyu glanced at Lu Zhenfeng and said calmly. This sounds awkward, but it seems to make sense. Lu Zhenfeng gave a bitter smile and stepped aside, thoughtfully. Junior, since you are not a member of the Five Mountains, you still dare to talk about the leader of the Five Mountains Alliance. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow 3 times to the flag of the Five Mountains? If that's the case, we might be able to be more generous and take you to Songshan Mountain to find the leader of the Left Alliance to plead guilty and plead for mercy. Zhou Lengchan acted underhandedly. Isn't it true that everyone in the world knows about it? Tianyu said disdainfully. How presumptuous! Senior brother Zhou is such a person, how can you, a junior like you, speak nonsense? Mian was furious. Let's start with the Huashan faction. The leader of the Left Alliance sent his disciple Lao Dunyo to apprentice with Yu Buchan many years ago as an undercover agent. He also supported the masters of Huashan sword sect by the way. Is the leader named Feng Buping or Feng Buju? Anyway, it won't be long before members of the sword sect are sent to Huashan to seize power. The whole place fell silent. Yu Buchan. Disciples of the Huashan sect. Lot Erno. Ding Mian and 3 others. Well, now it is true that no one knows and no one knows. There were nearly 2,000 people present, and no matter how high their martial arts skills were, Ding and Mian could not silence everyone. There are many things that can only be done behind the scenes and cannot be put in the open. Even if Lu Zhenfeng can be killed this time, Zhou Lengchan's reputation will be completely ruined. Even 5 mountain sword sects, the same blood and branches has become a joke. Second brother, are you really a traitor? Yu Lingshan was stunned and said angrily. Lao Dunyo subconsciously glanced at Tianyu. Seeing the other party's indifferent expression and a look of indifference, he couldn't help but panic in his heart, and his mouth full of sophistry stuck in his throat. Clearly, they met in Fuzhou a few days ago, and he still looked green, but he went to slaughter the Qingcheng sect without saying a word. Even the layout of the Zhou Alliance leader was clear. How good acting skills are needed to perform this? Lao Dunyo, who is also an acting master, sighed that he was not as good as him. I can't imagine it at all. Dunyo, this time, you should go back with the brothers from Songshan sect. By the way, tell the leader Zhou that Buchan's martial arts skills are low and he can't teach his disciples well. Yu Buchan's face was livid. He was scheming and had known that something was wrong with Lao Dunyo. He originally planned to take advantage of the situation and trick Zhou Lengchan at a critical moment. In fact, in the original novel, Yu Buchan used Lao Dunyo to give Zhou Lengchan a fake sword technique of exorcism. During the 5 mountains competition, he unexpectedly blinded Zhou Lengchan. But now that the matter has been exposed, if you still want to make a fuss, it can only be said that you look down on the IQ of both sides. This time, Songshan sect was indeed very disgusting, and Yu Buchan was secretly depressed. How about my Taishan sect? Tianmen Taoist, the head of Taishan sect, suddenly asked. Taishan? Yujizai, Yukingzi and Yuyinzi are all your uncles, right? Do they not get along with you? These three are all Zhou Lengchen's men. If you don't want the 5 mountains to merge in the future, they will get rid of you. You'll have to pray for good luck then. Tenyu said casually. What nonsense! I will go back and investigate this matter in detail to clear the name of all the uncles in Zhoumenzu. The Taoist of Tianmen changed his expression several times when he heard this. He said something harsh and then changed the subject. Young man, you killed Tian Bagwang and saved my disciple. I am grateful to you. I won't say anything else today. Master Ding Ai put her hands together and saluted Tianyu. Okay. Tianyu smiled slightly and said nothing more. You are so eloquent that you are trying to sow discord among the 5 mountains. You have ulterior motives. I think you are probably a member of the demon sect. Good and evil have always been incompatible. The demon sect and the 5 mountains sword sect have a deep hatred and cannot live together. Today, Fei Bin will learn from your superior's tricks. Ding Mian and the other 2 were no longer concerned about dealing with Lu Zhengfeng. Killing Lu Zhengfeng was just to establish his authority, but Tianyu had no idea how many secrets of the Songshan sect he had mastered. If this person were alive, everyone in the Songshan sect would be worried about what was more important. There was no need to think about it. I heard that masters like Yu Kanghai and Tian Bagwang were defeated by you. I am not talented, but I want to learn from you. Fei Bin said in a deep voice. Chapter 29. Based on your 2 actions, I guess you don't dare to attack alone. The 3 of you should go together. Fei Bin's cheek twitched. Originally, he really planned to add, there is no need to talk about the rules of the world with this kind of evil heretic, let's all join in. But Tianyu said it first, so he couldn't shout out the words, otherwise it would be clear that he was giving up. A lifetime of fame would inevitably be ruined, and the Songshan sect would also be embarrassed. The Songshan sect has been humiliated so much today that it can't afford to be embarrassed. Humph! You, a junior, are sharp-tongued and sharp-tongued. I can handle you alone. Fei Bin gritted his teeth and made a big Songyang hand. His nickname is De Songyang Hand, and his skill with his hands is better than his sword skills. That's fine. Tianyu reached out and pulled out the Longchuan sword, shaking his hand with confidence. The bright silver sword shadow shot through the sky like lightning shooting stars. What kind of sword technique is this? Fei Bin's face changed drastically and he didn't dare to block the sword at all. Pointing his toes to the ground, he jumped back hastily, but a bloody arrow shot out suddenly, and it was Fei Bin's chest that was scratched by the tip of the sword. He channeled the internal energy of the Songshan sect, and the internal energy remained after being hit by the sword in the chest, forcing blood to spurt out from the wound. Come again. Tianyu used his sword to the fullest extent, swung his long sword smoothly, and performed another playing the flute on the river style. Just as Fei Bin took a breath, he was hit hard on the shoulder, bleeding profusely. Although Tianyu doesn't know internal strength, his physical fitness far beyond ordinary people is no joke, especially the double speed bonus given by the Evil Fighting Sword Manual. Although Fei Bin's martial arts skills are not bad, they are actually not as good as Yu Kanghai's, and he is just barely at the top of the class. After a while, the competition turned into Fei Bin running and Tianyu chasing. The 2 chased each other and ran more than 10 meters in an instant. No matter how fast Fei Bin accelerated, the opponent's sword was still swinging at his vital point. From time to time, a bloody hole would be poked out, which scared him to pieces. This swordsmanship is incredibly fast. I don't know how to practice it. Liu Bai looked at it in fascination and wondered. What a nonsense! Save people first! Ding Mian groaned and jumped up. Liu Bai woke up from his dream and hurriedly followed. Withdraw the sword. The 2 of them used 4 palms to slap Tianyu in the back. Let's go together? Then we won't play. Tianyu smiled slightly and stabbed Fei Bin with the sword very quickly. Fei Bin was hit by the sword in the throat and fell to the ground cleanly. The next moment, Tianyu responded with a backhand, and the sword flashed, piercing Liu Bai's heart. Before the long sword could turn around, Tianyu simply raised his left hand and met Ding Mian's palms. Palm collision. Ding Mian immediately groaned, his face turned red, and he took 5 or 6 steps back before he could barely stand still. Almost at the same time, the bodies of Fei Bin and Liu Bai fell heavily. Although Tenyu doesn't know internal strength, he is now so powerful that he can be considered as a natural power. If you take action seriously, ordinary experts will not be able to resist it. Lin Pingzi. If you kill 2 of my senior brothers, the entire Songshan sect will be at odds with you. Ding Mian stared at the corpses of Liu Bai and Fei Bin, his eyes cracked, and roared. Originally, he expected that the worst outcome would be for Lu Zhengfeng to escape, but now 2 senior brothers have died. It is a completely unbearable price. Aren't you dead yet? There's no need to wait until later. Let's have another fight. You will be killed within 5 moves. Tenyu flicked his sword and made a dragon roar. Strictly speaking, he also suffered a few internal injuries when he fought against Ding Mian. But he has more than 50 points of physical strength, and his healing ability is invincible. He can recover as before if his chest feels tight. Ding Mian was stunned when he heard this, and subconsciously shrank his neck. Although his martial arts skills are good, he was beaten 2 times by Tenyu in a 3-on-1 fight. If we still take action now, the only outcome will be death. Ding Mian looked around for a long time. The whole place was quiet, as if a bunch of primary school students were waiting for the teacher to assign homework. The Songshan sect did indeed arrange for a lot of people to mingle among the guests this time and wait for opportunities to help. But just a few words from Tenyu made the Songshan sect the target of public criticism, and Zhou Lengchen's reputation was also tarnished. As a result, people who have only a moderate friendship with the Songshan sect really dare not speak for the Songshan sect. After all, who among those traveling around the world these days doesn't have some secrets? This young hero Lin even knows Zhou Lengchen's secrets very well. If he goes up to the Songshan sect to show off, he will be casually said and the dirty things he has done will be exposed. Who will you cry to then? Amitabha, young Master Lin, please be merciful to others. After a long time, Master Ding Ai sighed. Even if the Songshan sect has its faults, it is still a well-known and upright sect. The Fuwei Escort Agency is a righteous sect, so why should we let our loved ones hurt our enemies? Seeing someone taking the lead, Yu Buchan also advised. Zhou Lengchen's reputation is already notorious, but the Songshan sect is after all a member of the 5 Mountains Sword sect. The end was too ugly. The other 4 factions were not only disgraced, but at least their faces were dull. Forget it, since someone intercedes, I won't kill you today. Go back and tell Zhou Lengchen. Give him a chance to avenge his sect. 10 days later, I will go to Songshan in person and ask him to fight. We will live and die according to our destiny. Tenyu thought for a while and said with a smile. Zhou Lengchen seems to be the weakest in the challenge mission, so let's attack him first. But it's really strange, why did Lin Pingzi have to issue such a task? Fortunately, he chose the advent mode, otherwise Tenyu really had no confidence in this task. The whole audience was in an uproar. Zhou Lengchen is a top martial arts master, one of the top 3 masters of the righteous way, a figure like Mount Tai and the North Star, and it is said that he has not personally taken action for more than 10 years. But the young man Lin Pingzi in front of him, although he has not risen for a long time, is also unfathomable in martial arts. He just challenged the 3 great Songshan Taibao, and even stepped on the face of the Songshan sect and officially ranked among the top masters. This kind of martial arts obviously has the qualifications to challenge Zhou Lengchen. For a while, the heroes had different thoughts. Well, I will go back and tell Brother Zhou. 10 days later, I will learn your skills at the Shengguan Peak of Songshan. Ding Mian snorted coldly and waved his hand. Uncle, do we still care about this golden basin hand-washing banquet? A Songshan disciple asked hurriedly. Go. Ding Mian glared at him hatefully and walked out without looking back. Songshan sect came here this time to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Now Songshan sect has become the chicken, being stepped on by others and becoming famous. Songshan sect's reputation has collapsed anyway, so why bother? Isn't it embarrassing enough? The disciples of Songshan sect suddenly woke up, quickly picked up the bodies of the 2 guards, and followed them out at a trot. Mr. Lin, I will repay you for saving my life today. Seeing Songshan sect leave, Lu Zhengfeng hurried to Tenyu and thanked him in a low voice. He is also an old man, and he has seen a lot. Originally, Songshan sect rushed in a swarm, which made him a little confused. After reacting, he realized that they were probably here because he made friends with Chu Yang. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and was extremely grateful to Tenyu. Don't be too polite, just give me a copy of your swordsman score. Tenyu glanced at Lu Zhengfeng and said calmly. So, Mr. Lin is also one of us? There is absolutely no problem with this, but I only have the score for the flute. Lu Zhengfeng showed a look of surprise. I am not one of you, don't get me wrong, the flute is the flute. Tenyu waved his hand and walked away. Who would play music so crazy? The life of a family is not as important as a music friend. In the previous life, the star-chasing fans were not so exaggerated. Tenyu really couldn't understand it. Yu Buchan, Tianmen Taoist, and other famous people subconsciously glanced at Tenyu, and then quickly looked away, as if there was a great danger in looking at him. But in their hearts, the fact is also true. Although Tenyu looks handsome, he is a madman. He dared to kill Tu Songshan Taibao for a disagreement, and challenged Zhou Lengchan. He didn't play by the rules at all. It's simply not something a normal person would do. Chapter 30. The lunatic himself is not terrible. What is terrible is that the master is also a lunatic. If a master of this level really goes crazy and wants to kill himself, it will probably be easier than killing a chicken. Even if one person can destroy a first-class sect, it seems to be no problem. Today's young masters are increasingly unable to understand. What kind of world is this? Even though Yu Buchan was thoughtful, he couldn't understand Tianyu's thoughts at all, and a deep feeling of powerlessness came to his heart. But Tenyu didn't know what he was thinking, and even if he knew it, he wouldn't care. The only thing he cares about now is how high his reputation can be. After all, the nature of this matter is much more hot-button than killing Tian Baguang. It is conceivable that a battle with Zhou Lengchan, regardless of victory or defeat, will cause a sensation in the world. Not long after, the golden basin washing ceremony began again. Tianyu's goal was achieved, Shi Shiran walked back to his original position, and Liu's disciples brought him a thick Dongxiao score. He also exchanged it for a pot of Dahong Bao worth thousands of gold. Ding! You have obtained Swordsman of the Swordsman, Dongxiao chapter. If you collect the complete set of music scores, you will complete the hidden mission. Sure enough. The name of this score is also called Swordsman, which echoes the title of the novel and has a transcendent status in the novel. Even at the end of the original work, Ling Huchang and Ren Yingying performed Swordsman, which corresponds to Lu Zhenfeng's Song Yang. No wonder it serves as a hidden mission prop. Of course, Tianyu also had the mentality of giving it a try, but unexpectedly he actually unearthed something. Thank you for your kindness, I have become familiar with those big shots. I will definitely ask them for help when I encounter problems in the future. Tianyu was in a good mood, drank a cup of tea quietly, and said hello to the red-faced old man. Master Lin Lin, this junior is joking, please don't be as knowledgeable as this junior. The red-faced old man was so frightened that he almost cried and quickly begged for mercy. When he raised his head, he found that there was nothing in front of him. The handsome young man with swordsmanship and divine powers had disappeared without a trace. How does that go? After walking out of Lin Mansion, Tianyu saw Mr. Moda leaning against the wall, playing music alone. The old man was very stubborn and it took him a long time to get the thing. Well, there is indeed something to this song. Mr. Moda took out a book of piano music without raising his head and handed it to Tianyu. Tianyu told Mr. Moda that day that Chu Yang would go to the Jinpan washing banquet today. So Mr. Moda stayed on the road and had a fight with Chu Yang. Although Chu Yang's martial arts is good, it is still not good enough under Mr. Moda's hands. He originally thought that this time was a misfortune, but in the end, Mr. Moda only wanted the music score he wrote, which made Chu Yang look like he was constipated. Thank you very much. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Tianyu took the sheet music and stuffed it into his arms. Ding! You have obtained the complete score of the Swordsman. After completing the hidden tasks, you can join the evaluation system. After completing the tasks, you can receive mysterious rewards. A large tavern in Luoyang City. Countless people from all walks of life gathered early in the morning, and the place was noisy. Have you heard? Today is the day when swordsman Lin Pingzi Lin Daxia challenges the Zhou Lengchan Zhou leader of the Wuhu sword sect. Of course I know, this is the hottest thing in the world recently. Tisk, tisk, I heard that this great hero Lin has mastered the art of swordsmanship and mastered the magic when he was less than 20 years old. Is it true or not? If you are not convinced, you can try it. Hey? What do you say? Hehe, several masters were dissatisfied with him and went to challenge him, but he killed them all with one sword strike. So cruel. More than that, before the Qing Cheng faction went to Fuzhou City to bully the Fuwei escort agency for some reason, and now Yu Kanghai has just passed his first 7 years. Does Tian Bagwang, who travels alone for thousands of miles, know? He is a master of swordsmanship. In the end, he was also killed by his sword. He also drew his sword in anger at the Golden Basin hand-washing banquet of Lu Zhengfeng and Lu Sanyi of the Hongshan faction. He stabbed Liu Bai, the Crane Hand, and Fei Bin, the De Sanjiang Hand, to death on the spot. Ding Mian, the Toda Hand, was too frightened to take action, and fled. Be careful what you say. This is Luoyang, and the Songshan sect is right next to it. Even if they can't do anything to Daxialin, why do they want to deal with you casually? Ah, that seems right. I have a stomachache, so I won't bother you today. In the corner of the wine table, 2 men were eating the famous Luoyang water banquet, but their expressions were uncertain. One of them was wearing a black robe and the other was wearing a white robe. They were tall and thin, giving people a very unlucky feeling. If you hold the morning stick and extend your tongue, you can go to cos black and white. The Jianghu people still have some taboos, and whether intentionally or not, they sit farther away from them, which makes it easier for them to talk. This won't work. The hot topic recently is this sword madman Lin Pingzi. We, the black and white demons, have done so many things, but we still don't have much reputation. Cooking is the original sin. Look what they do. What about us? We either go to exterminate bandits or go to other people's martial arts gyms to compete. I feel embarrassed. Even the prestige mission is like this. How can you complete it if you are not thick-skinned? I also want to pass the level comfortably. Hey, that's right. But it's a damn thing. We dress with such personality and do a lot of things. In theory, it's very topical. We should at least have a reputation as a second-rate expert. Who is this Lin Pingzi? He's trying to steal traffic from us. I don't know. This person is not mentioned in the online guide. Could he also be a chosen one? Are you stupid? This is only the second level. The chosen one is at most Black Iron level. From the description, does this sound like something a real Black Iron level 1 can do? Maybe it's a chosen one genius picked out of a billion. Bullshit, why don't you say it's God Tenyu? If it's him, I want to ask him for an autograph. Don't dream. Let's get to work after dinner. There's an old boxer named Ma in Luoyang City. He seems to be a master of Xing'ai Tai Chi. He's so fancy and you can tell he's a noob. Luoyang is a big place. Let's beat him up. Emil, I guess I can get some reputation. It's not good to beat the old man, it's not martial ethics. If we don't have enough reputation, when we accept the punishment, will the space praise us for martial ethics? That makes sense. Then who will we bully after we beat this old man? There are many people in Luoyang who can get attention. Look, the Golden Blade Wang family seems to be pretty good, with a good reputation and a weak strength. It's a good place to brush points. Yeah, it's right to follow the big brother. Finally, I don't have to deliberately make trouble. Tianyu looked at the plaque of Songshan School and felt a little tired, all because of the reputation requirement. Tianyu is not a good man, and he has no taboos when killing people, but the reputation requires fame, which means that these things are destined not to be done secretly. Even if it is to eliminate violence and protect the good and do justice, the cost-effectiveness must be maximized, and the kind that everyone in the world knows. There is no internet these days, so it can only be spread by word of mouth. As a result, Tianyu was a little crazy in order to build a reputation. Oh, he could only be crazy in his heart, and he had to maintain a cool style on the surface. Tianyu even imitated the popular idol Ximen Chugzhu and created a persona of a white-clothed sword god. But people in the martial arts world call him a sword maniac. Of course, this title is not bad. He is dressed in white like snow, looks handsome, and no one survives under his sword. He acts flamboyantly, which is also very topical. He even became the dream lover of countless female martial arts heroes. In the past few days, he deliberately showed his saintliness in front of people several times, killed a few so-called martial arts masters who didn't know what was good for them, and also made some reputation wool by the way. With his current popularity, he has already ranked among the top few in the martial arts world of this world, and now he finally doesn't have to deliberately improve his reputation. Except for the masters on the challenge list, the rest of the martial arts world will be taken for granted by the martial arts world, and there is no room for improving reputation at all. Chapter 31. Songshan sect is closed today, and tourists are not allowed to enter. Who are you? Are you on the list of people invited to watch the battle? Under the plaque of Songshan sect, several disciples were waiting in full battle array. After seeing Tenyu, one of them asked. You didn't invite me to watch the battle, but please tell your sect leader Zhou that the sword maniac Lin Pingzi came to pay his respects to the mountain. Tenyu smiled and said calmly. Finally, I can see the upper-class martial arts of this world. The top of Songshan mountain was called Junji in ancient times. The Junji Zen temple on the top of Songshan mountain was originally a Buddhist temple, and then changed to Taoism. It has become the residence of the head of Songshan sect for nearly 100 years. Although there is a word Zen in Zhou Lengchen's name, he is not a disciple of Buddhism, and his martial arts belong to Taoism. In fact, among the 5 mountain sword sects, only Hengshan sect belongs to Buddhism. Tenyu walked into the hall. At this moment, there were already 20 to 30 people sitting in the hall. It was silent and the atmosphere was solemn. You are the sword maniac Lin Pingzi, right? Seeing Tenyu enter, a burly middle-aged man at the end of the hall stood up and said in a deep voice. That's right. Okay, I am Zhou Lengchan of Songshan. Today, I will fight with you as you wish. Zhou Lengchan snorted coldly. It is true that heroes have always been young since ancient times. I am Ji Feng of the Beggars Gang. I have come here to notarize the duel between the two of you. These friends in the martial arts world are here to watch the battle. Do you two have any objections? An old man with white hair dressed as a beggar asked loudly. As the world's largest gang, the Beggars Gang has disciples all over the world. Although this generation does not have top talents like Xiao Feng and Hong Qigong, its size is still huge. As the leader of the Beggars Gang, Ji Feng has a large family and a large business, and he doesn't really buy Zhou Lengchen's account. Even when the 5 Mountain Sword sect made a fool of itself, he was secretly happy. Zhou has no objection. Zhou Lengchan said in a deep voice. It's an honor. Tenyu looked at the crowd. There were more than 10 people wearing yellow robes, and Ding Mian, who was seen that day, was among them. The remaining 10 or so people were dressed differently. There were monks, Taoists, nuns, and Confucian scholars. They were probably masters from various sects who came to watch the battle. Yu Buchan, Mr. Emoda and Tianmen Taoist, who were seen that day, were among them. But it seemed that Shaolin Abbot Feng Zheng and Wudang Headmaster Kongxiu were not here. Young Master Lin, should we compete in palm skills or sword skills? Zhou Lengchan looked at Tenyu deeply and said in a deep voice. He really hated Tenyu. He had painstakingly planned for more than 10 years and arranged a plan to deal with the 4 major sects, but it was completely destroyed by a few words from the young man in front of him. These things also involved the secrets of Songshan sect. Zhou Lengchan still couldn't figure out how the news was leaked. What's even more annoying is that people have motives for doing things. If the other party negotiated with him based on this, or even used it to threaten him, Zhou Lengchan could understand it. The problem is that he sold himself out in front of nearly 2,000 people without caring. Even intelligence shows that he met Yu Buchan, Tianmen Taoist, and others for the first time. Afterwards, apart from some reputation, he did not gain any benefits. After all, Yu Buchan and Tianmen were a little scared of this style of behavior. Subconsciously, they didn't want to have anything to do with him. This is ridiculous. Is there really such a madman in the world who harms others and does not benefit himself? Zhou Lengchan felt that his 3 views were a little overturned. But since he was a madman, Zhou Lengchan was too lazy to negotiate conditions. There was only one way to make a madman keep his mouth shut. Kill him, that's it. I only know swordsmanship, so let's compete in swordsmanship. Swords have no eyes, and life and death are unpredictable. No problem. Okay. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Zhou Lengchan's eyes, and with a swish, he drew out his long sword. When he drew out his sword, he secretly used his internal force, and the blade and the inner wall of the scabbard kept colliding, vibrating, and making a loud noise. The long sword was unsheathed, like thunder, and the sound kept echoing in the hall. Everyone watching the battle changed their faces slightly, and they were shocked. Is it so cool to draw a sword? Tianyu's cheeks twitched slightly, and he was really a little envious. If he learned this technique, he probably wouldn't have to say so many dirty words, and he could also fill up his reputation. He might not lose to Zhou Lengchan in swordsmanship, and he was not inferior in strength, but when it came to high-end things like internal strength, he was a little blind. Next time I watch a martial arts movie, I must get a set of advanced internal skills to practice. Tenyu secretly made a wish. Please. Zoleng-chan tapped the ground with his toes, and suddenly accelerated off the ground, rushing towards Tenyu like a sports car. In midair, Zoleng-chan's long sword slashed from left to right, and the sword body seemed to be curved and straight, sometimes bending and sometimes advancing. Under the infusion of internal force, a dead sword suddenly disappeared like a spirit snake and dragon. Songshan Divine Sword Heavenly Jade Dragon. Almost at the same time, Long Chuan's sword came out, and the sword whistled. Tianyu's long sword turned into a continuous sword shadow, crashing into Zoleng-chan's sword. The sword light was bright, and the sword energy rushed to the sky. Evils are easy to ward off. Zoleng-chan's eyes suddenly widened, his internal force was agitated, and layers of frost appeared on the long sword. This was the ice chi he rarely used, and it was also his biggest trump card. Now the two of them were facing a life and death battle within one move. Zoleng-chan felt that it was much more important to survive than to keep a trump card, so he had no reservations. The faces of the onlookers changed drastically, and they were extremely shocked when they saw the two men's actions. Zoleng-chan's swordsmanship was solemn and majestic, like 1,000 troops galloping, with long spears and halberds, and yellow sand for thousands of miles. As for Tianyu's swordsmanship, it was hard to describe. The sword moves were extremely strange, not invulnerable, and even the turning points of the moves seemed to have flaws. But it was extremely fast, unimaginably fast. As long as it was fast enough, it didn't matter whether there were flaws or not. The sword whistled, an array of blood appeared. It was Zoleng-chan who was careless and got hit by a sword. The blood beads were still in the air, and they were frozen into frost, and they went up and down in the sword circle, which was extremely beautiful. Break! Zoleng-chan roared, and rolling cold air scattered. A series of extremely cold air swirls around him, piercing people's bones, and the cold air suddenly exploded. The martial arts of the masters present were not weak, but they trembled all over, shivered, and silently used their internal energy to drive away the cold, and then they felt some warmth. I'm broken too! Tianyu shouted. The sword lights in the sky suddenly gathered and turned into a light spot, which exploded after a moment. Along with it, Zoleng-chan's burly body exploded. This Zoleng-chan is really something. Tianyu exhaled a breath of cold air and cursed in his heart. When he was fighting with Zoleng-chan just now, Zoleng-chan used the ice chi to the limit, and the surroundings were full of cold air, piercing people's bones. I fought with him for a few swords, and I felt very uncomfortable. When I finally killed him, I was hit by his palm from a distance. Now the blood in my body is as if it has been frozen in the refrigerator, and it is very uncomfortable. The worst thing is that this ice chi is somewhat similar to magic attack, and Tianyu can only gradually recover with high physical strength. Big brother! Ding Mian and others hurriedly surrounded him. Zoleng-chan is now only a pile of fragments. One look at it and you can see that there is no need to rescue him. Kill this kid! Revenge for my senior brother! Nine curved sword Zhongzhen pointed at Tianyu and said angrily. Come on, I'll kill you first. Tianyu glanced at Zhongzhen with disdain. Although his current condition is not very good, Tianyu will not be afraid of these guards if he really fights. The mission is completed anyway. Even if he can't win, he can just return to the space. You. Zhongzhen was stunned for a moment and took a step back subconsciously. Zoleng-chan's martial arts are so high that even if 5 or 6 guards join forces, they have no chance of winning. But now he has been defeated by this young sword maniac. If the others come together, they may not be able to avenge him. Even if they can win, it will be a miserable victory. The Songshan sect will inevitably be in a slump, and he may not even see that day. If this young man is determined to kill him, he doesn't know whether he can win. Most likely, he will die like a boiled chicken after a while. Ding Mian and others looked at each other and hesitated. If Lin Pingzi was really at the end of his strength, then everyone from Songshan sect would have rushed forward without hesitation. But the two men just moved too fast, and everyone couldn't see clearly. It only seemed that Zoleng-chan was defeated and died in more than 10 moves. In this situation, it would be a bit dangerous to force a move. Chapter 32. My condolences, I was invited by the leader of the Left Alliance to notarize this. Although Leader Zhou has passed away, in this sword fight both of them acted above board, upright and with a clear conscience. If a few of them insist on going their own way, it will be difficult for Zhou Alliance leader Jiqun to rest in peace. Ji Feng said coldly. Zhou Lengchan was ambitious and domineering, and he always had some headaches. Nowadays, although Lin Pingzi is known as the sword madman and has superb martial arts skills, he only travels the world with his sword and is not the leader of a giant force. For Ji Feng, he is a person worthy of friendship and cooperation. Anyway, what the beggar clan lacks most is talents. Although Shaoxialin behaves wantonly and wildly, most of his actions are chivalrous and righteous. You are all righteous people, why do you need to fight in the same room, only to make your relatives angry and your enemies happy? You buck inside and walk to Tianyu's side intentionally or unintentionally. Today Shaoxialin and senior brother Zhou had a fair fight. Senior brother Zhou was just one move away from me. Although it is regrettable, we cannot blame others for our anger. Tianmen Taoist snorted coldly. Mr. Emoda played the Hyukin and walked out without saying a word. Amitabha. It's better to resolve enemies than to end them, Master Ding Xian also said. These 4 people were tricked by Zhou Lengchan, and they were secretly unhappy. According to the rules of the world, he naturally accepted Tianyu's favor. Besides, Zhou Lengchan is no longer here. There is no need to bow down when facing the Songshan sect. That's it. Since the left leader is dead and the dead are the most important, I will write off all those things in the past and clear things up with your section. Today, you, the Wuyu Sword sect, will decide your own household affairs. Take your leave. Tianyu cupped his hands in front of Zhou Lengchan's body and strode out. Ding Mian and others hesitated for a moment, shook their heads, and got out of the way. Yu Zhifeng and several leaders have expressed their stance, and it is no longer easy to embarrass Tianyu today. Besides, if he really wanted to fight Tianyu to the death, he would have to be willing to kill half of the people on his side, which was obviously not cost-effective. The dead are gone, and those who survive want to live a better life. There is no need to give away the future of the Songshan sect. Yu Buchan and Mr. Emoda looked at each other with complicated expressions. Originally, when Zhou Lengchan was around, he had overwhelmingly defeated them, but now that Zhou Lengchan was gone, the leader of the 5 sacred mountains naturally had to be re-elected. Many things are different. Is my reputation almost at its limit now? On the hillside of Songshan Mountain, Tianyu stopped and narrowed his eyes slightly. Fortunately, I am not the fool who just lets me do whatever I want. That guy sucked in a bunch of ice energy and turned himself into a snowman. In that case, it was probably hopeless, and his condition was obviously much better. After running slowly for a few kilometers in the mountains, my blood was flowing smoothly and there were no more problems. Just enough to be able to cope with the situation in front of you, most likely you have to go through it again. Amitabha. Hello, Donor Lin. Seeing Tianyu stop, under a pine tree more than 10 meters away, a skinny old monk clasped his hands and said. The old monk's voice was not loud, but he was vibrating back and forth in the valley. It was obvious that his inner strength was extremely deep. Pandeo has also met Benefactor Linear. Standing beside him was an old Taoist. His eyes were lightly closed at this moment, but there was a flash of light. It turns out to be Master Fang Zheng, Taoist Master Kongxiu. Tianyu smiled slightly, his expression indifferent. Amitabha. Lao Na and Taoist priest Kongxiu have always lived in seclusion. Unexpectedly, they were recognized by Donor Linear. I have heard for a long time that Benefactor Lin's face is like a crown of jade, with jade trees facing the wind, and his sword skills are unparalleled in the world. When I see him today, I feel that this trip is worthwhile. Kongxiu also said with a smile. As the head of Wudang and the great master of swordsmanship, he gave the comment of unparalleled swordsmanship, which can be said to be a sign of respect. I wonder what you two are waiting for here? Tianyu asked. Amitabha. I don't want to be troublesome, but the leader of the Zhou Alliance entrusted me before his death, saying that Benefactor Lin has many secrets about the world and has great plans. Donor Zhou once said, if something unexpected happens to him, he will let me handle the matter on his behalf. I have no choice but to be entrusted by others and do things loyal to others. Fang Zheng said slowly and calmly. I see, Taoist priest Kongxiu was also summoned by the ghost of Zhou Lengchan. That's not true. Taoist priest Kongxiu is an old friend of my old age. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to keep you, so I boldly asked Taoist priest Kongxiu to come and help me. Pandeo also stopped by to take a look. Shaolin and Wudang are 800 miles apart, so it's really easy. Tianyu laughed. Amitabha. Although Donor Lin is extremely talented, he also has a murderous intention. In just a few days, he killed countless people. I'm worried that if I don't pay attention, there will be trouble in the world. I have been thinking about it for a long time, and I intend to keep you in our temple, chant sutras, and worship the Buddha, so that there will be peace in the world. I wonder what your thoughts are. Fang Zheng clasped his hands together, with a compassionate look in his eyes, and said with a smile. Don't worry, Your Excellency. Over at the Fuwei Escort Agency, Master Pandeo and Master Fang Zheng will come forward in person to ensure that your father, Zunling Tang, is safe and sound and free from all grudges. What the two masters said makes sense. I would like to thank you both. Tenyu thought for a while and nodded. Donor Lin actually agreed so simply? Sure enough, he has deep roots in Buddhism and wisdom. Fang Zheng was stunned instead. I have long wanted to visit the Songshan Shaolin Temple. Even if I stay there for 3 to 5 days, it doesn't matter. Tenyu said happily. 3 to 5 days, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Then I guess I won't have time, so I might as well not go. Amitabha, then the two of us will have no choice but to be bold and force almsgiver Lin to linger in the temple. Fang Zheng said with his hands together. Just now, Tenyu didn't play according to the routine, which made him a little confused. Now that the rhythm is back to the normal track, Fang Zheng is secretly relieved. Okay, I'm also trying to learn your magical skills. I wonder who comes first. Leader Zhou's martial arts skills are unparalleled, far superior to the two of us. Even he is not as good as Donor Lin, so naturally we are even more different. So the two of us had no choice but to join forces and force Donor Lin to come. Fang Zheng looked calm, as if he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Okay, I probably understand why Zhou Lengchan is not as good as the master. With master's shamelessness, Zhou Lengchan deserves to be arranged so clearly. Tenyu waved his hand, feeling a little impressed in his heart. No wonder Zhou Lengchan, who was originally ambitious, died, Yu Buchan, who could bend and stretch, died, and even Ren Wuxing, who swallowed mountains and rivers, also knelt down. Chong Ying retired, but Fang Zheng Kongxiu had the last laugh and became the invisible martial arts supreme, as stable as an old dog. As expected, the donor was full of witty words, but it was getting late, and I was offended first. Fang Zheng said no more, took a step forward, and slapped his palm lightly. Before the strength of the palm is exhausted, the palm shakes slightly, and suddenly one palm becomes 2 palms, 2 palms become 4 palms, 4 palms become 8 palms, and 8 palms become 16 palms. Then it transformed into 32 palms. Every time a palm is struck, it has changed into several directions in the middle of the strike, and it is unpredictable. 1000-armed to thagget a palm. In an instant, Fang Zheng had already walked halfway through the more than 10 meters of mountain road separated from Tenyu. If the remaining half is completed, the palm posture will naturally climb to its peak. Good palm skills. Although Tenyu couldn't quite understand it, he also felt that something was not right. Let him continue to develop, and when the time comes, the sky will be full of palm shadows. It will obviously be much more laborious to fight, and it may be difficult to get close. The next moment Tenyu unsheathed his long sword, took a few steps, suddenly jumped into the air, and performed a meteor falling style. The sound of swords roared in the mountain road, and the cold stars stabbed at Fang Zheng like raindrops. You! Chong Su smiled slightly, turned his body slowly to the right, raised the sword in his left hand, and turned leisurely. In an instant, several white circles of light appeared in front of Tianyu's eyes, large circles, small circles, positive circles, and diagonal circles, flickering endlessly. Taoist Kongxiu shook his sword, and more circles of light appeared on the sword, as if his whole body was hidden in countless circles of light. One of the apertures did not disappear, but the other one regenerated. There was no flaw in his swordsmanship at all. It felt like there were thousands of long swords protecting their entire bodies. The sword power is continuous, only defending but not attacking, rising and falling one after another, without any gaps. Although Tianyu's evil fighting swordsmanship was extremely fast, he stabbed the aperture with his sword for more than 10 times in a row and had no choice but to return without success. Donor beware! At this time, Fang Zheng let out a low shout and slapped out a palm without haste. With one palm shot out, dozens of palm shadows followed. One for offense and one for defense, the division of labor is quite clear. Tianyu cursed in his heart and had no choice but to turn his body and take 2 steps back to avoid the shadow of his palm. Chapter 33. Amitabha. Did the donor retreat despite the difficulty? Fang Zheng said kindly. If the old monk who swept the floor in the sutra pavilion said this, then that's it. But the master's words may not be enough. Tenyu shook his long sword, and the sword's light was like autumn water. Hey? The benefactor is indeed well informed and has a strong memory. He even knows a secret about the temple in the past. The nameless divine monk's cultivation is so great that the old monk is far behind. Master, why do you need to say more? The sword technique to ward off evil is not a good thing. I am afraid that this boy has already become a demon. It is what I do to subjugate demons. Swinging the Kongsu long sword, it transformed into countless circles, big or small, bright or dark. Tai Chi is impossible, movement is the law. Forget it. Fang Zheng swayed his cassock and clapped his palm again. Tai Chi swordsmanship may not be able to defeat all kinds of magic. Tenyu looked neither sad nor happy, staring at the countless circles created by the light of the sword. Then a sword was thrust in, and the center of the circle was the flaw. This was the conclusion drawn by Linghu Chong in the original work. Tugu 9 Swords is best at attacking flaws, and it wouldn't be so troublesome to deal with opponents originally. But Kongsu is also an extremely expert, hiding his flaws in the center of the circle. His strongest point is also his weakest point. In the end, Linghu Chong was forced to bet on the sword at the cost of having his arm cut off, and then triggered the protagonist's aura and won the bet. Tenyu doesn't understand Tugu 9 Swords, and his concept of swordsmanship is actually very limited, still at the level of stabbing people with sword moves. But this does not prevent him from using Linghu Chong's achievements to stab people. A sword came out, the sword roared, and countless sword circles were shattered at the same time. There was a flash of blood, and a sword hit Kongsu's wrist. Although not fatal, the injuries were serious. You! Kongsu groaned, shook out another sword circle, and hurriedly retreated, but the wrist holding the sword trembled. Sweep out the demons! Tianyu's long sword turned into countless light spots, chasing Kongsu. The sound of intensive sword clashes sounded like raindrops. Kongsu let out a muffled groan and the sword fell to the ground. This is because Kongsu has just pushed his inner strength to the limit, causing the hand tendons to disconnect. Tenyu did not retreat but instead advanced, with another purple chi from the east, the long sword pierced Kongsu's throat. Amitabha, please withdraw your sword. Fang Zheng's face was as sinking as water, and his palms turned into countless palm shadows, shooting towards Tenyu. He no longer underestimated Tianyu's martial arts, so he came with Kongsu and the others, intending to keep Tenyu. But he didn't expect that the opponent's martial arts seemed to be stronger than he imagined. Kongsu's Tai Chi swordsmanship is said to be defensive but not offensive, attacking without attacking. In terms of pure defensive power, it can be said to be the best swordsmanship in the world. In the end, he was broken by the opponent with just a few swords. For a moment, Fang Zheng felt a ridiculous feeling in his heart. Tianyu's sword light stirred up, shattering the palm shadow in front of Fang Zheng, and then rushed forward suddenly, hitting his back with continuous palm force, as if bullets were bombarding him continuously. The white gown was torn apart, revealing palm-sized holes, revealing the dark soft armor underneath. Tenyu groaned, suppressing the blood in his chest and abdomen, and took 2 more steps with the help of his strength. The sword flashed, and in Kongsu's disbelieving eyes, it pierced his throat. Destroy the demons and get rid of your mother. Tenyu spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm and looked at Fang Zheng. Those slaps were really fierce. Even though my body was so strong, the pain in my back was excruciating, and my internal organs were even damaged. This is the most serious injury Tenyu has suffered in the mission copy. Golden soft armor. Fang Zheng glanced at Tenyu, his face twitching slightly. Is this a fucking dog? A young swordsman with unparalleled swordsmanship in the world actually wears a golden soft armor, a defensive treasure, all the time? Fang Zheng just thought for a moment that his palm force had hit the master of his family who practiced the indestructible power of Vajra. That's all. What's even worse is that there is no information about this at all. As a result, Fang Zheng also made a misjudgment. Originally, this 1,000-armed Tathagata palm was enough to kill the young man in front of him on the spot, but now it is only seriously injured at most, but he is still capable of fighting. The two looked at each other and took action at the same time without hesitation. The wind in the palm blocks the sun, and the sword energy soars into the sky. Seniors, something big happened on the mountain. Several disciples ran up to the Songshan main hall in a panic and hurriedly said. Be calm in everything, what happened? Ding Mian, who is now the head of Songshan Mountain, asked with a serious look on his face. Disciples patrolling the mountain informed me that Shaolin Master Feng Zheng and Wudang Master Kongsu are here at the welcoming pine tree halfway up the mountain. Hurry up and invite me. No, all junior brothers, follow me to greet the distinguished guests. Ding Mian was overjoyed. The status of these two people is one level higher than that of Zhou Lengchan, the leader of the 5 sacred mountains. Even if Zhou Lengchan serves as the leader of the 5 sacred mountains alliance, they just ask others to send gifts. Now, no matter why they came, if he presided over the ceremony and accompanied them to mourn Zhou Lengchan, many things would become logical and justified. But Lin Ping met them when he was going down the mountain. They had a disagreement and got into a fight. Ha ha ha, I think the two masters couldn't see that kid acting like this, so they personally took action to slay the demons. Did that boy Lin Pingzi be suppressed by the two masters? Ding Mian was startled, with a smile in his eyes. It is said that Taoist Master Kongsu has died. Master Feng Zheng and Lin Pingzi have not yet decided the winner. What? Ding Mian stood up suddenly and rushed out the door without saying a word. Almost at the same time, Ji Feng, Yu Buchan, Mr. Emoda and others jumped up in a hurry and rushed down the mountain. Chapter 34. Amitabha, I'm just one move away from you, I'm convinced. Feng Zheng smiled bitterly and looked at Tenyu, who was covered in blood, with a look of compassion and a hint of appreciation. Although he severely injured Tenyu's last sword also penetrated his lungs. Now he is just using his extremely deep internal strength to barely stay alive, but he can't hold on for long. Now that life and death have been separated, Feng Zheng is extremely indifferent. The living Feng Zheng is the abbot of Shaolin and the leader of the Baidao. He needs to work hard for the stability and controllability of the world. But now that he is about to die, he can let go of his status as abbot. If you are not in your position, you will not do what you want. Regardless of his status as a martial artist, he is also an upright Grand Master who pursues martial arts to the point of obsession. Although his stance is opposite, it does not hinder his appreciation of Tenyu's swordsmanship. It's a pity that Feng Zheng can't figure out why Tenyu's swordsmanship is so fast. It even seemed like there was no internal energy being used to stimulate it at all. Every thrust of the sword has the power to penetrate mountains and rocks. Is this the legendary innate power? Extraordinary physical strength? Feng Zheng was puzzled. Master is also the strongest opponent I have encountered so far. Tenyu smiled with some difficulty. After being seriously injured, it was indeed extremely laborious to kill Feng Zheng. At the last moment when the injury was replaced, although he pierced Feng Zheng's lungs, he was also hit with a powerful golden steel palm on his right shoulder, and the entire shoulder blade was shattered, The lute bone cracked. As for minor injuries such as broken ribs, there are countless. I am about to pass away. If Donor Lin is not angry, I will destroy my body. Donor Lin, please don't anger others. Feng Zheng's voice became deeper as if he was not physically strong. No, the debt will be wiped out after death, and 100 will be settled once and for all. No harm will come to my wife and children. Thank you. Feng Zheng's cheek twitched and he thanked him, feeling strange. Lin Pingzi, you attacked and killed Taoist Master Kongsu and seriously injured Master Feng Zheng. You are the enemy of heroes in the world. You will not be able to escape justice today. At this moment, a figure in shaking clothes could be heard, and dozens of people hurried along the mountain road, led by Ding Mian. Oh? That's not a small tone. Then what are you waiting for? Come and kill me. Tenyu looked at Ding Mian and sneered. Just a Songshan Taibao. You. Ding Mian was startled and subconsciously took a step back. Amitabha, I am the one who brought this matter upon myself. Fellow Jianghu people, please do not allow this matter to embarrass the Lin family. Feng Zheng sighed and said in a deep voice. The sound echoed in the valley, oscillating back and forth. Feng Zheng's face became visibly ugly, with a slight air of death. Junior understands. Ding Mian was stunned and smiled. As long as Master Feng Zheng is alive, he will still be the head of Shaolin, and he cannot afford to offend him. The rest of the people had different thoughts and nodded in agreement. Thank you, Master, for speaking frankly. Tenyu dropped the long sword on the ground, the mountain wind blew by, and his clothes fluttered like a celestial being. What does this mean, Donor Lin? After today's battle, Lin finally came to his senses and realized that he was in a state of brokenness. He should leave on his own. The mountains will remain green and the water will flow forever. Take care, see you soon. Tenyu smiled. Return to space. Tenyu thought to himself. Under a white light above the sky, Tenyu's figure gradually faded under the gaze of everyone. After a while, it finally turned into nothingness and disappeared without a trace. Broken shattered void. Fang Zheng stared blankly at the place where Tenyu disappeared, with a blazing light in his eyes. Then the body paused slightly and passed away. If you hear the truth in the morning, you will die in the evening. To some extent, Fang Zheng is also happy. Number 1 in the world. Not only is he the best in the world, he is a god. There is actually someone who can prove the Tao through martial arts, shatter the void, and soar into the sky. Everyone looked at the place where Tenyu disappeared with complicated expressions, feeling like they were standing on a mountain of lemons. Shattering the void, this is the highest realm of martial arts in the legend. It is said that one can go straight to the fairy world and become a god. In the face of this supreme pursuit, anything like founding a sect or establishing a king's hegemony are nothing compared to it. This wave of Tenyu's reputation can be said to have greatly increased. Killing the famous martial arts master Kongxue Feng Zheng is enough to prove his power. After that, he soared on the spot and became a new generation of martial arts myths. Almost everyone knows about it. After Tenyu left, even the imperial court personally came forward to pardon Lin Pingzi and make him a national master. The only pity is that all this belongs to Tenyu and has nothing to do with Lin Pingzi. After Tenyu left, Lin Pingzi had been selected and was still in the deep mountains and forests. He didn't have Tenyu's strength, so he didn't dare to come forward to accept this honor. He could only struggle with practicing the evil-repelling sword manual. The man from the shattered void suddenly reappeared, and there was no cultivation at all. What happened was simply chilling. Damn it, you've completed the mission I assigned you, but you didn't leave anything for me, and you even made it impossible for me to show up. You're a murderer. Lin Pingzi looked at the evil fighting sword manual in his hand, and he wished he could cut Tenyu's 5 horses into pieces right away. Chapter 35. At this moment, Tenyu had returned to the selection space, so naturally he didn't know Lin Pingzi's anger. Ding! Congratulations to the selector Tenyu for becoming a martial arts legend in the rooftop dungeon. He performed extremely well and exceeded the dungeon task. He passed the SSS level Super God evaluation. Super God. The selection space, the rooftop, and the selectors who are performing tasks in the dungeon world. All the selectors in the entire selection space heard this broadcast. Super rating, SSS. There it is again. And the person who received such an honor was still Tenyu. Shocking. Extremely shocking. This is the 3rd time that Tenyu has received the SSS Super God evaluation, and these 3 Super God evaluations were completed in less than 10 days. Such a feat is absolutely unprecedented and unprecedented. The entire selection space was once again boiling. Come on, that man is here again. Shivering, I once again felt the fear of being dominated by Big Brother Tenyu. Here we go again. Every time I hear a broadcast like this, my head hurts. Boss Tenyu reminds me all the time that I am a waste. I'm confused. Aren't the masters of swordsman Jianghe world just inferior to dogs? The strong ones are all over the place? Can Big Brother Tenyu be super? What on earth has he done? It's cheating. Boss Tenyu is definitely cheating. The world of swordsman quest. I attempted death last time and almost didn't come back. For 3 days, I was either running away or on the way to escape. I really can't believe how Mr. Tenyu did it. At first, these remarks were normal, but at some point, some unfriendly voices appeared, and they unified at an extremely fast speed. Tenyu is very powerful. The SSS Super God copy he cleared is of great significance. It is the mission world of the 1st and 2nd floors of the rooftop. Everyone who wants to set foot on the rooftop must complete the mission. In the past, it was because these mission worlds were too dangerous, which makes many people afraid to enter, but now it's different with the appearance of God Tenyu. If God Tenyu is willing to share these strategies, I don't know how many strong people can be created. Yes, it would be great if Master Tenyu could share the strategy. I think this is something that is beneficial to all mankind. As a human being, Tenyu should share the strategy so that all mankind can rise. I also think Tenyu should contribute it for free to make the entire youth class of mankind stronger. Keeping it secretly is not a good habit. That's right, being a human actually prevents humans from becoming stronger. Tenyu is simply a scum. He must contribute his strategy. I agree with the free contribution strategy, but it is best if it is used by people in our country. A few strategies are still hidden, and they have repeatedly hindered the country from becoming stronger. Tenyu is a traitor, and the country should expel him from citizenship. When these voices became more and more intense, a heated discussion also started in the extraordinary group of a secret organization in the imperial capital of the country. Everyone, what do you think about this matter? Sitting at the top was Long Tianjing, the leader of the extraordinary team. He tapped his index finger on the table and looked at the 7 people in front of him with empty eyes. Long Tianjing was born in the military. He is currently the second most powerful being in the world and the first in the country to reach the rooftop. He is also the leader of the country's extraordinary group and the top powerhouse on the 47th floor of the rooftop. And the 7 people in front of him were also extraordinary. They were all absolute powerhouses who had passed the 40th floor of the rooftop, and they were all members of the extraordinary group. This public opinion is definitely a conspiracy of the Alliance of Light. They want to use public opinion to force Tenyu to contribute SSS-level strategies. I don't know, but there must be other countries behind it, otherwise public opinion would not be able to ferment so quickly. I think we should bring that child to our extraordinary group. The Light Alliance and other countries are already targeting him. Impossible. Instructor Tianxing said before leaving that Tenyu would not be allowed to get involved in these fights. The mysterious man who followed Tenyu slapped the table with a very determined attitude. With the black robe gone, the appearance of the mysterious man appeared naturally. If you look closely, you will see that she is just a woman in her mid-20s, with fair skin and beautiful appearance, a slender waist and thin legs, long black hair hanging softly on her shoulders, and eyes that are like stars in the sky that make people unable to take their eyes away. Seeing the woman speaking, the others sighed helplessly. They knew that the woman would definitely stop her, and immediately spoke. Lin Shuer, we know what you are thinking. Instructor Tianxing is not only your instructor, but also my instructor for everyone. But now that boy Tenyu is being targeted by the Alliance of Light, and he doesn't even change his code name. Do you really think that the Alliance of Light can't find out? A man next to Lin Shuer slapped the table. The sight of that burly figure and terrifying muscles made people's hearts beat with fear. You don't need me to tell you what the Alliance of Light is doing, right? That boy Tenyu falls into the hands of those lunatics, and he will be enslaved by various means targeting the soul of the soul in a matter of minutes. Hearing the muscular man's words, Lin Shuer opened her mouth and sat down helplessly. Because the other party is right, the people of the Light Alliance are a group of real lunatics. There are people from every country in the Alliance of Light, and they are all lunatics who respect the supremacy of extraordinary beings and enslave ordinary people. In order to overthrow various countries, they formed the Bright Alliance and launched various terrorist attacks by any means, kidnapping many real geniuses. With their energy, it is easy to find Tianyu's true identity, and she, a person who has reached the 40th floor of the Sky Terrace, can't stop the other party at all. The final result must be what the muscle man said, Tenyu was enslaved by the other party, but they had no way to stop him. Although the others did not speak, their meaning was obviously the same as the muscle man. After everyone's dispute ended, Long Tianjing clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Since there is a result, then Shuer, you will personally ask Tenyu to join our extraordinary group and give him a reserve position. Then he looked around at the people around him. You are responsible for this public opinion incident. Suppress it as quickly as possible. I will be away for a few days. Yes. Long Tianjing spoke, and the others nodded without objection. As for what Long Tianjing was going to do, although they did not ask, everyone knew it very well. Targeting our instructor's son, and not wanting to pay any price? I believe that when Long Tianjing returns, the Bright Alliance should have fewer strongholds, and the spies of other countries will also suffer heavy losses. When Lin Shuer heard that Tenyu was given a reserve quota, she was relieved. Because the reserve of the extraordinary group does not need to perform various tasks like them, as long as they devote themselves to the Tiantai. For Tenyu, it is just a change of place to continue to break through, and it is safer. This can be regarded as saving Tenyu while trying not to violate the orders of Instructor Tianxing as much as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Shuer did not stay for too long, she still had to rush to Tenyu. Watching Lin Shuer leave in a hurry, the other 6 people looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Everyone here was guided by Tianxing, and the extraordinary group also existed because of Tianxing, so everyone admired instructor Tianxing very much. And because of her young age, Lin Shuai almost regarded instructor Tianxing as her father, so she was so irrational. During the years when instructor Tianxing disappeared, it wasn't just Lin Shuai who was paying attention to Tenyu, every one of them was paying attention. Whether it was a passerby on the street or a butcher, everyone had appeared in front of Tenyu, including the team leader Long Tianjing. Chapter 36. After the system broadcast, Tenyu was about to receive the generous reward, but the selection system that did not appear in the mission world this time suddenly popped up. Option 1, the host receives the SSS Super God reward, and the system rewards the secret book Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. Option 2, the host gives up the SSS Super God reward, and the system rewards the mysterious memory fragment plus 100 attribute points. Good guy, I was wondering why you didn't appear in this mission world, it turns out you were waiting for me here. Tenyu nodded thoughtfully and began to check the two options. This time the SSS Super God reward is 40,000 selection points and a gold treasure chest, which can be said to be a great harvest. And the system's option 1 even adds martial arts such as Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, which is absolutely generous. If sold in the selection space, Dragon Subduing 18 Palms can be sold for at least 50,000 selection points. And option 2 refused the Super God reward, and the system gave a reward of only 100 attribute points. With his current strength of Black Iron level 5, 100 attribute points are only worth 30,000 selection points. This is worth thinking about, because the rewards given by the system are basically equivalent, and it is impossible to have such a large error. This means that 40,000 points of selection plus gold treasure chest plus 50,000 points of 18 dragon palms equals 30,000 points of 100 attribute points plus mysterious memory fragments. The value of this mysterious memory fragment can be imagined, which makes Tenyu feel agitated. SSS Super God evaluation can be obtained later, but the system reward is only once, so go for it. Gritting his teeth, Tenyu chose to refuse the SSS Super God reward and gained 100 free attribute points and mysterious memory fragments. The first step is to enhance your own strength and divide the 100 attribute points evenly among the 4 major attributes. Suddenly, Tenyu's system panel became like this. Name, Tenyu. Calling number, 100-8611. Strength, 79. Speed, 80. Constitution, 79. Spirit, 80. Allocated attribute points, 0. Skills, driving, proficient, acting, entry, cooking, proficient. Special skills, driving the blade with chi, bronze. Fighting skills, none. Spiritual roots, lightning spiritual roots. Calling points, 2000. Strength rating, Black Iron level 8. After adding 100 attribute points, Tenyu's strength immediately soared to Black Iron level 8. Although the improvement is not big, it is extremely terrifying for ordinary people. After they pass a mission copy, the points they get can be exchanged for more than a dozen free attribute points, which is not like Tenyu's exchange of 100 by 100. Moreover, the way of adding points for both parties is different. Except for Tenyu, everyone mainly develops in one direction, and the other 3 attributes are maintained at the minimum level allowed by the system. Because they get fewer call points after passing the level, they also exchange fewer free attribute points, but the difficulty of the mission world has increased. In order to survive in the next mission world, they can only improve their strength as soon as possible. No one dares to add points as balanced as Tenyu, which will make them die in the next mission copy. Only players like Tenyu who have been rated as super gods in SSS dare to develop in a square and all-round way. The strength is very strong, but there are too few skills. I need to get a few powerful skills next. Tenyu murmured, rubbing his chin. He is now a high-damage warrior, who is very easy to be played and kited. But now the selection points have been almost consumed. I will buy skills after the next level. Looking at his only 2000 selection points, Tenyu shook his head and closed the system panel, then rubbed his hands and clicked on the mysterious memory fragment. The mysterious memory fragment instantly turned into a white light and merged into Tenyu's mind, and scenes appeared in front of him. In memory, this is a man with sword eyes and eyebrows, dressed in white like snow. He broke into the 49th floor of the Tiantai and was the first person in the world to break into such a high level. After clearing the 49th floor, he learned a piece of information, that is, those who passed the 50th floor of the Sky Terrace can obtain a privilege. After paying a certain price, those who obtain this privilege can issue tasks in the mission world they enter and summon other people in, which also has various restrictions. But this news leaked out, and for a time, the Dragon Country was in flames. The Light Alliance and other countries frantically created terrorist attacks in the Dragon Country, forcing the man to constantly quell the terrorist attacks. But they rushed to the Sky Terrace desperately, trying to surpass the man in white. During this period, the man in white was powerful and would soon quell these attacks, but some aristocratic families in the Dragon Country who were unwilling to be lonely joined the Light Alliance and dragged the man in white. After the man in white quelled these attacks, a man from the ugly country had already reached the 51st floor of the Sky Terrace and used the privilege to pull him and his wife in. Seeing this, the mysterious memory fragment disappeared, and it had completed its mission. Tenyu's forehead was bulging with veins, and his fists were clenched, his nails digging into the flesh of his palms. Because he knew this man in white, it was his father Tianxing. Although he had never seen him in person, he looked exactly the same as in his memory. It has to be said that the power of memory fusion, Tianyu's eyes unconsciously shed 2 lines of tears. The 51st level of the fairy mission world, Legend of Sword and Fairy 1, his parents are there. At the same time, Tianyu's sense of crisis suddenly exploded. The mysterious man told him that he was in danger before, but Tianyu just changed his residence and felt relieved. But now it is different. Through Tianxing's memory, he clearly knows where the danger comes from. Although I don't know what the Bright Alliance is, I know how powerful they are by the fact that they can create so much chaos in Longguo. And I have made so many SSS Super God evaluations, not only the Bright Alliance, but also other countries and those aristocratic families who are unwilling to be lonely will surely be unable to resist. Thinking of this, Tianyu hurriedly exited the selection space and turned on the computer to search for the existence of the Bright Alliance. Unfortunately, the search only found a blank, there was nothing valuable at all, it should be blocked by the Empire. Instead, he saw the public opinion storm that had been stirred up before. Although it was fading quickly, Tianyu could still see how big the storm was. These people couldn't help but take action. Otherwise, it shouldn't be so violent. Tianyu found something wrong at the first time. He had only exited the mission world for more than 10 minutes, and the internet had already been flooded with news. If it was said that there was no black hand behind this, I guess not a pig would believe it. After thinking for a while, Tianyu quietly closed the door, drew the curtains, and packed up the more important things. For example, identity documents and bank cards, some more important items, etc. Then he touched the window and jumped down without hesitation. For him now, a mere 2-story villa is not a problem at all, even a 10-story building would not kill him. He looked around and confirmed that there was no one, then pulled up his hoodie, covered his face and left quietly. It was not until he arrived near the station that he found a small hotel that did not require identity documents to live in and walked in. It's not that he is too cautious, but with the other party's power, he may have discovered his identity and he may be attacked at any time. In this case, leaving home is the safest option. As for whether the mysterious man can find him, Tianyu doesn't know, it's better if he can't find him. Chapter 37. Less than half an hour after Tianyu left, a pair of 6 men in black quietly sneaked into Tianyu's house. "Boss, that guy is not here, what should we do?" "Wait, maybe he went out, we'll wait for him to come back here." "Boss, what reward do you think the higher UPS will give us if we complete this mission?" "The reward will be given after we catch that guy, you guys should restore this place to its original state first, be careful not to be discovered by that guy." After a while of muttering, these people from the Bright Alliance restored Tianyu's room to its original state and hid in their own places. In addition to them, there are other forces that are mobilizing troops, and they are also very interested in Tianyu, the SSS Super God Evaluation Wholesaler. 2 hours passed quickly, and Lin Shuer came to Tianyu's house again. This time she did not continue to hide her identity, because this time she wanted to invite Tianyu to join the extraordinary group. Just approaching Tianyu's house, Lin Shuer found something wrong and stopped immediately. With her hands folded on her forehead, a void eye appeared on her forehead and looked at Tianyu's house. With the help of this eye, the situation at Tianyu's home was clear at a glance, including the 6 people from the Light Alliance. "Okay, you came so quickly, then you all die here." Lin Shuer gritted her teeth and said. Although she was wondering where Tianyu had gone, she obviously didn't find him by looking at his actions. In this case, she was not in a hurry. Anyway, she had left a mark on Tianyu and could lock his position at any time. Then, Lin Shuer moved and turned into a breeze and floated towards Tianyu's home. She had passed the 40th floor of the Tiantai, and now the chaos on her right wrist was suddenly golden, indicating that her strength had reached gold. Although there was a small one in the middle, the first level of gold was also a gold master, and it was not comparable to those small fish in the Light Alliance. Puff! 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 The breeze blew, and all the members of the 6 Light Alliance teams who were hiding in Tianyu's home, their heads fell to the ground unknowingly. Lin Shuer never intended to capture these people alive, because they were all dead pools. They had captured at least 800 people over the years, but no one had ever been able to pry open their mouths. As long as they were a little lax, these people would commit suicide. So it was better to solve it quickly. After doing all this, Lin Shuer looked around and confirmed that Tianyu had left by himself, then took out her cell phone and made a call. "It's me, Lin Shuer from the Extraordinary Group." After explaining what happened here and asking the other party to come and clean up the battlefield, Lin Shuer opened the sky eye again. Looking in the direction of the sky eye, Lin Shuer found Tianyu sleeping soundly in the small hotel. Not bad, a little alert. Lin Shuer was quite satisfied with Tianyu's awareness of the crisis and change of position. In the small hotel, Tianyu suddenly felt a chill in his brows while he was in a daze, as if he was being held by a dagger, and he woke up immediately. "Damn it, I've run so far, how can you still catch up with me?" Tianyu cursed inwardly, but he didn't dare to move, so he had to slowly open his eyes. But he was dumbfounded when he saw it. It turned out that there was no dagger at all between his eyebrows, but a slender jade finger. The jade finger exuded a faint chill, and it was this chill that woke him up. The owner of the jade finger was a woman in her 20s, with an indifferent face, a slim figure, and a stunning face. But the aura of "keep away from strangers" was intimidating, and it was obviously an iceberg beauty. But Tianyu didn't want to look at any beauty now. Although he didn't know who the other party was, his strength was obviously much stronger than his own, and Tianyu didn't want to fight head-on. If he could fool through later, it would be the best, otherwise he would talk about it later. "My beautiful sister, why are you looking for me? My money is all here. I didn't see you. Take the money and leave quickly." As he spoke, Tianyu closed his eyes again, but his ears kept paying attention to the sounds around him. Even Lin Shuer, who was usually cold as ice, was also amused and confused after seeing Tianyu pretending to be stupid. "Hurry up, I put the letter in your room before." Lin Shuer, who usually didn't say a word to men, had enough patience and tolerance for Tianyu. It was not some nonsense love at first sight, but because Lin Shuer had always regarded Tian Xing as her father and Han Yanro as her mother. Then their child Tianyu was naturally Lin Shuer's younger brother. Lin Shuer had helped Tianyu openly and secretly over the years, otherwise he might not have lived so long. So Tianyu was not familiar with Lin Shuer, but Lin Shuer knew Tianyu very well. After learning that Lin Shuer was the mysterious man, Tianyu immediately relaxed and took a closer look at the other party. But the more Tianyu looked at her, the more familiar she seemed to him. When a light bulb suddenly flashed in his mind, Tianyu blurted out, "You are Shuer." As soon as he said this, Tianyu knew that something was wrong, but he was relieved. He knew that the other party was because of Tianxing's memory fragments, in which Lin Shuer was always with Tianyu's parents, and was almost the same as their daughter, so Tianyu didn't have to worry that the other party would harm him. But according to the memory, Lin Shuer hated others calling her Shuer. "There was nothing I could do when my parents called me that, but I was just a weakling. The other party would definitely deal with me, right?" As expected, when Tianyu finished speaking, the temperature in the small room seemed to drop by 10 degrees. Lin Shuer looked at him with a smile, which made him feel creepy. After taking a deep look at Tianyu, Lin Shuer didn't say much, and said directly, "Since you are hiding here, it means that you have also noticed the crisis. To tell you the truth, I killed 6 dead pools of the Bright Alliance in your house before." In an instant, Tianyu's face became gloomy. He didn't expect the other party to come so quickly. If he hadn't been cautious enough, the consequences would be. After seeing that Tianyu knew the pros and cons, Lin Shuer revealed her purpose. "I am here to invite you to join the Extraordinary Group and become a reserve member of the Extraordinary Group." In the following time, Lin Shuer carefully told Tianyu about the content of the Extraordinary Group. The Extraordinary Group was established by Tian Xing, the first master of Dragon Country, 30 years ago. The purpose was to deter the extraordinary people who had gained power in the country and to fight against the extraordinary forces abroad. It can be said that the current supergroup is the military department of Dragon Country, and it is also the collection of all military departments. Since the existence of the supergroup, the entire Dragon Country has been stable, and no one dares to commit crimes by their own strength. Until 2 years ago, Tianxing, the chief instructor of the supergroup, disappeared, and Long Tianjing, the eldest disciple trained by him, succeeded. Although the supergroup is still strong, it is not as good as before because it lost the strongest man on earth. So in the past 2 years, evil forces such as the Light Alliance dared to take action in Dragon Country. As Lin Shuer told the story, Tenyu compared the memories in the memory fragments one by one and found that what Lin Shuer said was true. It's just that the other party concealed some things, such as why Tianxing disappeared. But it can be understood that this kind of thing is probably highly confidential, and Lin Shuer will take responsibility for what she said. After understanding it almost, Tianyu's brain began to turn rapidly. With the power of the Light Alliance and other hostile forces, it seems that he is not safe no matter where he hides. On the contrary, in the extraordinary group, not to mention that his father was the founder of the extraordinary group, they would protect him just because he was a citizen of Dragon Country. Moreover, he had shown such terrifying potential, the other party would definitely pay more attention to him. Moreover, he could hand in the strategy for the first level of the Sky Terrace, and in order to obtain the strategy for the second level, they would protect him. After making up his mind, Tianyu raised his head and said, "I agree." Chapter 38. The next morning, the two of them had already arrived at the base of the Imperial Capital Supernormal Group. In front of Tianyu was an 88-story building. Blinking his eyes, Tianyu asked in disbelief, "Are all these 88 floors yours?" Lin Shuer nodded calmly, "These are all trivial matters. Remember the following words. Those who are looking for you have issued a hunting order in the selection space. You must be careful when you enter the task copy in the future. Remember, be careful of everyone. The reward given by the other party is enough to make most people excited." Lin Shuer's tone was very serious. After that, she took Tianyu to handle various procedures, and Tianyu officially became a reserve member of the Dragon Country Supernormal Group. After throwing Tianyu to the 55th floor and arranging the room, Lin Shuer left. Tianyu looked at his room in large quantities. It was not bad, at least comparable to the room in a 5-star hotel. And whether it is eating, drinking, playing, and having fun, this building can satisfy you. There is almost nothing you can't think of, and nothing you can't find here. What's even better is that there are only 2 people living in the entire 55th floor, Tianyu and Lin Shuer. In this way, Tianyu's safety will increase, and there are masters like Lin Shuer to protect him. Not bad, but these are other people's power after all. If you want to kill those people, you still have to be strong enough. After cheering himself up, Tianyu decided to enter at least 1 mission copy every day from today to improve his strength as soon as possible. Anyway, there is nothing to worry about in the real world, and the school also has the extraordinary group to deal with it. He just needs to improve his strength wholeheartedly. The only trouble is that the Tiantai can only receive a mission once a month. But this is also easy to solve. The extraordinary group provides unlimited mission copy cooling cards for free, and Lin Shuer directly gave him a lot. After all, almost no one except Tianyu will need this thing, and everyone else thinks that a month's rest time is too short. The mission copy of the Tiantai is not a play. Tianyu can be so relaxed because he knows the plot. For others, the mortality rate is 50%. Without much hesitation, Tianyu directly entered the selection space and came to the bottom of the Tiantai. His summoning points have been almost used up, and his own strength cannot be improved for the time being, so there is nothing to prepare. Did you see that someone offered a high reward for Tianyu? As long as you can kill him, you will be rich. It's a full 500,000 summoning points. Hehe, I saw it too, but do you dare to go? Don't run over and give yourself a head. Tisk, although you may give yourself a head, it doesn't mean you have to fight to the death when you see him, right? If I meet Tianyu, I will definitely not show my killing intention. I will wait for him to have a flaw and kill him in one blow. I guess there are many people who think like you, 500,000 summoning points, who wouldn't if there is a chance. Want it? That depends on luck. Now those who want to kill Tianyu and become rich have to make at least 8 million, it depends on who is lucky. What if Tianyu turns the tide and grows up all the way? Don't joke, at least 2/3 of the people in the entire summoning space want his life. I admit that he is powerful, but can he escape the pursuit of so many people? Ding ding ding. Ignoring the voices of these people, Tenyu took 3 steps and came to the 3rd floor of the skydiving platform. Countless tasks also popped up at the same time. Ding, normal copy, 1 man's martial arts, difficult copy, The Walking Dead, nightmare copy, Mr. Zombie, please choose. 1 man's martial arts, The Walking Dead, Mr. Zombie. Looking at these tasks, Tenyu didn't know which one to choose for a while. But suddenly, he saw an unusual place. Behind Mr. Zombie, it was written that it was a task issued by the World Will. These Tenyu became interested. This was the first time he saw a task issued by the World Will, so he clicked it without hesitation. After entering the preparation space, Tenyu put his sword on his waist and waited idly. He still had too few skills and treasures. Although his strength improved quickly, his foundation was insufficient. But this was normal. After all, he was only on the 3rd level of the Tiantai now, and the others were about the same as him. Of course, the 2nd generation of those big forces were not counted here. Those people were rich. When the countdown ended, Tenyu was shrouded in white light and disappeared in the room. The white light flashed, and his vision began to recover slowly. Tenyu appeared in an empty and dirty alley. He had changed into the clothes of the Republic of China. His identity was Tenyu, a disciple of the Tianxi mansion of Longhe Mountain. Ding, the transmission is completed, and the main task is started. Kill 10 monsters and demons at will within 72 hours, currently, 0/10, reward, 2000 selection points you can return after completion. Unfinished. Warning, mission failed, wiped out. Warning, do not disclose information about the summoning space to people in the copy world in any form. Warning, violation of the rules will result in double deduction of summoning points. If the summoning points are insufficient, you will be wiped out. Note, please complete the task as soon as possible. The faster you complete it and the higher the completion rate, the higher the evaluation. Looking at the various prompts that suddenly appeared, Tenyu instantly understood that this was the requirement of the will of this world. As expected of the World Will, they arranged the most suitable identities after entering, unlike the previous illegal households. However, judging from this mission, this World Will should want to enter the Dharma ending age to issue the mission, right? And they also asked for confidentiality? Tenyu looked around and saw no other summoners. He didn't know if there were really no summoners, or if they were distributed in different places. After leaving the alley, he came to a bustling hawker street, with countless vendors and shops around, full of the style of the old times. Especially the pedestrians on the road were dressed strangely. This style was only seen in the Republic of China period, with long robes and messy hairstyles, which was even more strange. Various ancient streets, street vendors in strange costumes, and waves of hoarse but non-stop shouting and hawking everywhere. Fellow villager, is this Renjia town? How do I get to the pawn shop? Tenyu found a middle-aged vendor on the street and asked. Young man, this is Jiquan town, not far from Renjia town. It will take 2 hours to walk along the main road. Go forward and turn left at the pawn shop. After arriving, Tenyu found the bank, took out the gold in the system space and exchanged it for dollars. After buying some gifts, he rushed along the main road to Renjia town, speeding all the way with smoke and dust rolling. 10 minutes later, he saw the charity cemetery outside Renjia town. Tenyu patted the dust on his body, took out the prepared fine Longjing tea from the system space, and knocked on the door. Creak, the door opened. Hey, who are you looking for? The one who opened the door was Wenkei with a mushroom haircut. He looked at Tenyu with extraordinary demeanor and asked. I'm looking for Uncle Ju, Tenyu said with a smile. Then come in, master has someone looking for you. Wenkei let Tenyu into the yard. At this time, Uncle Ju came out of the room with a righteous face and looked at Tenyu. Little brother, are you looking for me? I am Tenyu, a disciple of the Tianxi mansion of Longhe Mountain, and I'm here to meet Uncle Ju. Tenyu immediately took out the token to show his identity. Chapter 39. Uncle Ju looked at the token in front of him carefully. Zhongzhang Ping He, yes, it is a token refined from the Qi training technique of Longhe Mountain. Don't be polite. It turns out that I am a fellow Taoist from the Tianxi mansion. I wonder what Xiaoya wants to see me for. It's like this. I was ordered to go down the mountain for training this time. I passed by Renjia town. I heard that Uncle Ju has protected people in 100 miles radius for many years and protected the people from evil spirits and evil spirits. I admire you deeply, so I took the liberty to pay you a visit. This is a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it. After Tenyu finished speaking, he handed over the fine Longjing tea. In his previous life, Tenyu also admired Uncle Ju very much as a person. This remark was not a compliment. No, no, killing demons is the duty of monks like us. Since it is what Ye Xiao wants, I will accept it. It's getting late, so why not stay overnight? After hearing what Tenyu said, Uncle Ju said, he straightened his back unconsciously and invited Tenyu to dinner. Thank you, Uncle Ju. It just so happens that I don't have anywhere to go. Wen-Kei, we have guests tonight, please cook a few more dishes. After a feast of wine and food, Tenyu discovered that Wen-Kei's cooking skills were quite good, comparable to those of ordinary restaurant chefs. Tenyu asked, Uncle Ju, I wonder if you know where Chinatown is? This junior wants to see it. Chinatown? That is the center of the zombie family. There are at least 1,000 zombies in the town, and there is also a zombie king. There are many dangers. Little friend Yet, where are you going? Uncle Ju was surprised after hearing this. 9-6. In this mission dungeon world, the zombie realms are divided into purple zombie, white zombie, green zombie, hairy zombie, armored zombie, flying zombie, wandering zombie, lying zombie, and non-bone zombie. Fiajeng is also known as the zombie king. Armored corpses are divided into gold armored corpses, silver armored corpses, bronze armored corpses and iron armored corpses. Of course I want to slay demons, Junior. I heard that there are many zombies in Chinatown, and they will harm one party sooner or later. I want to see if there is an opportunity to kill a few zombies and contribute to the common people. It is not in vain for me to go down the mountain to experience. Tianyu Dai Lingran replied, of course he would not say that he wanted to fight monsters and do tasks. Okay, since Xiaoya has such an idea, I can't stop it, but I hope Xiaoya can act according to his ability and pay attention to safety. Chinatown is very far away from here. It only takes 8 days to walk east from here. Uncle Ju seemed to be distracted. Tianyu was affected by his words and did not hide it, so he drew a map for him. Thank you very much, Uncle Ju. You're welcome, little friend Yet. You can stay in this guest room tonight. If you need anything, you can call Wen-Kei. I'm going to rest first. Today I'm helping a wealthy family in the town find Feng Shui treasure caves, and I have to host a funeral tomorrow. It's very tiring. Uncle Ju took Tianyu to a guest room, and after finishing speaking, he was ready to go back to the room to rest. Thank you Uncle Ju, please go to bed early and I won't disturb you. Tianyu in the guest room, thinking about the plot of Mr. Zombie. The richest man in Renjia town, Mr. Ren Renfa, asked the local mission master Ju Shu to help with the matter because his father was ordered by the Feng Shui master when he was buried that the coffin must be lifted up and buried 20 years later. On the day the coffin was raised, Uncle Ju discovered that Mrs. Ren's graveyard had been tampered with in the Dragonfly Dian Shui cave. The corpse had shown no signs of decay in 20 years and had turned into a zombie. Uncle Ju suggested burning it, but Ren Fa refused. Uncle Ju had no choice but to store the coffin in Yizhuang, planning to seal it with ink lines, and then find a Feng Shui treasure cave for burial. As a result, Uncle Ju's 2 swindled apprentices Wen Cai and Chu Sheng forgot to flick the ink lines on the bottom of the coffin. Before the burial, zombies came out and first bit Ren Fa to death. Uncle Ju was captured by the security captain Awei and sent to the patrol room. Later, Wen-Kei was scratched. Uncle Ju thought that Ren Tingting was in danger, so he took her into Yizhuang for protection. On the other hand, when Chu Sheng was buying glutinous rice, he was fascinated by the female ghost Xiaoyu, and asked Uncle Ju to beat the mandarin ducks with a stick. In the end, the zombies entered Yizhuang, and Uncle Ju and the others worked together to eliminate them with fire. It seems that the mastermind behind this is the Feng Shui master. It should be a hidden achievement. Saving Ren Fa is also a hidden achievement, and zombies will come out tonight. Tianyu knew the plot and immediately had a plan. Late at night, the ink network on Mrs. Ren's coffin flickered violently, seeming to prevent the zombies in the coffin from emerging. After alternating for 7 or 8 rounds, the old coffin suddenly fell into pieces. At the same time, old Master Ren's body stood up straight. His eyes were empty, his arms were stretched out straight, and he was filled with corpse energy. Acting on instinct, it jumped down from the coffin, and at this moment, it suddenly smelled the breath of a living creature. The two little black sheep were close at his feet. Originally, he wanted to suck the blood of his relatives to strengthen himself, but for the purpose of taking the sheep easily, these two poor little black sheep really became the waiting ones. The blood of the slaughtered lamb was sucked dry by Mr. Wren. After doing this smoothly, Mr. Wren followed his instinct and jumped towards the Wren family, and all this was within Tianyu's perception. This time, Uncle Ju, who was sleeping soundly, did not hear the movement here. He was too tired, and he drank some wine at dinner. Perhaps Mr. Wren chose to break out of the coffin tonight because he felt Uncle Ju's aura and fell into a deep sleep. Tianyu has been hiding his aura from beginning to end and following Mrs. Wren. Wren family. The lights are still bright. Ren Fa is sitting in the living room calculating the business these days. He is a diligent person. Even though he is the richest man in Renjia town, in addition to inheriting the family property from Mr. Wren, Ren Fa also earned it through his own hard work. This can be seen from the fact that he works late into the night. Suddenly, Ren Fa noticed a noise near the window. He subconsciously looked over, but saw nothing. Just as he was laughing at his own suspicion, the next moment, the solid window shattered in an instant, and an ugly, hideous, and terrifying zombie jumped out from outside. Ren Fa could recognize that the zombie in front of him was his father, and he was extremely panicked. As old Master Ren kept approaching, Ren Fa shouted and retreated to the back, but there was a corner. There was no way to retreat. Old Master Ren jumped in front of Ren Fa in a few steps, pinched his arm, and bit his throat. "Monster, don't hurt anyone." At this time, the knife light flashed in the house, and Tianyu, who had calculated just right, appeared in time and used the qi to control the knife to repel Old Master Ren. Bang! Old Master Ren flew backwards and broke the window. A hole appeared where he was stabbed. Old Master Ren looked at Tianyu standing with a knife, and a look of fear appeared on his stiff face. He turned around and ran in the direction he came from. Tianyu didn't chase him. He still wanted to lead out the Feng Shui master and complete the hidden achievement. He looked at Ren Fa, who had already fallen into a coma, and seemed to have fainted from shock, with blood all over his arms and neck. Ding! Congratulations to Tianyu, the summoner, for completing the hidden achievement, the end of the tragedy of human relations, saving Ren Fa from Ren Weong who had turned into a zombie, and rewarding 3,000 points of summoning points. Tianyu helped Ren Fa stop the bleeding, and used the glutinous rice that had been prepared long ago to force out the corpse poison, and woke Ren Fa up. "Ah, there are zombies! No, help!" Ren Fa woke up and subconsciously shouted for help. Tianyu smiled and said, "Master Ren, the zombies were driven away, it's okay." Seeing Tianyu in front of him, Ren Fa gradually came to his senses. He hurriedly said, "Who are you? Did you save me? My father turned into a zombie, and it was my father who came to bite me just now." While speaking, Ren Fa's old body kept shaking. Until now, he has not been able to recover from what just happened. Tianyu comforted him, "You don't need to say it, I know everything. I am Tianyu, a disciple of the Tianxi mansion in Longhe Mountain. I happened to be a guest at Uncle Ju's house tonight. I didn't expect that old Master Ren would turn into a zombie. Fortunately, I found it early and caught up in time." Ren Fa is not a fool. He had just lost consciousness and naturally knew that something happened to him. Now that he has woken up and Tianyu is by his side, who else could it be if not Tianyu who saved him? "What about Uncle Ju? Isn't he with you?" Ren Fa asked. "Uncle Ju met a few people attacked by zombies on the road and is rescuing them. He can't leave." Tianyu hurried to cover for Uncle Ju, otherwise Uncle Ju would not be able to survive in Renjia town in the future. Chapter 40. The movement here quickly alerted Ren Tingting and the servants of the Ren family. "Dad!" Seeing Ren Fa covered in blood, Ren Tingting's expression changed drastically and she almost fainted. "Ting Ting, I'm fine. It was Mr. Tianyu who saved me." Ren Fa comforted Ren Tingting. "Thank you, Mr. Yat." Ren Tingting thanked her hurriedly. "You're welcome, this is what we monks should do." Tianyu looked at Ren Tingting, who was wearing pear blossoms and rain, and I felt pity for her. At this time, Ren Fa asked with a pale face, "Mr. Yat, how can there be zombies in this world? How could my father become a zombie?" Tianyu did not speak, but focused on the servants of the Ren family. Ren Fa understood and said hurriedly, "You all go down, remember, no one is allowed to tell anyone what happened tonight, otherwise, I want him to look good. The servants of the Ren family agreed and left in a hurry. Ren Fa's questioning eyes were on Tenyu again. Tenyu said, when a person dies with resentment, he cannot breathe. The breath in his throat will turn him into a zombie. The reason why Mr. Ren became a zombie is entirely because Mr. Feng Shui changed Mr. Ren's Dragonfly Point water hole. It's become a place for corpses. Do you know the purpose of the corpse raising ground? It is specially used to turn corpses into zombies. Tenyu finally added, and Ren Fa's expression changed drastically. Tenyu sneered and asked, do you know why that Feng Shui master asked you to help old Master Ren lift the coffin and bury him 20 years later? Why? Ren Fa asked subconsciously. The sneer on Tianyu's face became even worse. That's because he had already predicted that the old man Ren would turn into a zombie 20 years later. Once the ancestors turned into corpses, the ones they wanted to attack most were their own relatives. That Feng Shui master wanted to let your family be wiped out. Ren Fa's face was extremely pale, and even Ren Tingting's delicate body was trembling. What a ruthless Mr. Feng Shui! Ren Fa gritted his teeth. At this time, Tenyu suddenly asked, Master Ren, do you want to take revenge? Ren was stunned for a moment. He said harshly, although my late father was wrong in the first place, my late father has already given Mr. Feng Shui 5 times the reward. It is precisely because of this that my late father dared to ask Mr. Feng Shui to do his Feng Shui. How could my late father have thought of that? This Feng Shui master is so vicious that he wants to exterminate our Ren family. At this point, Ren Fa's tone was filled with murderous intent. If it hadn't been for Mr. Yi's rescue, I would be dead now. One life for another. I want to kill that Feng Shui mister right now. Ren Fa did not ask Mr. Feng Shui whether he had survived to this day. Since Tenyu asked him if he wanted to take revenge, he naturally had his own plan. He was smart and just needed to find a reason to accept Tianyu's words. Really? Tenyu smiled and said, if you want revenge, then you must listen to me. Everything is decided by Mr. Yat. Ren Fa hurriedly handed over his hand. His life was saved by Tenyu, and there was no one more accomplished than the savior. Ren found that he now had great trust in Tenyu. Tenyu nodded and said in a deep voice, Master Ren, if you want to take revenge, you must first lure out the Feng Shui master behind the scenes. I don't know if he is still alive, but we can give it a try. Okay. Ren Fa agreed simply. Mr. Yat, how do you want to lure that Feng Shui master out? Ren Fa asked. Tenyu leaned into Master Ren's ear and whispered, fake death. Ren was stunned for a moment. Tenyu continued, if that Feng Shui master is still alive and he hears the news that Mr. Ren has transformed into a corpse and you have been killed, he will definitely come over to watch the fun, and he will naturally show his flaws. Master Ren said doubtfully, but I don't know that Feng Shui master. Mr. Ren told Ren Fa about the Feng Shui master before he died. He was doing business outside at that time and had indeed never seen the Feng Shui master. Tenyu explained, don't worry, I have my own way. Ren Fa saw that Tenyu was confident and was rescued by Tenyu, so he naturally believed in him, but there was still one thing he didn't know what to do. Thinking of this, Ren Fa asked, my dear nephew, if Uncle Ju sees me pretending to be dead, he will definitely recognize me. What should I do? That's okay. I'll go back and discuss it with Uncle Ju and ask him to help act in a scene. I'll disguise the wound first. After Tenyu finished speaking, he put his hand on Ren Fa's arm. Tenyu struck 5 and divided it by 2. Ren Fa pretended to have a nail hole wound on his arm and a zombie fang wound on his neck. It looked ferocious, but in fact he had recovered. After doing this, Tenyu left Ren's house and went back to discuss with Uncle Ju. Back in Yizhuang, Uncle Ju Wenkei was still asleep, and Tenyu knocked on Uncle Ju's door. Who is it? Uncle Ju's voice came from the room. Uncle Ninth, it's me. Old Master Ren's body has been transformed. He just ran away from Ren's house. What? Uncle Ju was so shocked that he came out of the room and ran directly to the morgue without even putting on his clothes. When I saw that Mrs. Ren's body was really gone, the coffins were scattered all over the floor, as well as the literary talent who was sleeping soundly. He was immediately furious and kicked Wenkei awake. Tenyu quietly watched Uncle Ju teach Wenkei a lesson outside. Uncle Ju also made loud noises but only beat and scolded him a few times, and then asked Wenkei to prepare magic tools and talismans and rush to Ren's house. Uncle Ju, this is what happened. Tenyu stopped Uncle Ju and explained the matter in detail. Thank you so much this time, Xiao Yat. I will cooperate with your plan. Uncle Ju agreed to act in this scene. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Ju. After Tianyu left, Ren Fa gathered all the servants who were present just now and imprisoned them in a secret room. These servants had seen him resurrect, and he was going to fake his death next, so he naturally couldn't let them go. Ren Fa would not treat them badly. Before he found out the Feng Shui master, he would provide them with good food and drink. The Ren family didn't lack this little money. The sky gradually brightened. Soon, there were sounds of gongs and shouting outside. A murder happened in Ren's house. There were many pedestrians on the street. After hearing this, they hurried to Ren's house to see the excitement. When they arrived here, the scene had been blocked by a Wei. They couldn't get in at all. In the hall of the Ren family, a Wei looked at the hideous corpse of Ren Fa who was in a state of suspended animation, and was shocked. He hurriedly covered the shroud with disgust. He looked at Ren Tingting who was crying, and hurried forward to comfort her. Cousin, although your uncle is dead, I am still here. While speaking, A Wei patted his strong chest, and was very happy in his heart. Once Ren Fa died, he would have the final say in the Ren family. Just thinking happily, Uncle Ju rushed in from outside with Chu Sheng and Wen Cai. Uncle Ju didn't think much, and came up to check Ren Fa's corpse. Seeing Ren Fa's death, Uncle Ju understood in his heart that this disguise really looked like being bitten to death by a zombie, and Ye Xiao was smart. At this time, an old man in Renjia town stood up and asked, Master Wei, what weapon killed Master Ren? A Wei thought about it and forced an explanation. Of course he was shot to death. After all, Ren Fa's body was full of blood holes, and it could be explained that he was shot to death. But Uncle Ju asked coldly, every shot hit the neck. A Wei was not embarrassed and continued to explain, the murderer is a martial arts master who is good at throwing darts. He threw a 9-linked gold dart to kill Master Ren. Uncle Ju asked, where is the dart? After being refuted by Uncle Ju, A Wei's face turned cold instantly. He said unkindly, hey, don't interfere with the investigation. You are smart. How did he die? Say it. Uncle Ju was not modest either, and said directly, I said, he was killed by his fingernails. While speaking, he also used his hands to make a downward thrusting motion, accidentally revealing his long fingernails. A Wei's face was happy, and he instantly moved Uncle Ju's hand and said, aha! He was killed by his fingernails, which means that only people with very long fingernails can do it. At this point, A Wei asked around, dear fellow villagers, who has longer fingernails than him? At this time, who would be the first to do it? They all hid their hands. Uncle Ju saw this and had a bad feeling in his heart. He hurriedly said, don't wrongly accuse a good person. A Wei sneered, I won't wrongly accuse a good person. You have the longest nails in the town, so you are the most suspicious. Speaking of this, A Wei became more and more proud. He said to the surroundings, come on, arrest them. A Wei took Uncle Ju and Ren Fa's corpses back to the patrol room. Chapter 41. When Uncle Ju showed up, the system notification sounded in Tianyu's mind. Congratulations to the host for triggering the choice. Option 1, Learn Jushu Mission Taoism, obtained with system assistance. Reward, you can still keep it after returning. Option 2, if you don't learn Mission Taoism, your evaluation reward will be doubled after returning. After seeing this option, Tianyu thought for a moment, and then made up his mind. After Uncle Ju was taken away, Tianyu looked at the skill book in his arms and laughed. That's right, he chose option 1 and took the initiative to ask Uncle Ju for Mission Taoism. Uncle Ju had already seen the picture of the hard steel zombie in front of him before, and he was extremely puzzled, wondering why Tianyu didn't use Taoism. After hearing a story of love in Tianyu and being in the same righteous sect, Uncle Ju handed over a part of Mission Taoism to him. Of course, 99% of the credit goes to the system, otherwise Uncle Ju would not be fooled so easily. Now that he had obtained Mission Taoism, Tianyu stopped delaying and started learning it immediately. Learning in the mission world is so simple, just take a photo of the skill book and that's it. With Mission Taoism, I can finally kill ghosts. Tianyu looked up to the sky and sighed. It felt uncomfortable not being able to kill the ghosts. When he was at Ren's house, Tianyu had been observing the people around him, just to see if the Feng Shui master would come. After all, according to Tianyu's idea, the other party asked the Ren family to move the coffin and bury him 20 years later, so he was definitely prepared. Maybe he had come to Renjia town a few months ago and was waiting. This time Master Ren died and he would definitely come back to see him. Unexpectedly, Tenyu actually saw a suspicious old man in black robe. The old man looked at the dead Renfa with a smile on his face, as if he had a grudge against Renfa. And after Uncle Ju was arrested, the other party looked even more satisfied. At the same time, Tenyu found out from his walking posture and so on that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Therefore, Tenyu followed the other party after the end. Tenyu followed the old man in black robe to the door of the dark and dilapidated cabin. Boom! With a loud bang, the door of the hut was instantly shattered into pieces by Tenyu's terrifying power. Tenyu walked directly in with his little hands behind his back, and when he came to the yard, Tenyu saw the deserted weeds. It looked like no one had lived in the yard for decades, and there were dozens of coffins displayed inside. Bah! At this moment, there was a sound of the door opening, and at the same time, an old man in black robe slowly walked out of the room. The old man in black robe had a thin figure and sunken eyes, as if he had been dead for several days. Hey, half human and half corpse. Are you the Feng Shui master that people call you? If so, please get on your way, I'm in a hurry. Tenyu looked at the old man and said. The old man in black robe stared at Tenyu like a dead man, looking for death. Now that Lin Ju can't save himself, let's see who will save you. I will train you into a zombie so that you will never be reincarnated. Come out. My darlings. Suddenly, the coffin boards of the coffins on display were lifted up, and dozens of zombies jumped out of the coffins, surrounding Tenyu. Tenyu looked around and thought to himself, there are quite a few purple zombies, hairy zombies, white zombies, green zombies, and armored zombies. It seems that the main mission can be completed. Hey, Mr. Ren is also here, saving me the trouble of looking for it. It seems that it's that Feng Shui gentleman. I just happened to learn mission Taoism, so I'll try it on you. Xianzong of heaven and earth, the root of all things, I have cultivated for thousands of kalpas to prove my magical power, inside and outside the three realms, only Tao is the only one, my body is covered with golden light, reflecting my body, I cannot see it, and cannot hear it, it encompasses the heaven and the earth, and nourishes all living beings, chant holding it 10,000 times, there is light in the body, the guards of the three realms are welcomed by the 5 emperors, the gods pay tribute and serve with thunder, ghosts and demons are frightened, and the spirits are dead, there is a thunderbolt inside, and the god of thunder is invisible, the wisdom of the cave is clear, and the 5 energies are soaring, the golden light appears quickly, protect the real person as urgently as the law dictates. Tenyu didn't waste any time talking to the old man in black robes, and silently recited the exorcism spell. Golden light burst out from his body, plating the surrounding floors and walls into gold, making him look magnificent. The zombies shrouded in golden light let out horrifying wails. Tenyu condensed the golden light into a shining long sword and waved it around. Countless golden lightsabers shot out and penetrated the zombies. The zombies howled in the golden light. Turned into ashes. How is it possible, exorcism spell, you are? Before the old man in black robe could finish speaking, he turned into ashes. This aspect of the choosing space makes Tenyu most satisfied. No matter a person has learned internal skills, Taoism, or immortal arts, the choosing space will automatically transform the energy in the body into the most advanced one. For example, if you learn internal strength in the early stage and later learn Taoism, the system will automatically convert the internal strength in your body into mana. Although Tenyu has learned nothing, this does not prevent him from using Taoism. Physical fitness is both a person's upper limit and a person's lower limit. Whether it is internal strength, Taoism, or immortality, the power exerted is related to one's 4-dimensional attributes. Ding! Congratulations to the selector Tenyu for completing the main mission. Kill 10 monsters at will within 72 hours. Currently, 32 tenths, reward, 2000 selection points. You can return after completing it. Completed, returning. Ding! Congratulations to the selector Tenyu for completing the hidden achievement tragedy caused by a piece of land and killing Ren Weong who turned into a zombie. He will be rewarded with 3000 selection points. Ding! Congratulations to the summoner Tenyu for completing the only hidden achievement the mastermind to kill the evil Feng Shui master, and reward 10,000 points of summoning points. Not returning for the time being. Tenyu still has to go to Tang town to kill the zombies there, so how can he return? Looking around, the coffins have been broken, the ground is covered with ashes, and the walls have collapsed. After sensing that there are no zombies, Tenyu turned around and left. He was going to save Uncle Ju. Tenyu returned to Ren's house along the same route and found Ren Ting, who was dressed in white and charming. "If you want to be pretty, you must be in mourning," he asked. "Ting, do you know where the patrol house is? Mr. Feng Shui has been eliminated by me, and old Master Ren has also rested. The show is over, and Uncle Ju and Master Ren will be released." "That's great, thank you Mr. Yat, I will take you to the patrol house now." Ren Ting was excited and did not doubt it. Chapter 42. After a while, they arrived at the door of the police station. The door was locked and two security team members were chatting at the door. Tenyu didn't care about these idiots. He kicked the door open and walked in with Ren Ting. He saw Wei was about to torture Uncle Ju, who was handcuffed to the rack, and Master Ren was lying behind Wei. "Who are you? Do you know where this is? Believe it or not, I will kill you. Why are you here, cousin?" Wei was startled by the sound of breaking the door and said to Tenyu and Ren Ting. Tenyu ignored him and helped Jushu to untie him. After using the silver needle to remove Renfa's suspended state, he said, "Jushu and Mr. Ren have worked hard. I didn't expect that Feng Shui Master is an evil cultivator who has raised dozens of zombies. Old Master Ren has also been trained into an iron-armored corpse by him. But they have all been eliminated by me, and Old Master Ren has also rested in peace." "Ah, that's great, thank you, Mr. Yat," Renfa exclaimed, and then thanked excitedly. "Iron-armored corpse. I didn't expect that it was also eliminated by Yeziao. You are worthy of being a disciple of Longhushan Tianchi Mansion." Jushu didn't expect that Tenyu eliminated the iron-armored corpse in just 1 hour, and it looked unscathed. As for the mission Taoism that he taught Tenyu, Jushu never thought that Tenyu could learn it so quickly. Because this is the end of the world, Uncle Ju, who specializes in magic, has to prepare all the talismans and magic tools to destroy the armored corpse. After returning to Ren's house, after a detailed chat with thanks, Tenyu said goodbye to Uncle Ju and Ren Fa, who hinted that he wanted to recruit him as a son-in-law, and Ren Ting, who had been whispering to keep him. If he could bring Ren Ting back to reality, he would have done it long ago. After leaving Ren's house, he immediately set off for Town. After all, there were only more than 40 hours left, and it would take more than 10 hours to travel, so time was a bit tight. Why did Tenyu travel thousands of miles to Town to fight zombies instead of catching some ordinary people to feed the zombies and brush points? First, this violates Tenyu's bottom line of principles. Another point is that doing so will be rejected by the consciousness of the dungeon world. The consequence is that you will experience the sourness of the death, and it is more likely that a strong man will suddenly jump out and slap you to death. There should be hidden achievements for killing Uncle Ju, but Tenyu will not do it, not only because he admires Uncle Ju as a person, but also because Uncle Ju is the son of luck in this dungeon world. As long as you are not afraid of death, you can try it. The summoning tower has been around for more than 100 years. These bloody lessons have similar examples in the textbooks. Of course, as long as you think you are strong enough, you can do whatever you want. 8 hours later, Tenyu, who was almost infinitely strong, saw Town from a distance under the sunlight. He underestimated his speed. Such a heavy corpse gas. Several kilometers away from Town, Tenyu felt a burst of corpse gas covering the entire Teng. The sunlight could not penetrate this layer of corpse gas and shine on the ground. The important place of the corpse family is really not a joke. This is completely different from the movie. There are many kinds of zombies. Relatively speaking, they directly correspond to the 4 great zombie ancestors, the Red Dragon General, the Drought God Enpa, the Demon Star Hooking, and the Gas Corpse Yingu. In the process of evolution, zombies will approach the 4 zombie ancestors and begin to show some special characteristics, but ordinary people can't distinguish them. The closer we get to Town, the heavier the corpse gas becomes. Tenyu can't help but frown. Getting close to Town makes people feel uncomfortable. Tenyu can hardly feel the existence of spiritual energy. Even if the spiritual energy is scarce in the Dharma ending age, it is not so scarce that there is no spiritual energy. It is just less and absorbed slowly. But in Town, it is really not felt. All we can feel is the sky-high corpse gas. This corpse gas is so dense that it blocks the sunlight during the day. I am afraid there will really be a zombie king. It seems to be another hidden achievement. Tenyu estimated that the time was about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky was dark, like a huge pot lid covering Town, making it difficult for people to breathe. Town is surrounded by a tall city wall. This is not the wall that Uncle Ju said, but a city wall that keeps the zombies inside. Moreover, there are Buddhist scriptures engraved on the city wall. Some of them are older, and some are recently engraved. If it weren't for the city wall and the scriptures to suppress it, I don't know how many people would die in the surrounding area. Scriptures were carved on the city wall, like a special formation, trapping zombies inside, allowing only living creatures to enter, but not dead creatures to leave. Fortunately, where there are many zombies, powerful ghosts will not appear, otherwise a few ghost kings will definitely come out of such places, and ghosts practice much faster than zombies. Tenyu hit his own breath, came under the city wall, jumped lightly, jumped onto the city wall, and observed. Although it was daytime, there were zombies jumping on the street, and the corpse gas was several times thicker than the zombies raised by the Feng Shui master. Bang pop boom roar. There were gunshots and zombie roars on the street in the distance. Someone was actually beating zombies. This movement should be other summoners. Thinking of this, Tenyu jumped a few times and approached quietly. Hold on in the front row, don't retreat, and step up your output in the back. Captain, these zombies are too tanky, the guns can't shoot, and the bombs are gone. Damn, I can't hold on anymore, I've been caught, who has antidote, give me one. Captain, hasn't the zombie king appeared yet? Tenyu came to a rooftop and looked at the 20 or so chosen below being besieged by a group of zombies. These are the chosen summoners of the organization Alliance. I didn't expect to meet them here. It seems that these people came for the hidden mission of the Zombie King. The big families have more or less information about the mission dungeon, which should not be underestimated. Because corpse chi is also a kind of energy, Tenyu absorbed some of the corpse chi to cover up his own breath of living people, otherwise he would be besieged by the zombies like the chosen summoners below. Ah, no, save me, the chosen summoners below began to suffer casualties. The one who was in the front was pulled close to the zombie group. In a blink of an eye, he was sucked dry by a hairy zombie, and finally dismembered by the zombie group, and the front began to collapse. The young leader looked at the chaotic chosen summoners and cursed them for being a bunch of trash. As soon as he entered the mission dungeon world, he brought this group of people to Town. He got news from his family that the zombie king here was worth 5,000 points. So he planned to organize cannon fodder to clean up the small monster zombies in the town first, and wait for the zombie king to appear, and then let the zombie king kill these cannon fodder. Because of the alliance, he could take all the rewards, but he didn't expect these people to be useless. Now he had to take action. He still needed these cannon fodder summoners. The young leader drew out the black knife Chu Shui, rushed into the zombie group with one slash and swept across. 7 or 8 zombie heads flew up. Relying on the sharpness of the black knife Chu Shui, he killed one zombie with one knife and eliminated more than 20 zombies. Let's retreat and rest in the camp outside the city wall. It's getting dark. All the zombies in the town will come out to wander at night. Let's go quickly, the young leader said to the remaining dozen or so demoralized summoners. 5 or 6 summoners died in the previous wave, and now they had to organize a retreat. Tenyu watched this group of summoners retreat outside the city wall. Most of these summoners were only Black Iron level 1. The young leader had the strength of Black Iron level 3. He dared to come and kill the Zombie King. It seems that he should have a hidden trump card. But the group of summoners who were allied with him were really fools. They were fooled to come here as cannon fodder. Don't they know that there is no such thing as pie in the sky? Chapter 43. Tenyu watched the group of people leave. He also wanted to go out to find some food. He hadn't eaten yet after running around all day. The search lasted 2 hours, because the corpse atmosphere here was so strong that all the living creatures had escaped. Finally, a wild yellow sheep, a wild deer, and several hares and pheasants were found more than 10 kilometers away. They were all shot with pebbles and stored in the storage space. You'll have a good time tonight. When he came to the stream, Tenyu slaughtered and washed all the prey, sprinkled the mosquito repellent and animal repellent powder given by Uncle Ju around the area, and took out the grill firewood, lighting equipment, kitchen utensils, tables, and chairs from the storage space. The prey is marinated with secret spices, the wild yellow sheep and wild deer are set on fire and grilled, the hare is made into soup and stewed in the pot, and the pheasant is made into beggar's chicken and buried in the fire. Tenyu then concentrated on cooking, turning the wild yellow sheep and deer, brushing them with honey and sprinkling cumin chili powder, seasoning the hare with some shiitake mushrooms and velvet antlers he found, and turning the beggar's chicken to warm the fire. High-end ingredients often require only the simplest cooking methods. After 2 hours of busy work, Chef Tenyu finally had dinner. Tenyu pulled off the roasted golden and fragrant lamb leg, and started chewing it without fear of burning it. With his current physical condition, he could roll it in hot water, let alone a little heat. The roasted whole lamb is charred on the outside and tender on the inside, with no smell at all, and tastes spicy and fragrant. The roasted venison is golden in color, cut into thin slices, and served with a special dipping sauce, which is sweet in the mouth, fully highlighting the elegance of the venison. The stewed rabbit meat soup is sweet and delicious, and the meat is soft and rotten. The last is the beggar's chicken. The chicken is fragrant and slightly elastic, tender and juicy. With a mouthful of barbecue and a mouthful of cold beer, Tenyu enjoyed eating meat and drinking wine like this. He didn't feel like he was here to fight zombies at all, but like he was here for camping. In fact, he also wanted to make do with it, but his super taster didn't allow it, and he couldn't swallow the dry food at all. Anyway, there is still enough time, and of course he will not treat himself badly. After a meal, all the food went into Tenyu's stomach. He patted his stomach and felt full. It seemed that as his strength continued to increase, his body also needed enough energy to support it. But there is nothing that can be done about it. Who makes him still relatively weak now? This is what cultivation is like. In the early stage, you need to eat and drink a lot to replenish enough energy to support your cultivation. After your cultivation level is improved, you can achieve fasting, and naturally you don't need to eat and drink a lot. Tenyu is now in the early stages of cultivation and needs to take adequate food supplements. Tenyu took out the cleaning talisman he bought from Uncle Ju. Once he used it, he looked completely new. The dirt and oil stains were all gone. When he used the kitchen utensils and tableware, they were so clean that they could be used as mirrors. It is indeed one of the must-have props for traveling. Putting things away in his pocket, Tenyu looked at the sky. The moon was already at its peak, and it was time to kill the zombies. After being disguised, he came to Chinatown again and found that the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed, and streaks of moonlight were pulled down by the zombies in the town. Ouch! The 2 green zombies seemed to be a little slow when they saw Tenyu jumping down from the city wall. It took a few seconds to react, then he opened his mouth and lunged towards Tenyu with his sharp fangs exposed. Tenyu did not retreat but advanced. He pointed out his hands, and 2 golden lights burst out and instantly penetrated the zombie's head, killing him instantly. Tenyu no longer covered up his strong energy and blood, jumped on the roof and ran towards the center of the town. Ouch! Ho! The strong vitality and blood aura of the living people immediately made the zombies in Chinatown boil, roaring and jumping along Tenyu's aura. Tenyu jumped several times and reached the roof of the tallest building in the center of the town, quietly waiting for the arrival of the zombies. Gradually, the roaring zombies came to the bottom of the roof where Tenyu was. The more powerful ones, Mao Zhan, iron-armored zombie, and bronze-armored zombie, jumped up and roared to attack him. Their sharp black nails were driven directly into Tenyu's body. Tenyu didn't show any panic at this time. He only saw a flash of golden light from his hands, which immediately penetrated and attacked the head of his zombie, and then kicked the zombie down. He had to wait for the zombie king to appear. On the other hand, the selectmen patrolling the selector camp outside the city also discovered something unusual in the town. Captain, the zombies in the town are all crazy. It seems that someone broke into the center of the town. A male selector reported to the young leader. Let's go up to the city wall and take a look. The young leader led a few selectors up the city wall and looked towards the center of the town. From a distance, he saw golden light flashing from time to time in the darkness, and the roars of zombies coming one after another. Captain, that person doesn't want to die. He dares to attract so many zombies. We killed more than 500 zombies in 2 days and lost about 10 people. Not to mention that the zombie king didn't show up. Captain, you see, all the zombies on the street are gone. They have all been lured over. Well, the selectors are not fools. Find a few people who are good at sneaking and follow me to see if there is any chance of missing something. Remember to cover up your breath and wear night vision goggles. The young leader led 4 people. The chosen ones rushed towards Tenyu. Hiss, Captain, look at that man dead. There are almost 2,000 of these zombies. The young leader and his group stopped to observe more than 300 meters away from Tenyu. One of the team members looked at Tenyu from a distance and said, The young leader also saw that there were some powerful armored zombies among the zombies, which were completely comparable to him. This made him feel chills. If he were Tenyu, he would have panicked to death. Just then they heard Tianyu's voice. Heaven and Earth Xianzong, the root of all qi, cultivate 10,000 calamities to prove my supernatural powers, inside and outside the three realms, only Tao is supreme, the body has golden light, covering my body, invisible to the eyes, inaudible to the ears, encompassing heaven and earth, nurturing all living things, chanting 10,000 times, the body has light, guards the three realms, the five emperors welcome, all gods pay homage, command thunder, ghosts and demons are frightened. And spirits and monsters lose their forms, there is thunder inside, the thunder god hides his name, the profound wisdom is intertwined, the five qi are rising, the golden light appears quickly, covering the real person. Hurry up as the law orders. Back to Tenyu, he has not sensed the appearance of the zombie king, but he sensed the group of people led by the young leader. He doesn't care, as long as they don't come to provoke him. Looking at the group of zombies gathered, Tenyu began to recite the exorcism spell, and used the qi to cast the exorcism spell. I saw golden light bursting out from Tenyu, plating the surrounding floor and walls with gold, and the golden light stuck to him like armor. The zombies surrounding Tenyu howled in fear. Tenyu jumped down from the roof and crushed a black zombie with one foot. The golden light in his hand condensed into a golden long sword. He waved it around and cut off the zombies surrounding him. The zombies were in chaos. They didn't have much consciousness and instinctively wanted to stay away from Tenyu, who was covered by the exorcism spell. Roar! At this time, a zombie roared, stopping the zombies who were scared and wanted to turn around and run away. A zombie leader commanded the zombies, and then the zombies attacked Tenyu frantically. The sharp black nails full of corpse poison pierced Tenyu from all directions, and he was about to be sieved. Crack! With a crisp sound, the zombies' nails hit Tenyu, who was covered by the exorcism spell, just like hitting a 10,000-foot iron wall, and were all broken. These zombies could not break the defense of the exorcism spell at all. The terrifying dynamic potential energy was instantly absorbed by Tenyu and converted into his own power. Tenyu stood still like a hill, allowing the zombies to attack. Tenyu solidified and lengthened the golden longsword in his hand, and chopped it towards the necks of the zombies surrounding him, like a hot knife cutting butter, without any hindrance. Dozens of hideous zombie heads were chopped off in an instant, and black dirty blood rushed into the sky and sprinkled all around. The dirty blood in the sky was all blocked by the golden light and could not fall on Tenyu, but the zombie group became more violent and crazy. In this way, Tenyu was like a perpetual motion machine, tirelessly slashing around, and the zombies also mindlessly besieged Tenyu, and the zombie corpses under his feet piled up more and more. I don't know how long it took, and finally Tenyu caught the zombie leader who had some consciousness in front of him and chopped him with the sword, ending the war. Who else? Ah! After the battle, the full moon was in the sky. Tenyu stood on a pile of zombie corpses as high as a hill, howling to the sky, and the terrifying howl spread throughout the entire Tang town. Hiss, so terrifying! Is this, still a human? The young leader and the surrounding summoners took a breath of cold air, looking at Tenyu, who was howling to the sky, like a devil and a god, and asked tremblingly. This scene, I believe they will never forget it. Chapter 44. Leader, the person who can possess such a powerful force on the third floor of the summoning tower should be Tenyu. Do we want him? The people around the young leader looked at him with flashing eyes. Money can move people's hearts. With their strength, they may not be able to become top-level masters in this life, and they may even die in the mission dungeon one day. But as long as they kill Tenyu here, they will have countless points for summoning. With those points, each of them will become much stronger, and it can be said that the future is promising. Let's see first, the strength he showed is too strong, we are not his opponent. The young leader was also full of greed, but he was still a little rational. Although he killed a lot, they were just low-level zombies, and there is also the zombie king here. Wait until they are both injured before we take action, directly. The young leader made a gesture of wiping his neck, and his face was indescribably vicious. After the discussion, these people hid nearby and quietly waited for the best time. At this time, something unexpected happened to Tenyu. Roar! In Tang town, in a stone coffin 20 meters below the ancestral hall, a zombie king covered in green opened his eyes, and a soul-stirring cry came from underground. In an instant, it intertwined with Tenyu's howl. Boom! Boom! The sound rang out, the ground began to tremble, and the zombie king was breaking out of the ground. Boom! Suddenly, the earth shook violently, some houses began to collapse, and a green figure rushed out from the ground, bringing with it a thick corpse gas. Roar! The zombie king fell to the ground, and a big pit was smashed into the ground. Dense cracks spread around, like a spider web on the ground. This zombie king was killed hundreds of years ago, and then refined into a poisonous corpse and buried under the ancestral hall in Chinatown, turning this place into a place to raise corpses. As time went by, the population of Chinatown gradually grew and expanded. However, a mistake made by a third-rate sorcerer led to the corpse gas being drawn out, turning the entire Chinatown into a living hell. Many people wondered why so many people died in Chinatown at once and turned into zombies. It was because the corpse poison of this poisonous zombie king was too strong. The corpse gas that had been buried for hundreds of years was pervasive, making the zombies here stronger step by step. The poisonous zombie king flew towards Tenyu. The zombie king in this mission copy world was a flying zombie, with the ability to fly and hide, and his intelligence was not inferior to that of a human. He had a corpse pill in his body, which could rival a cultivator in the Jindan period, equivalent to an ordinary bronze-level summoner. Tenyu felt from a distance that the breath of the zombie king was approaching him. Not long after, the poisonous zombie king with green hair flew to a roof in front of him, and the man and the corpse looked at each other from a distance. Roar! Why are you killing my people? Looking at Tenyu standing on the pile of zombies, the poisonous zombie king roared. Looking at Tenyu, who was covered with the exorcism spell, it was a little afraid, so it didn't attack immediately. Good and evil cannot coexist, killing is killing, you are the only one missing, come and fight if you are a man. Because of the will of the world, Tenyu actually understood the corpse language, but he didn't want to talk nonsense with the zombie king, anyway, it was already a situation of life and death, so he provoked. Roar! The poisonous zombie king was furious when he heard it, and with a wave of his hand, the terrifying green corpse poison and corpse gas gushed out and shot towards Tenyu. Tenyu did not dodge, and used all his strength to activate the exorcism spell to protect his whole body. The corpse poison and the golden light collided violently, making a sizzling sound. That's it. Tenyu, who was unharmed, sneered, the poisonous corpse gas could not break the thin golden light film on his body at all. The toxic zombie king was also stunned. The green corpse poison was the strongest support of the toxic zombie king. Ordinary people would become zombies in a few seconds under his corpse poison and be at his mercy. Unexpectedly, it had no effect on Tenyu. Then it was furious. The blood of a monk like this was a great tonic for it. Sucking the blood of the person in front of it would make it stronger. Later, he would turn him into a zombie slave and torture him forever to vent his hatred. The toxic zombie king flew towards Tenyu, and it seemed that he wanted to fight in close combat and use his strong body to break Tenyu's golden defense. The sharp nails glowed green and pierced directly into Tenyu's chest. After touching the golden light film, it was like putting red-hot iron into cold water, making a sizzling sound, and it was about to be broken. Concentrate your mind and chi, focus a little. At this moment, Tenyu's right index fingertip was shining with extremely bright golden light, and he pointed it at the chest of the zombie king. The golden light was like a laser, breaking through the chest of the poisonous zombie king, piercing his heart, and passing through his body. Instant kill. How is it possible? The poisonous zombie king's stiff face showed an expression of disbelief. The heart was broken, the body was stiff, and it couldn't move at all. It had just woken up and hadn't had time to drink blood, so it fell down unwillingly. Nothing is impossible, I won, go on the road with peace of mind. Tenyu said easily, but he secretly thought that it was a close call, the defense of the exorcism spell was almost broken just now. In fact, Tenyu had thought of a plan as early as when the poisonous zombie king flew towards him. First, the zombie king can fly, fast, and may escape at any time, so he can only fight quickly. Second, anger the opponent and let the opponent reveal a flaw. Finally, concentrate the exorcism spell with all your strength and give it a killing blow. Work step by step, strategize and plan in an orderly manner. Tenyu has always been a cautious person and would not fight an uncertain battle. If the exorcism spell had not had a strong effect of warding off evil spirits and was very powerful, he would not have dared to come here to kill the zombie king. At this moment, Tenyu was very happy in his heart. Fortunately, he chose mission Taoism, otherwise he would really fall here. Not to mention this powerful zombie king, it would take a lot of effort to kill ordinary zombies with his chi control knife. The poisonous zombie king fell over the pile of zombies, with the power of the exorcism spell remaining in his chest, making it difficult for his wounds to heal on their own. Waves of green poisonous corpse energy were released from his heart, like a deflated rubber ball. As long as the corpse energy in his body was exhausted, even Deluo Jingxian would be unable to save him. You dare! At this moment, a sudden change occurred. I saw a small sword flashing with white light, piercing the zombie king's head at a very fast speed. Tenyu didn't understand that this was the rhythm of someone trying to steal the head. I saw him bending down to grab the dying zombie king, directly crushing its neck, and then throwing it behind him. The next second, the small sword with white light pierced the pile of zombies where the zombie king was just now, and the white flames suddenly surged, as if using corpse gas as fuel. Tenyu was suddenly engulfed in white flames, and in less than 3 seconds, more than 200 meters in radius were covered in white flames. All zombie corpses were ignited and turned into a sea of fire. Captain Mighty, Tenyu is dead, the zombie king reward is ours, and we can also receive a large bounty. I didn't expect that the captain has such a strong trump card. If you follow the captain, you will have something to eat. After the fire goes out, let's go over and take a look. Even if Tenyu doesn't die, he's seriously injured. If he's still alive, we can threaten him to ally with us, torture him to find out the previous dungeon strategy, and then get rid of him. It turned out to be the young leader hiding in the distance. He saw the zombie king appear and thought that there would be a big fight between the two, and he would benefit from it. Unexpectedly, the zombie king was so easily beaten that he was knocked to the ground in an instant. Seeing that the zombie king was seriously injured and on the verge of death, and the duck in his hand was about to fly away, the young leader could not sit still. Directly use the trump card, a one-time silver-level prop, the evil-destroying white flame-flying sword. This is a trump card specially used to deal with the zombie king. Otherwise, even with his level 3 black iron strength, he would not dare to come here. That would be simply courting death. Name, evil-killing white flame-flying sword. Category, disposable consumables. Effect, a one-time flying sword equipped with an evil-killing white fire. After hitting the target, the evil-killing white fire on the sword will be activated. The evil-killing white fire is a kind of Buddhist real fire. It has a strong restraint and demon-breaking effect on evil spirits, ghosts, zombies, and the like. It can use ghost energy, corpse energy, demonic energy, evil energy, etc. as fuel, and it will not be burned out or extinguished. Price, 8,800 selection points. But Tenyu stood in the white flames unscathed despite the exorcism spell. Most of the terrifying high-temperature heat energy generated by the white flames was isolated by Tenyu, and a small part of it was unable to deal with Tenyu's powerful body. Chapter 45. Ding! Congratulations to the summoner Tenyu for completing the hidden mission, killing more than 500 zombies and a flying zombie, and rewarding 5,000 points of summoning points. Tenyu stood in the white flames, completely ignoring the lethality of these flames, but secretly sighed, this zombie king is really valuable. One is 5,000 points of summoning points. No wonder that group of people dared to take action, but since they took action, they are enemies, and all enemies must die. Tenyu said to himself. The group of summoners led by the young leader looked at the white flames, waiting for the flames to go out, but they suddenly found a figure with golden light coming towards them. Not good, everyone run quickly, that person is not dead. The dragon suit armor summoner first discovered Tenyu and shouted in fear. Do you want to dance too? Tenyu dodged and grabbed the dragon armor summoner's neck, and asked the 4 young leaders, as imposing as the Konoha dance king Madara, full of B-style. Misunderstanding, brother, we just arrived, saw the zombie king was about to attack you, and we were afraid that you were in danger, so we took action. The young leader looked at Tenyu with a mask and couldn't see his face clearly and smiled. Do I look like a fool? If you want to shoot the boss, just say it directly. In fact, I found you early in the morning, and I heard your conversation just now. Tenyu directly exposed his lies. The young leader put away his smile and said coldly, since you know, so what? My father is the Dragon King Tram, ranked 187th in the global summoner rankings. Do you dare to kill me? Now I give you a chance. Make an alliance with me and hand over the Super God evaluation strategy. I will compensate you after you get out. Oh, really? Hearing the words of the young leader, Tenyu was also speechless. Is this person used to being arrogant and domineering? He really doesn't know how to live or die. Tenyu was too lazy to talk nonsense with this idiot. He used his hand to pinch the neck of the dragon suit A directly and threw it into the white flames behind. Following it, there were several more flashes, and the heads of the nearest dragon suits B, C, and D were all blown up. When Tenyu answered, the young leader found that things were not good, and he immediately tore up a prepared primary teleportation scroll. When Tenyu found out, the young leader had already run more than 500 meters away. Shave! 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 The young leader kept using the Navy 6 styles, shave the ground to run out, but he didn't expect that his father, the Dragon King's name, would not work. When he returned to the Blue Water Star, he must find the residence of Tenyu and let the family's strong men kill him and his entire family to avenge today's revenge. You can't run away, so just go on your way. Tenyu's voice came faintly from behind him, making the young leader's soul tremble. Then Tenyu punched him, and the terrifying force exploded on his body. Hey? Not dead? Substitute doll, there are still many things to save your life, but it's useless, you still have to die. Tenyu looked at the young leader who suddenly appeared 10 meters away, but there was a broken scarecrow in the original place, and he understood that it was a substitute doll. Don't kill me, my father is the Dragon King, let me go, I will pretend that nothing happened, no. The young leader wanted to threaten and beg for mercy, but Tenyu pierced his head with golden light. Tenyu is not a coward. Since these people dare to attack him, they must pay a corresponding price, such as their lives. Besides, too many lice don't itch. Anyway, they are already wanted. Are you still afraid of one more enemy? I almost let him run away just now. It seems that my skills are really not enough. Tenyu took a deep breath and began to reflect on his own problems. The continuous battles made him feel exhausted physically and mentally. With the body of the leader, Tenyu returned to the place where he had just killed the extras and began to loot the spoils. Then he threw the bodies into the still burning white flames to destroy the bodies. When Tenyu killed the leader, the Dragon King family's residence began to shake. Oh no, the third young master's soul tablet is broken. Check it out for me, who did it? Go and make an appointment for Master Tianmu's divination seat. Black Sword Chu Shui 1, Navy 6 Skill Book 1, Primary Teleportation Scroll 4, Potions, Talismans, Gun Bullets, Gold Bars and Food. Black Sword Chu Shui, Silver Weapon Item, one of the 21 great swords in the One Piece world. The blade is a chaotic blade with a reverse T-shaped shape, the blade is black and purple, with red sawtooth patterns, and this knife is very tough. Effect 1, Conduction Amplification, the blade can conduct all kinds of energy 100% and amplify 50%. Effect 2, Tough and Sharp, the blade is extremely tough and will not be easily destroyed. It can easily cut off weapons and items below the silver level. Tenyu counted the spoils and found that only the young leader was relatively rich, and the others were poor. But even so, it was a big harvest, especially the black sword Chu Shui, which was really suitable for his chi control of the sword. After receiving this wave of express delivery, the weapons were directly supplemented, not to mention one of the 6 styles of the Navy, which was really great. Return. After putting everything into the space, Tenyu chose to return, regardless of the remaining summoners outside the city, as those people did not provoke him. A minute later, Tenyu disappeared. Ding, return successful, rewards are being calculated. Ding, congratulations to Tenyu the summoner for completing the main task, killing 10 demons and monsters within 72 hours, currently, 1981/10, reward, 2000 summoning points exceeding the task, super perfect. The basic reward is doubled by 10 times, and the summoning points are 20,000 points. Ding, congratulations to Tenyu the summoner for completing the hidden task The End of the Tragedy of Human Relations, saving Ren Fa from Ren Weong who turned into a zombie, and rewarding 3,000 points of summoning points. Ding, congratulations to Tenyu the summoner for completing the hidden achievement The Tragedy Caused by a Piece of Land, killing Ren Weong who turned into an armored corpse, and rewarding 3,000 points of summoning points. Ding, congratulations to Tenyu the summoner for completing the only hidden achievement The Mastermind, killing the evil Feng Shui master, and rewarding 10,000 points of summoning points. Ding, congratulations to the summoner Tenyu for completing the hidden achievement Zombie Killer, killing more than 500 zombies and a flying zombie, and rewarding 5,000 points of summoning points. Ding, comprehensive scoring begins. Ding, congratulations on your SSS level evaluation, and a gold level summoning treasure chest as a reward. Ding, Summoner Tenyu, the Mr. Zombie dungeon world is permanently closed to you. A long series of prompt sounds. 41,000 points of summoning points, a gold level summoning treasure chest, another great harvest. Tenyu couldn't help but smile slightly. At the same time, an announcement sounded in the summoning tower. Announcement: congratulations to the summoner Tenyu for his outstanding performance in the dungeon world Mr. Zombie, exceeding the dungeon tasks and hidden achievements, and being the first to obtain an SSS level evaluation, hereby announced and recorded. Chapter 46. Tenyu has become completely accustomed to the high profile of the summoning space. Not only is he not excited, he even feels like laughing. Ignoring these messy thoughts, Tenyu began to review his actions in this mission world, looking for areas that need to be made up. Now my speed, defense, martial arts, and means of saving my life are all a little lacking. When killing zombies, I only rely on the attribute restraint of mission Taoism, and I have no skills at all. Look for it. Name: Xing's a secret. Category: Cultivation secret. Description: the ultimate speed in the world, ignoring all restrictions in the world, and can reverse the long river of time in the depths. Price: 3000000 summoning points. Name: Gale Step. Category: Skill. Description: escape skill, forcibly escape into the void for 10 seconds, can be used to resist skill attacks. During the Gale Step, the movement speed is increased by 200%, attacking the enemy can cause critical damage, can be used for rushing, the effect lasts for 1 minute, and the cooldown is 10 minutes. Price: 80,000 summoning points. Name: Lingbo Weiabu. Category: Martial Arts Secrets. Description: Lingbo Weiabu is an extremely superior martial arts. Lingbo Weiabu is a martial arts footwork that evolved according to the directions of the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes. The footwork is very strange, and you must turn your body in the air or jump forward and backward, dodge left and right, in order to match the footwork in the scroll. When defending against the enemy, you only need to walk according to the 64 hexagrams without worrying about the existence of the opponent. It is a superior martial arts that does what you want and is unrestrained. In addition, Lingbo Weiabu is a dynamic exercise to practice internal strength. When you step through the 64 hexagrams in one cycle, your internal breath will naturally rotate to the next cycle. Therefore, every time you walk once, your internal strength will increase by 1 point. Price: 5,000 summoning points. Name: Wind God Leg. Category: Martial Arts Secrets. Description: Wind God Leg contains the secret of wind has no form, which is a very fast and sharp leg technique. When practiced to the extreme, it can evolve into a martial arts supernatural power. The first style is catching the wind and shadows, the second style is strong grass in the wind, the third style is heavy rain and wild wind, the fourth style is thunderous and resolute, the fifth style is wind sweeping the building, the sixth style is god wind howling. Price: 12,000 summoning points. Name: Stand-in Doll. Category: Silver level special item. Description: after dripping blood to recognize the master, when the master is attacked by a fatal attack, it can bear the damage for the master and teleport the person to 10 meters away. Price: 10,000 summoning points. Name: Basic Sword Skills Mastery. Category: Ability. Description: Basic sword skills: chopping, lifting, picking, cutting, pushing, stabbing, chopping, tapping, collapsing, hanging, blocking, cutting, poking handles, dancing flowers, etc. After mastering it, the sword skills can become brave, fast, imposing, strong and powerful, like a tiger. The use of the sword is based on body skills, jumping over distance, quick eyes and hands, and requires the sword to be changed with the body when advancing, retreating, dodging, jumping and tumbling, and the coordination of the body and the weapon. Price: 1,000 summoning points. The scene character secret is too expensive, the Gale Step and the Lingbo Micro Step are a bit useless, the Wind God Leg looks good, so I'll take it. It can attack and run, as long as it is handsome. Summoning Space: exchange the Wind God Leg Secret Book, Substitute Doll and Basic Sword Skills Mastery. Ding! The Wind God Leg Secret Book, Substitute Doll and Basic Sword Skills Mastery require 23,000 summoning points. Do you want to exchange? Looking at his 43,000 points balance, Tenyu sneered and chose to exchange directly. Just like exchanging free attribute points, martial arts skills can also be exchanged in the summoning space. As long as you have enough points for selection, even exchanging for a high-level bloodline is not a problem. A burst of white light enveloped him again. Soon, Tenyu had learned the basic swordsmanship and mastered it. He had the secret book of the god leg and a substitute doll in his hand. The substitute doll dripped blood to recognize its master and was put into the portable space. Tenyu picked up the secret book of the wind god leg, flipped through it, and began to practice. The first style, catching the wind and shadow, is mainly based on the light body movement, which is the entry essence of the wind god leg. Those who practice this style are as fast as a meteor. The second style, strong grass in the wind, not only attacks the enemy at an extremely fast speed, but also has great strength and huge damage. The third style, heavy rain and strong wind, leg points are like heavy rain, and the leg force is as fierce as a strong wind. This is the ultimate of heavy rain and strong wind. The fourth style, thunderous and resolute, is as powerful as thunder and the legs are as fast as wind. It is difficult for anyone to compete with it. The fifth style, wind sweeping the building, rotates rapidly, carrying all objects around and attacking the opponent fiercely. The sixth style, divine wind, howl, the wrath of the divine wind, no one can stop it. It's really cool, it's worthy of being the famous skill of Nifeng, the god of wind. Soon, Tenyu has entered the door, and the martial arts purchased in the selection space are fast to learn. By the way, I also have a Navy 6 style skill book, let's practice it too. Tenyu took out the Navy 6 style secret book and started practicing. Shaving, kick the ground dozens of times continuously to generate strong rebound force for high-speed movement. Iron block, make the body as hard as iron, used for defense, and even extend to attack moves. The principle is the same as hitting the wall will hurt. The only drawback is that you can't move freely when using iron blocks. Paper painting, control the body as easily as painting on paper, and use it flexibly in battle to adapt to various situations. Moon step, like shaving, use strong foot power to step on the air, generate extremely strong air retention, and can walk in the air like stepping on stairs, but can't stay in the air for too long. Storm kick, a vacuum slash produced by a super fast and powerful kick. Finger gun, the finger stabs at super high speed, with a power comparable to that of a bullet and can penetrate the human body. This Navy 6 styles is really useful, but it requires a high level of physical fitness. It is more flexible and changeable when combined with the wind god leg. Tenyu tapped the skill book, and he also got started with the Navy 6 styles. This is very simple for Tenyu's inhuman physique. In just a few minutes, with the support of a large number of selection points, Tenyu has almost made up for his weaknesses. After doing this, he opened the attribute panel. Name, Tenyu. Selection number, 1008611. Strength, 79. Speed, 80. Physique, 79. Spirit, 80. Allocated attribute points, 0. Skills, driving, skilled, acting, entry, cooking, skilled. Special skills, driving the sword with chi, mastered, mission Taoism, beginner, wind god leg, beginner, Navy 6 styles, beginner, basic sword skills, beginner. Spiritual roots, thunder spiritual roots. Selection points, 20,000. Strength rating, black iron level 8. Attack with the sword, defense with the Navy 6 styles, escape with the wind god legs, life saving with the substitute doll, and the weapon with the black sword autumn water, which can be said to be perfect. Especially the wind god legs and the Navy 6 styles, these two skills can be said to be both offensive and defensive, greatly enhancing Tenyu's combat means. In addition, even if he encounters ghosts, zombies, and other things that martial arts cannot touch, there are mission Taoism to assist, and the survivability is greatly improved. It must be said that although attributes are fundamental, they can only be perfectly exerted after having skills. Tenyu does not plan to keep the remaining selection points, and is ready to use them all to improve his strength. To upgrade the attributes to the bronze level, at least 24,000 selection points are required, so he can only put it aside for the time being and focus on improving the skill level. Basic swordsmanship is the cheapest, requiring only 1,000 points, and upgrading to the highest level of Grandmaster only requires 4,000 points. A tall building starts from the ground, the foundation is the most important, upgrade directly to Grandmaster. Tenyu spent the 4,000 points without any hesitation. After the upgrade, he felt that the sword in his hand was like his own hand, which was extremely dexterous. He even felt that it was not difficult to use the black sword Kyushui in his hand to thread the needle. Wow, this effect is a bit scary. Tenyu himself was very surprised. He didn't expect that basic skills would have such an effect. There are still 15,000 points, which is just enough to upgrade the Navy 6 styles and Wind God legs once, so he upgraded directly. At this time, his attribute panel has changed a lot. Name, Tenyu. Summoning number, 1008611. Strength, 79. Speed, 80. Constitution, 79. Spirit, 80. Allocated attribute points, 0. Skills, driving, skilled, acting, entry, cooking, skilled. Special skills, controlling the sword with chi, mastered, mission Taoism, entry, Wind God leg, proficient, Navy 6 styles, proficient, basic swordsmanship, Grandmaster. Spiritual roots, lightning spiritual roots. Selection points, 0. Strength rating, Black Iron level 8. Although still Black Iron level 8, Tenyu feels that he can beat 10 of his previous selves without getting hurt. If an ordinary bronze level comes, it is estimated that he will not last more than a few rounds. Chapter 47. The Residence of the Dragon King Family. After Tenyu exited the mission world, the minions who followed the young leader also exited the mission world as quickly as possible and came to the headquarters of the Dragon King family. The Dragon King is one of the strongest men in the entire world. They cannot afford for their favorite third son to die in the same mission world as theirs. Therefore, there was no need for the Dragon King family to conduct an investigation. These people took the initiative to come to the door and explain the ins and outs of the matter. Upon learning that the person who killed his favorite son was Tenyu, who was currently wanted, Dragon King Tram was furious. A mere ant actually dares to kill my son. His body must be cut into thousands of pieces and ashes thrown away to wash away the shame of the Dragon King family. Check them all for me, find the location of that little beast, and capture him. The giant Dragon King waved his hand, and the people below heard the sound and moved. After the entire Dragon King family took action, their efficiency was so high that few people dared not to give face. Coupled with the fact that there were some people secretly adding fuel to the flames, wanting to borrow a knife to kill people or make other plans, within an hour, all Tenyu's information was placed on the Dragon King's table. Looking at the names written on the 2 items of Tenyu's parents, there was a moment of fear on the Dragon King's face, and then it suddenly became more ferocious. I was still afraid of you even if you were alive, but now that you are gone, I will kill you. Your son. To the Dragon King, or to the people of the previous generation, the name Tianxing was like a mountain, weighing down everyone's breath. The Dragon King still remembers that the whole world united in order to plot against Tianxing. There are even many powerful families from the Dragon Kingdom among them. Although they did not take action personally, their contribution was not small at all. This shows how dazzling Tianxing was back then, making the whole world wish he was dead. That is to say, since Tianxing was plotted, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom has declined a lot. Thinking that Tianxing was no longer there, the Dragon King's smile became more ferocious. Where is that Tenyu now? Catch him over to me. I'm going to process him. Looking at the butler beside him, the Dragon King did not hide his feelings at all. Tenyu has joined the Dragon Kingdom Extraordinary Group, and we have no way to find him. The housekeeper pushed up his glasses and said very calmly. The moment he heard about the Extraordinary Group, the Dragon King fell silent, but his expression became more and more gloomy. If it were any other force, he would have knocked on the door without saying a word, but he didn't dare to fight against the Extraordinary Group. Find a way, that little beast killed my son, he must die. The giant Dragon King crushed the steel water cup in front of him, as if he was squeezing Tenyu. The housekeeper pushed up his glasses, and after pondering for a while, his eyes flashed with golden light. Under the protection of the Extraordinary Team, we can't deal with Tenyu, but we can kill him in the mission world. Seeing the impatient look on the Dragon King's face, the housekeeper stopped trying to be pretentious and said bluntly, I remember that you also have a mission world summoning card, right? You can use it to summon Tenyu to the mission world and then kill him. Hearing this, the Dragon King's expression changed a little. This mission world summoning card is very precious. When they joined forces to help Zhou plot against Tenyu, everyone naturally got a share of the cake. And this mission world summoning card is one of them. It is very precious. But after thinking about it, the Dragon King made up his mind, yes. Send an outstanding junior to kill that little beast. This mission world summoning card is also divided into 3, 6, or 9 levels, some with high levels and some with low levels. The one he used on Tianxing was the one with the highest level, and the one he had in his hand was just a world of difficulty on the 5th level of the rooftop. Even if he keeps it, it won't be of much use to him. It's better to use it to destroy Tenyu. After hearing this, the housekeeper went directly to make arrangements. After walking out of the Dragon King's palace, a strange smile appeared on his face and he quietly crushed a piece of jade in his hand. After the jade was broken, the news that the Dragon King was going to take action against Tenyu spread to the Alliance of Light in an instant, and then spread to most interested people. Many people are waiting for news. Although the energy of the Dragon King family is not top-notch, it should be fine for testing. If the extraordinary group cannot protect Tenyu, or does not act strong enough, wolves like them will definitely bite him and try to eliminate the entire extraordinary group. Even if the opponent is very strong, they will not lose anything. Using a Dragon King family to see the strength of the extraordinary zone is a good deal no matter how you look at it. While everyone was waiting for news, the extraordinary group was not at peace either. On the 88th floor of the KO Fan building, there were still 8 people including Long Tianjing, Lin Shuer, and they were having a heated discussion at the moment. Since those people dare to stretch out their dog paws, then we will chop them into pieces. Our Dragon Kingdom is not something they can stretch out. Chop it? How are you going to chop it? Although it's just a family of the Dragon King, do you know how many people are watching us behind the scenes? Then we can't let them attack Tenyu. Not to mention that he is the son of Instructor Tianxing. His performance in the selection space alone is worthy of our full protection. You know I know, but other countries and forces also know. After the disappearance of Instructor Tianxing, they were too lazy to attack us, but why are they coming back now? Because they are afraid that Tenyu will grow up and become the second Instructor Tianxing. So they have to act as soon as possible. The purpose is to kill Tenyu and prevent him from continuing to grow. At this moment, everyone was silent. They knew these principles very well, but what could they do if they were not as strong as others? Okay, no matter what, we must protect Tenyu and let him grow up. At this time, Long Tianjing said in a sonorous and powerful voice, Zioxu stays in the base to protect Tenyu, and the 7 of us will stay in the selection space during this period. Touching his pocket, Long Tianjing said confidently, with the things left by Instructor Tianxing, it is no problem to stop those old immortals. The younger generation can only be left to Tenyu himself. Everyone was silent. The thing that Long Tianjing wanted to use was the foundation of the extraordinary group. It would be less every time it was used, but no one refused. The meeting of the extraordinary group ended like this, and all 7 people except Lin Shuer entered the selection space. Looking at the direction where everyone disappeared, Lin Shuer gritted her teeth unwillingly, but didn't know what to say. After Tianxing disappeared, the extraordinary group lost the support of the people above, and they were cultivating a new organization. If it weren't for the support of a few of them, I'm afraid the extraordinary group would have disappeared long ago. If it weren't for this, how could Tianyu's wanted order be circulated in Longguo? It had been suppressed long ago, and the extraordinary group wouldn't have been under such great pressure. Unfortunately, these can only be thought about. At the beginning, many of the big families in Longguo who participated in the calculation of Tianxing were people with high positions and power in Longguo. They couldn't support the extraordinary group. Tianyu, you must strive for success and grow up as soon as possible. Lin Shuer sighed weakly and dragged her tired steps back to her room. Although her body was not tired, her heart was very tired. Lin Shuer didn't know if it was right to put everything on Tenyu, but they had no choice. If the extraordinary group didn't rise, it would probably disappear sooner or later. This can be seen from the fact that there are not many people on the 88th floor of the extraordinary group's building. For example, on the 55th floor, only Lin Shuer lived there before Tenyu came, which shows how sparsely populated it is. Chapter 48. At the same time, Tenyu also finished his own affairs and exited the summoning space. Looking at the surrounding environment, he sighed helplessly, and immediately opened the laptop on the table and started typing. These days, it is easy to pay back debts, but it is not easy to pay back favors. I have lived here for so long and have been protected by the extraordinary people, but the other party has never asked me for any mission world strategy. Although this is because my father is the founder of the extraordinary group, Tenyu still can't feel at ease. So I simply handed over the previous mission world strategy to the extraordinary group, which not only returned the favor, but also made the extraordinary group stronger. After all, it was founded by my father, so it can be regarded as keeping the fat water in the field of outsiders. After thinking carefully, although he knew all the mission worlds clearly, he couldn't reveal this point, so he chose the mission world he had experienced before. I saw lines of words appearing on Tenyu's notebook. Mortal Zone Detective Chinatown Mission World Raiders. Murder case, Sinyo and Dan are friends. Their fathers both have perverted love for them, so Dan faked his death and hid. Dan's father Songpa thought Sinyo killed Dan, and secretly followed Sinyo to avenge Dan. After Sinyo found out, he wrote a diary, which wrote that Songpa followed him and raped him, and the plan to kill Songpa, and deliberately showed it to his adoptive father. The adoptive father's perverted love for Sinyo made him take revenge. He found a scrapped car based on the diary, sneaked into Songpa's workshop a week in advance, and hid under the bed in Dan's room. After 7 days, the surveillance was covered, and the adoptive father came out to kill Songpa, but accidentally left a footprint. Then he called Tang Ren to send the Buddha statue, used the corpse to confuse Tang Ren, and entered the wooden box and was sent out, making Tang Ren a scapegoat. Because of the arrival of Tang Ren and Qin Feng, Sinyo changed the subsequent plan to get rid of her adoptive father. She swallowed sleeping pills, burned part of the diary, and pretended to commit suicide, so that Tang Ren could find out the motive of her adoptive father's murder. After she recovered in the hospital, her adoptive father was arrested. Evidence: the camera had no SD card, which was taken away by her adoptive father. There was a footprint under Dan's bed. The Bluetooth speaker had a memory function and could connect to her adoptive father's mobile phone. The gold case: Songpa was one of the perpetrators, so they were mixed together. In fact, they were two independent cases. The gold was in Songpa's Buddha statue. When the gold was found, Tony, Huang Landeng's deputy, would jump out to kidnap Ah Xiang. You just need to wait and see. After catching Tony, you can easily interrogate the other 4 accomplices, and all the tasks are completed. After looking at the strategy he wrote, Tenyu nodded and expressed his satisfaction. Although it was not very neat and standardized, he was not a professional after all, so it was not bad. Then Tenyu started to work on the second mission world he experienced. The first floor of the Tiantai in the Kaofan area, Chinese Zodiac, the world strategy of the mission. After entering, look for the Golden Gunman, the mastermind behind the protagonist Ling Linky. Look for help. The second floor of the Tiantai, Swordsman, the world strategy of the mission. After entering, learn the evil defeating sword manual. Fight Lu Zhengfeng at the Golden Basin Retirement Banquet. Defeat Zhou Lengchan. Disguise and break the void. The third floor of the Tiantai, Mr. Zombie mission copy strategy. After entering, go to the Yizhuang to find Uncle Ju and find the mastermind evil Taoist priest. Learn mission Taoism from Uncle Ju. Go to Tengteng Town. Well, not bad. Transfer the strategy to the USB flash drive, and then directly shred the file completely. I originally planned to give only part of the strategy to the Kaofan group, but Tenyu could feel that Lin Shue'er was sincerely protecting him, so he gave it all. With 4 copy strategies, I dare not say about the others, but the Kaofan group can definitely mass-produce bronze-level strongmen. Of course, those people cannot add points as evenly as him, and they must have a main attack direction to reach the bronze level. Nodding with satisfaction, Tenyu put the USB drive into his pocket and came to Lin Shue'er's room. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Squeak! After the door opened, Lin Shue'er, who was full of fatigue, was revealed. Tenyu? What's the matter with you? The first time she saw Tenyu, Lin Shue'er became serious. If Tenyu needed any help, the entire supernormal team would immediately move. Tenyu naturally saw Lin Shue'er's fatigue, but the other party didn't say it, so he didn't ask. I'm fine. Shaking his head, he handed the USB drive to Lin Shue'er. This thing is for you, you can arrange it as you like. After putting the USB drive in Lin Shue'er's hand, Tenyu turned around and returned to his room, leaving only Lin Shue'er who was a little dazed. After closing the door in a daze and plugging the USB drive into the computer, Lin Shue'er didn't react to what Tenyu meant. But when he saw the contents on the USB flash drive, his eyes brightened up in an instant, like 2 little suns. This is the mission world strategy that Tenyu has experienced. These are all SSS Super God rated mission world strategies. Lin Shuai almost jumped up with joy. Although they didn't ask Tenyu for it, it would be a lie to say that they didn't want it. No one in this world can resist the temptation of SSS Super God rated mission world strategies. Unexpectedly, Tenyu gave it to her so casually, without even asking for anything. With these extraordinary groups, we can persist. SSS Super God rating, I don't believe you can still snatch people away. The fatigue on Lin Shuai's face was swept away, revealing two small canine teeth that looked very cute. As if she suddenly realized her own loss of composure, she quickly put away the smile on her face and turned into an iceberg beauty again. However, Tenyu's contribution is so great, what compensation should he be given? This really stumped Lin Shuai, because she didn't think Tenyu needed anything at all. In the KO fan building, Tenyu couldn't use the money, and Tenyu didn't lack money with his ability. Then what else? Power and status? As long as you have the ability, you can get it. Martial arts secrets? Supernatural bloodline. They don't have the top ones, and Tenyu probably doesn't even look down on the ordinary ones. Moreover, Tenyu has received 4 SSS Super God evaluations. The first SSS evaluation has a gold treasure chest. Tenyu may have more good things than her. As for the selection points, forget it. Only the points earned by completing the task can be used to purchase free attribute points. The others can only buy items at most. Forget it, let's see what he wants later. Finally, Lin Shuai chose to give up and stopped bothering her brain. At this time, Lin Shuai suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to tell Tenyu about the Dragon King family. When she arrived at Tenyu's room, Tenyu had disappeared. Chapter 49. After Tenyu delivered the strategy, he just entered the door and the reminder sound of the selected space sounded in his mind. Chosen Tenyu, you have been forcibly summoned and will enter the mission world Zombie World War in 10 seconds. Please be prepared. 10, 9, 8. Before Tenyu could react, the selected space had already started counting. Wait, what's going on? I don't want to enter the mission copy. Unfortunately, the selected space had no intention of paying attention to Tenyu at all, and it was still counting down on its own. At this time, Tenyu's mind flashed, and he seemed to have seen such a scene somewhere. When he thought about it carefully, he remembered that his father was cheated in this way, and he hadn't come back until now. Haha, playing this trick with me, and it's a mission world like Zombie World War, it's really interesting. Tenyu had a sneer on his face. No matter who it is, since he chose to deal with him, Tenyu didn't intend to let him continue to live. Moreover, he was very familiar with the mission world of World War Z, and he really didn't believe that the other party could kill him in it. The countdown ended. Tenyu was suddenly shrouded in red light and disappeared in the room. When Tenyu regained his sight again, he was already in a busy street. This is a prosperous metropolis, with busy streets and countless high-rise buildings around. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, shining on people, making people feel lazy and comfortable. On a sign on the side of the road, the name of the city was marked, Boston. Boston. Located on the Atlantic coast in the northeast of the United States, it is the capital and largest city of Massachusetts. Famous universities such as Harvard University and MIT are located in this city. Please note, mission released. Main mission, please survive in this city for 10 hours and kill at least 10 zombies. Mission time, 10 hours. Mission failed, wiped out. Warning, do not escape from the city limits. Violators will be wiped out. Tip, the more zombies you kill within 10 hours, the higher the mission rating you will get. Note, the virus will appear in 30 minutes, please be prepared. After hearing the mission, Tenyu was refreshed, and then Tenyu immediately moved. It seems that even if someone forced him in, it is no different from usual, and there are tasks to be completed. So, the reason why his parents did not come back is that they were prevented from completing the mission? There is no rush for these things, and clues can be found sooner or later. The most urgent task is to find out how many talents the other party has. If the other party has a large number of people, then I still have to temporarily avoid the sharp edge, if the number is small, hehe. But I think the other party will not be able to take care of me for a while. After all, there are too many zombies in this mission world. At present, the main thing is to complete the mission. In this way, even if the other party is strong, I can at least withdraw at any time and leave a way out for myself. After making the best decision, he first chose a remote alley, then went directly through the window and climbed into a house. The owner of the house is a middle-aged white couple. Seeing the intruder, the male owner immediately rushed up to drive him away, but was knocked to the ground by Tenyu with a punch and fainted directly. Tenyu's current strength attribute has reached 80 points, which is 8 times that of a normal person. It can be called a super strongman. Ordinary people naturally can't bear it with one punch. Ah! The remaining white housewife saw her husband fall down and immediately screamed. "Shut up, lady! If you scream again, I don't mind breaking your beautiful teeth," Tenyu said in fluent English. With his spiritual attributes improved so much, learning is too easy for Tenyu now, just English. Hearing Tenyu's threat, the white woman stopped screaming. "Please don't hurt me. I can give you all my money." The white woman was so scared that she stuttered. "No." Tenyu shook his head and said, "I don't need money. Tell me, where are your guns?" "That's right." Tenyu chose to break into a private house just to steal guns. Tenyu has checked the stores in the safe zone, and there are no dangerous goods such as guns for sale. And the guns in the real world can't be brought in, and he doesn't have time to prepare, so he can only rob them himself. The ugly country is known as a free country. It does not prohibit civilians from owning guns. As long as you are a citizen of the country and are over 22 years old, you can go to a regular store to buy a gun. A country where guns are rampant. There are guns in almost every family. Here we have to talk about the advantages of guns. Even though Tenyu is now strong enough to dominate the martial arts world, he still cannot face guns directly. 1 or 2 guns are okay, Tenyu can dodge bullets with his speed, but when there are too many, he can only laugh and say GG. I guess this is also one of the purposes of the other party to pull him into this world. His current strength makes killing zombies as easy as killing chickens, but human physical strength is limited. If he can kill 100 or 1000, can he kill 10,000? Therefore, even if he is as strong as Tenyu, he must use hot weapons to kill a large number of zombies. The white woman hesitated for a moment, and seeing Tenyu's fierce eyes, she immediately said, "In the drawer of the bedroom." At this moment, Tenyu's image is the masked weirdo in the selected space, and it is still quite scary when he stares. "Take me there, remember, don't play any tricks, I just want a gun, don't force me to hurt your life and your husband's life." "Okay. Okay. I'll take you there." With the cooperation of the white woman, Tenyu soon got the gun, a Beretta M92F pistol, and there were 6 bullets in the magazine. Seeing Tenyu nod with satisfaction, the white woman asked tentatively, "Sir, you have got what you want, please let us go." Tenyu nodded, then slashed the back of the white woman's head with a palm, knocking her unconscious. This is done to prevent the other party from calling the police immediately and causing trouble for him. As for the other party waking up and calling the police again. At that time, the whole city had become a paradise for zombies, and whether there were police was still a question. Afterwards, Tenyu took some US dollar bills from the other party's pocket and left directly from the main gate. Arriving on the street, Tenyu stopped a taxi. "Hello, man, where are you going?" The driver was a black guy. "CDC. "Oh man, you don't have any infectious disease, do you?" "I'm healthy." Tenyu took out all the US dollars and shook them in front of the driver, saying, "Take me to the CDC in 10 minutes, and they are yours." "No problem. Sir, please fasten your seat belt." 8 minutes later. Tenyu threw down the US dollars, got off the car, and walked quickly into the CDC. There were still more than 10 minutes before the zombie virus attacked, and he had to find what he wanted as soon as possible. What did Tenyu want to do at the CDC? Anyone who has seen the movie World War Z will definitely remember one of the key points. That is, although the zombies in this world are extremely ferocious and can be called the strongest zombies, they have a fatal flaw. They only attack healthy humans. Humans like those with diseases are not within the attack range of zombies. The more serious the disease, the more zombies will avoid them. It's like a person who is looking for food and suddenly sees a pile of excrement. He definitely doesn't want to even look at it. This results in the most powerful zombie having a huge weakness that is so obvious that it can't be more obvious. Chapter 50. In the original plot, the male protagonist Gary Lane finally discovered this, and then organized the surviving humans to drive all zombies out of human cities and became the savior. Tenyu knew the plot, and of course he understood that the best way was to contract the disease so that the zombies would avoid him. Then he can hunt zombies boldly without fear of being surrounded by zombies. He is like a strong man who was defeated by 10,000 people on the ancient battlefield, but when 10,000 enemies were surrounded by 100,000 people, he still couldn't escape death. And what he has to do now is to prevent himself from being surrounded. So, Tenyu came to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. He was afraid that the doctors here would not cooperate with him, so Tenyu came with a gun. This is Tenyu's plan. As soon as I walked into the lobby of the CDC, a little blonde nurse came up to ask. "Hello, sir, may I help you in any way?" Tenyu ignored the nurse and stared at a middle-aged doctor wearing a white coat and a nameplate on his clothes. Next moment, in the horrified eyes of the nurse, Tenyu directly pulled out his gun, came to the middle-aged doctor, grabbed the middle-aged doctor, pointed the muzzle of the gun upward, and fired. Bang! Huge gunshots rang out in the hall. Ah! Suddenly, the nurse lady let out a terrified scream. The entire disease control hall fell into an atmosphere of panic, and all the patients and medical staff lay on the ground. Look! These people in a free country are very knowledgeable about shooting accidents. They know that after a shooting occurs, they should lie down to avoid stray bullets as soon as possible instead of running around stupidly. The shot Tenyu fired just now was just for demonstration. He was pressed for time and had no time to chat with these people, so he acted recklessly from the beginning. Tenyu then picked up the frightened middle-aged doctor and pointed a gun at his head. "Hello sir, no matter what I say next, you must do it, otherwise I can't guarantee whether your head will bloom," Tenyu threatened. "Okay, okay." The middle-aged doctor was trembling with fear and had no intention of resisting. "Thank you for your cooperation, then, take me to the virus database now." Hearing that Tenyu was going to the virus library, the middle-aged doctor immediately regarded Tenyu as a terrorist. He didn't dare not listen, or even raise any objections. Tenyu seems to be an irritable old man who is very difficult to mess with. For the sake of his own life, the middle-aged doctor is very obedient. Next, with the guidance of the middle-aged doctor, Tenyu arrived at the virus library very smoothly. Although people outside have called the police, Tenyu is not worried, because in 10 minutes, the zombie virus will spread throughout the city. The virus library is a freezer with a very low temperature inside to better store viruses. Various viruses are contained in large, sophisticated iron cans. Seeing Tenyu looking around curiously, the middle-aged doctor next to him couldn't help but remind him. "Sir, please be careful. No matter which virus here is leaked, it will be a huge disaster for mankind." Tenyu smiled and asked, "Then can you tell me, among these viruses, which one can quickly infect people and has a fatal risk?" Hearing this, the middle-aged doctor trembled in his heart. He was even more convinced that the yellow man in front of him was definitely a terrorist. They come to CDC to seize the virus in order to create terrorist activities. Seeing the middle-aged doctor's hesitation, Tenyu put his gun to the other's brain without hesitation. Tenyu said coldly, "You only have 3 seconds, 3, 2. Before Tenyu's countdown ended, the middle-aged doctor immediately said, "Most of the viruses here have fatal risks, but the virus that shows symptoms of infection the fastest is the BYT virus." Tenyu's eyes lit up and he found the BYT virus that the middle-aged doctor said. While playing with it in his hand, he asked, "What symptoms will appear if he is infected?" The initial symptoms are fever and hair loss. After 2 to 3 days, vomiting, headache, joint pain, fatigue, nausea, dizziness and other symptoms will appear. Even the strongest people will die within 7 days of infection. After listening to what the middle-aged doctor said, Tenyu suddenly laughed. This is the virus he is looking for. "So, doctor, how is this virus transmitted? Oral or injected?" The middle-aged doctor said speechlessly, "It is mainly transmitted through droplets, and the infection is faster through injection." "Very good." Tenyu snapped his fingers, handed the virus test tube to the middle-aged doctor, and ordered, "Inject it for me." "What?" The middle-aged doctor thought he heard wrongly. "Sir? Are you saying that you want to inject this virus yourself?" "Yes." Tenyu nodded affirmatively. He can leave this world in 10 hours, and the system will help him return to normal. "Are you afraid?" The middle-aged doctor didn't know this and was very surprised and said, "Oh, sir. Sir, this joke is not funny. Do you know how dangerous this virus is?" Tenyu's face instantly darkened, and he said coldly, "Shut up, do you think I'm kidding you? Do as I ask immediately." Okay, okay, please don't be angry. The middle-aged doctor quickly found a syringe and injected the viral fluid into Tenyu's arm. Then, the middle-aged doctor put on a mask to prevent infection. But after waiting for several minutes, Tenyu did not react at all, and did not even feel uncomfortable. He glanced at the doctor coldly, and saw that the other party was nervous. He should not have fooled himself. Why? Is it because my physique is too strong, so this virus can't infect me? Rubbing his chin, this guess shocked Tenyu himself. Give me another injection of the virus, 8 times the dose just now. The doctor's eyes widened suddenly, looking at Tenyu in horror, wanting to say something. But seeing Tenyu pointing at his black gun muzzle, he wisely chose to shut up and help Tenyu inject the virus. This time it was obviously effective. After just a few minutes, the symptoms began to slowly appear and the body temperature rose. The middle-aged doctor did not lie. The infection of this virus was indeed very rapid. But before, it was really because my physique was too strong that the virus was helpless. Tenyu's expression was a bit wonderful. I didn't expect that after the physical fitness became stronger, there would be such side effects. Sir, you are surrounded and the police will be here soon. Release Dr. David immediately and surrender. The hospital security guards threatened outside the cold storage room, but Tenyu didn't take it seriously and didn't bother to deal with them. He was waiting for the outbreak of the zombie virus. The middle-aged doctor swallowed his saliva and begged carefully, Sir, I have done everything you asked for. Please let me go. I have a wife and children. They can't live without me. Tenyu turned his head to look at the middle-aged doctor and smiled, That's unfortunate. They will not be your relatives soon. What? As soon as the voice fell, there was a terrified scream outside. Ah!